Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, FG declares Tuesday public holiday for ENUGU Maulid. 2027 polls, INEC fixes November for nationwide mock accreditation exercise. Ugoyama fire, road cleared for passage after emergency response. FIFA slams 10-match ban, $90,000 fine on Argentina's Paradise. And Governor Puebolo's aide says Davido is banned from performing in Edo. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The federal government has declared Tuesday, August 25, 2026, a public holiday to mark this year's Eid-ul Maulid, commemorating the birth of a holy prophet, Muhammad. Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunjojo announced the holiday on behalf of the federal government in a statement issued on Friday by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Magdalena Jani. Tunjojo congratulated Muslims in Nigeria and across the diaspora on the occasion, urging Nigerians to reflect on the values of compassion, humility, and service associated with the life of the Prophet Muhammad. The minister also called on Nigerians to use the occasion to pray for peace and national cohesion, stressing that maintaining unity remained a collective responsibility. He urged citizens to celebrate the occasion with restraint and mutual respect while wishing Muslim community a joyous and peaceful Eid. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, will conduct a nationwide mock accreditation exercise in November 2026 as one of measures to test its readiness for the 2026 general elections. Chairman of the Commission, Professor Joash Ojoma Amopita, said this. Amopita disclosed on Friday in Abuja when he received the Sharjah Affairs of the Canadian High Commission to Nigeria, David Sproul, and other officials of the Commission and a courtesy visit to the INEC headquarters. According to him, the mock accreditation would subject the bimodal voter accreditation system and other electoral equipment to a rigorous field test ahead of the general elections. Said the exercise was designed to identify and address possible operational challenges before the elections, stressing that the Commission was determined to build on the lessons learned from recent off-cycle elections. Professor Amopita disclosed that INEC had established a dedicated artificial intelligence AI unit to respond to emerging technological challenges in election administration. Said the unit would explore the use of AI in areas including data management and voter registration, while helping the Commission confront emerging threats such as deepfakes and AI-generated disinformation. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has rejected President Bola Tinubu's description of his proposed intervention in Nigeria's petroleum sector as economically ignorant, accusing the administration of worsening the cost of living crisis while celebrating increased government revenues. Atiku, in a statement issued on his behalf by Senior Special Assistant on Public Communication Pram Shaibu on Friday, said the president was in no position to lecture Nigerians on the economy. After the removal of petrol subsidy, the liberalization of foreign exchange market, and the subsequent rise in inflation, transport costs, and household expenses, Atiku's comments came after President Tinubu criticized proposals to restore or introduce another form of petroleum subsidy, labeling Atiku's proposed model as a demonstration of serious ignorance on governance and economy. Atiku accused the administration of applying what he called a rigid approach to subsidy removal despite the severe economic consequences that followed. According to him, the removal of subsidy without adequate measures to cushion its effect triggered a chain reaction across the economy, with petrol prices, transportation costs, and food prices rising sharply, while the naira also depreciated significantly. The United States Federal Bureau of Investigation has warned that releasing some records relating to President Bola Tinubu could endanger the lives or physical safety of individuals as it seeks permission to privately explain why the documents were withheld. The FBI made a disclosure in an application filed before the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia on August 20, asking the court to allow it to submit a confidential declaration explaining its position. The agency said it could not publicly disclose the full reasons for withholding some of the records, because doing so could expose sensitive law enforcement techniques and procedures. The FBI is seeking an ex parte in camera declaration which will allow it to provide a judge with its explanation privately and under seal. The records are being sought by Aaron Greenspan, founder of Plainsight, who filed Freedom of Information Act request for documents relating to Tinubu from 1992 to 1993. Among the requests is Tinubu's entire FBI file and interview records connected to an FBI case. The development is the latest step in a prolonged legal dispute over requests for U.S. government records concerning allegations linked to Tinubu and a Chicago drug investigation dating to the early 1990s. The Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, Bernard Doro, says Nigeria's revised national migration policy is a major milestone in efforts to strengthen migration protection, support the reintegration of Nigerians returning home. The Federal Executive Council adopted a revised policy at its meeting following consultation with the government agencies, state government, civil society organizations, academics, and development partners. Bernard Doro described the adoption as a major step towards improving migration management and using migration to support national development. He said the policy will provide a stronger framework for implementing Nigeria's international commitments on safe, orderly, and regular migration. The revised policy was coordinated by the National Commission for Refugees, Migrants, and Internally Displaced Persons with technical support from the International Organization for Migration. The Kaduna State Police Command has rescued 75 travelers, including men, women, and children abducted by armed men near Fowaya village in Berenengwari local government area of the state. The victims were traveling in commercial buses, were reportedly kidnapped by gunmen wielding AK-47 rifles and other sophisticated weapons, taken into a forest where they were concealed in a cave. Command, in a statement issued on Friday by its public relations officer, Mansur Hassan, said the victims were rescued after the police received timely information from the Berenengwari branch of the National Union of Road Transport Workers. Hassan said the incident occurred at about 5:30 p.m. on Wednesday, August 19, 2026, at Fowaya village near Berenengwari. According to him, the abductors subsequently took the victims into the forest and hid them in a cave located in a mountainous area. Hassan said the arrival of the police operatives forced the kidnappers to flee, leaving the victims behind. Statement quoted the State Commissioner of Police, Rabiu Mohammed, as commending the NURTW branch for its role in providing what he described as timely and vital information that enabled the police to respond swiftly. Mohammed urged residents to remain vigilant and provide security agencies with information that will help prevent attacks and kidnappings in the state. The Pan-Yoruba Socio-Political Organization, Afenifere, on Friday raised alarm over the incessant attacks on and kidnapping of farmers and other innocent citizens in the region. Afenifere, in a statement issued by its National Publicity Secretary, Jare Ajayi, in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, added that there were several such incidents in various parts of Yoruba land and elsewhere in Nigeria that were unreported. The organization revealed that during its recent visit to the Okeogun area, a northern part of Oyo and Ondo states, some people lamented that they have abandoned their farms for three major reasons. Afenifere explained that a prominent farmer in Ondo state had abandoned his farm because of insecurity. The group stressed that the president of Cowpear and Baines Farmers Association of Nigeria and vice president of the Federation of Agricultural Commodities Association, Shitu Kabiru, stated the production of these commodities has dropped by almost 70%, at least in the north. There was a fire outbreak in the early hours of Friday at Ugoyama in ENUGU State, raising concerns among motorists and residents in the area. The ENUGU State Fire Service, led by its director, Okudiri, promptly responded to the incident and worked to contain the situation. Following the intervention of the fire service, the affected area has been cleared, with authorities confirming that the road is now safe and open. Speaking on the development, the director of the ENUGU State Fire Service, Okudiri, confirmed that the fire service responded to the emergency, assuring road users that passage has been restored. Motorists are, however, advised to remain cautious while using the area as normal activities continue.
I want to tell our people that Ugoyama is free. It's very, very free. There was a fire incident there in the morning around between 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. And immediately ENUGU State Fire Service received a distress call about the fire. We responded within 10 minutes. And that place was cleared within 20 minutes. That video was taken before the arrival of fire service. And you know, when somebody has posted something, it will be going on. Even if you see it tomorrow, you think like something that is happening now. So I want to assure our people that the situation has been under control. The fire has been extinguished.
Growing evidence that environmental factors can increase cardiovascular risk beyond conventional conditions such as hypertension, diabetes, and obesity is raising fresh public health concerns in Nigeria. This fact was highlighted by a professor of cardiology and cardiovascular pharmacology, Professor Raphael Anakwe, at the 249th inaugural lecture of the University of Nigeria, in which he examined the emerging link between environmental toxicity and healthy hearts. Correspondent Christopher Lele takes the story from here.
The 249th inaugural lecture of the University of Nigeria brought together health professionals, academics, policymakers, students, and community leaders to examine a growing but often overlooked dimension of cardiovascular disease, the heart-habitat interface. Representing the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Simon Otoaya, the Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Professor Josephat Owomere, described the lecture as timely as he declared the event opened.
On behalf of our iconic Vice-Chancellor, Professor Simon Otoaya, I declare this event open. Thank you.
Delivering the lecture titled Beyond Traditional Cardiovascular Risk Factors, Toxic Shadows and the Heart-Habitat Interface, a professor of cardiology and cardiovascular pharmacology, Professor Raphael Anakwe, drew attention to emerging environmental threats to heart health. He highlighted concerns over microplastics, air pollution, and other environmental toxicants, noting that cardiovascular risk can no longer be viewed solely through traditional factors such as high blood pressure, elevated cholesterol, and diabetes.
99% of the world population breathes in air, polluted air. This is according to WHO calendar. It means that almost all of us here in this space breathe in polluted air. 8.1 million deaths are attributable to air pollution in 2021, the second largest risk factor for death. And approximately 2,000 young children die every day from air pollution. Average global reduction in life expectancy is 1.8 years, and it is 3 to 4 years in Nigeria and West Africa. Meaning that if we were to live 50 years, if you're exposed to air pollution, your life expectancy comes down to about 56 years.
Professor Anakwe called for greater investment in primary prevention, environmental health, and cardiovascular research, alongside policies aimed at reducing exposure to harmful pollutants.
This lecture is a call to action to researchers to deepen inquiry into toxicant-induced cardiovascular disease across African contexts. It is a call to action on policymakers to strengthen protection through regulation, monitoring, and enforcement. It's a call to clinicians to expand vision beyond the traditional risk factor checklist.
ENUGU State Commissioner for Health, Professor George Ugu, commended the inaugural lecturer for his contributions to cardiology and medical research, describing the lecture as a valuable addition to ongoing efforts to strengthen healthcare delivery.
Very successful, very informative. We know Professor Ralph Anakwe is one of our leading physician, clinician, and of course a teacher and a mentor. He has displayed to the world his worth, and we're happy to be here. You can see all of us in the academic community, in the leadership circle, in the health system. We are all here to learn and to share in his joy. It's a very great day.
Colleagues and stakeholders also applauded the depth of the presentation, saying its recommendations offer important perspectives for confronting emerging cardiovascular risks and improving long-term health outcomes.
I've learned that there are some things that we have to not increase the chances of having cardiac problem by not stressing yourself in so many other things, and also that government should have an important role to play in some of these industrial waste and so many other things that increases some of the toxic material that goes into our system.
It was great. At least he paid his dues. He actually made something that was very important to the society, and he has already communicated to them. So it's now left for us to let the right organizations be well informed on what it should do.
And I'm happy to be here today. I'm happy to associate Professor Anakwe. He's done very well today as our inaugural lecturer, and I pray God to continue to bless him.
Family members and colleagues described the event as a celebration of years of study, clinical service, and commitment to advancing cardiovascular medicine.
I'm so happy. I'm very happy that today eventually came. Like he said initially when he was giving the date to give this inaugural lecture, he was really excited. We worked together, and I'm happy that today eventually it was a good one, a big success to the glory of God.
I'm so happy for him. He had worked really hard all his life to come to this particular position. So I'm so happy, and I give God all the glory.
The event climaxed with the presentation of the inaugural lecture certificate, award and gift to Professor Raphael Anakwe in recognition of his academic excellence and contribution to medical education and cardiovascular healthcare. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
Still to come, Ebola vaccine trial to start in DR Congo as warning issued over speed of infections. Turkey issues genocide warrant for Israel PM Netanyahu. And FIFA slams 10-match ban, $90,000 fine on Argentina's Paredes. Governor Pueblo's aide says Davido is banned from performing in Edo. Stay with us.
We are local.
International communities observing why the main market is in chaos.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. We have taken it to the
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Democratic Republic of Congo is gearing up to roll out an Ebola vaccine, with some doses being used as part of a trial to see if it is effective against the Budembuyo species of the virus that is currently circulating in the country. The Evebo vaccine does help protect against the Zaire species of Ebola, but currently there are no proven vaccines or treatments for Budembuyo. The rollout comes as the World Health Organization (WHO) issued a new warning that Ebola was growing exponentially in the north and east of DR Congo, and the spread of infections now covered an area bigger than France. Close to 2,500 people have now died in this outbreak, which was declared 3 months ago. Julian Hannes, the WHO's Ebola coordinator, told reporters that half of the deaths happened in the last 20 days. A new report by Save the Children suggests that at least 180 Congolese children have lost both parents or caregivers since the outbreak began. The outbreak is now the deadliest in DR Congo's history and the second worst ever, only surpassed by the 2014-2016 West Africa outbreak when more than 11,000 people died. Experts say that it may have been spreading in DR Congo since as early as February, but infections of the Budembuyo species were initially misdiagnosed as typhoid and malaria. Turkey has sought an international arrest warrant for Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, accusing him of genocide linked to Israel's interception of an aid flotilla for Gaza, Justice Minister announced Friday. Turkey has become a virulent critic of Israel's war in Gaza, sparked by the Hamas October 7, 2023 attacks in Israel. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has frequently accused Netanyahu of genocide. Israel's interception of a flotilla carrying some 430 activists in May sparked an international outcry. France, Italy, and Australia have also launched judicial proceedings. Turkey's Justice Minister Akin Golek said on X that his ministry had asked the Interior Ministry to issue Interpol Red Notice alerts for Netanyahu and another Israeli named as Afek Moskovich. The ministry said Netanyahu and Moskovich were being persecuted for crimes against humanity, genocide, aggravated deprivation of liberty, intentional assault and battery, torture, destruction of property, aggravated looting, and hijacking of transport vehicles. Sports now. Argentina midfielder Alejandro Paredes has been hit with a 10-match international suspension and $90,000 fine by FIFA over his conduct following Argentina's defeat to Spain at the 2026 World Cup final. FIFA announced the punishment on Friday, weeks after opening disciplinary proceedings against several Argentina players and officials over incidents that followed the final whistle at a New York, New Jersey stadium. Paredes was among the Argentina players involved in a confrontation with the Spanish opponents after Spain secured a 1-0 victory after extra time to lift the World Cup. Midfielder's 10-match suspension represents a significant setback for Argentina, as Paredes will be unavailable for the national team across the matches covered by the FIFA disciplinary ruling. FIFA's latest decision adds a lengthy international ban and financial penalty to the fallout from an incident that overshadowed the closing moments of a tournament. And now to entertainment, where the Senior Special Assistant on Digital Media to Edo State Governor Monday Okpebolo, Apostle Casey Chukwu, has said Davido should not expect to perform in the state for the remainder of the governor's tenure amid the ongoing dispute between the singer and the governor. Chukwu made a declaration in a video shared online on Thursday. The aide's comments followed Davido's refusal to apologize for remarks he made about Okpebolo after the governor criticized Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke, Davido's uncle, during the build-up to the August 15 governorship election. Davido had earlier shared what appeared to be Okpebolo's WAEC result on his Instagram story and later defended the post during an interview. saying he had no reason to apologize. Reacting, Chukwu said Davido had been banned from performing in Edo State for the remainder of Okpebolo's tenure. Reacting, Chukwu said Davido cannot perform in Edo State any longer.
Because since you no get respect, because you as your papa no bring you up to respect your elders, as your papa no bring you up to respect your elders, Davido, I want to tell you, you have been banned from coming to Edo State to perform. We no want to see you for Edo again, Davido. Since you dey insult the governor children, they insult the governor of this state, the remaining 6 years plus for this government, we no want to see you because.
That's the global news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
This is a youth event. Wow. Thank you so much, sir. I'm here with my friend, Stephen Akintayo, known Stephen for over 2 decades. He has become an institution, one of the hottest brands when it comes to real estate in Nigeria and across the world.
Only if you run business in Africa, right, everything can go and wrong. Will go wrong. We didn't know there's a separation between your US company and your Nigerian company. And you too, your logo didn't show this one Nigeria, this one US. But we also think maybe your Nigerian company is repatriating money to your US company.
Stephen is turning 40. When he told me, I'm like, it can't be 40. Like, how is it that you are just turning 40?
Life.
And when you talk about a life well lived, how has he revolutionized digital marketing?
It was funny. We're doing a Doha retreat.
Right.
In fact, it trended when I was on my way to Doha. And that's why it trended, because I was in the plane.
Right. Okay.
So, you know, this is my word. So I will advise them to delete it.
Revolutionized business thinking, revolutionized real estate with a network of businesses across Nigeria, the Middle East, and North America.
You know, the days where you name street after politicians, again, if they are good, it's okay.
Yeah.
But politicians who have not added any value, and you have people who some has built 2 universities, some, who else?
And then I asked him, in the past year, just before this celebration, he has been under so much attack. You know, in social media, there's this scandal, there's this attack, there's this report. At the same time, you're seeing him with Dr. Cosmas Maduka, you're seeing him with Bishop Oyedepo, you're seeing him with President Olusegun Obasanjo. What is that like? How does he handle such high-stake
pressure? What has he learned from that whirlwind?
His gratitude to say, could you have been through all of this? And you are still standing. Right? It's not normal. It's nothing short of miracle.
What is he grateful for? And at 40, what would he consider his biggest achievement?
Impact. It was in 40 years, it's never been really about me. No, it's never been about me.
For a man who is developing a 1,000 person unit in Ibejuleki, his answer will shock and probably inspire you. Welcome to With Today's Special with Stephen Akintayo.
Come for me.
Good to see you again.
Same here.
This is an amazing period because I think last year, GTEC celebrated 10 years.
GTE's land.
Land.
The real estate.
Okay, yes, so GTE's land celebrated 10 years. And then this year, actually this week.
Yes. Next week.
Yes.
Okay, this week.
This week, they will be seeing
yes,
it.
This week.
You are turning 40.
40, yes.
First and foremost, I did a double take.
I know.
Not because, and I realized, so sometimes people tell me, when I turned 40, people told me, oh.
You thought you were older.
Yes. So I thought I had this thing I look old.
Yes.
But I'm like, no, just think that you've been here for so long.
Yes, that's it.
How does that feel? Did it shock you that 40 is here?
No, funny enough, you know, it didn't. If I used to feel like I'm the only one who couldn't wait to be 40, you know, because you knew you were younger, but everybody feel you're much older. So
it's good that the 40 is
exactly,
here now, so
I kind of lie. So a lot of people used to believe I'm much older, and I think some say my accomplishments, some say this, but I'm full of gratitude. I'm forced to, you know, reflect and really be grateful, you know, to say people who come from where I come from are not usually here, right? You know, I learned how to spell the word THE in GSS1. That's how bad.
In GSS1?
GSS1.
THE.
THED.
That's D.
Yeah.
You didn't learn how to spell B until GSS1?
GSS1. My first school was Arabic school.
Right.
You know, if I learned Arabic before I learned English, because I was born in Maiduguri, in the northern part of Nigeria. So there's just so much. You look back and you realize that, you know, no, this must be God.
When I see you, this is the thought that comes to me. Do you want to hear it?
Yes, please.
And like, this is the energy of a man who has too much money.
No! If that's the last thing I thought to him.
I know. That's why I say it's cringe. But there's a sense. And it's not in that. There's an energy when you've made more money than you ever thought as a child. Then you get there, then you make even more.
Yeah.
It's a cringe question, but honestly, how does that feel to achieve the kind of financial wealth, not even freedom, that most people cannot even comprehend, and your life is just getting to 40?
Can I be honest with you?
Yes.
I don't feel that way.
Yeah. When
I don't.
What do you feel?
I feel like I'm just starting.
Makes sense, right?
And I two things made me humble.
Okay.
One is the caliber of mentors I have. Right? So, okay, how do you feel you've arrived where Cosmos Maduka and the relationship we almost speak almost every day.
Right.
So where do you really?
Yes. It gives you perspective.
It gives you perspective, and your spiritual father is Bishop Oedipo.
Yeah.
So how? Like, I mean, you
do the math.
You do the math. Like, where are we?
Yes.
So The second thing is also that I always try, one of my favorite songs now is I go cut my coat oversized this year. So I always try to start a new project far bigger than the resources I have can. Okay. So I'm always running. I'm always hustling. In fact, I don't know it until people tell me. I remember meeting somebody in the US. In the UK, I got an award in one of those the parliament, right. And then one of the guys I met there is a Nigerian. So the following week he said, I saw your picture and I saw how hard you were working. It's like you've never seen 1 million naira in your life, right? But honestly, when you have, I was privileged to do a 50-year goal plan.
Right. You had a 50-year goal.
Yes, literally where I'm going to be by the 50 years from that time, and I did that 18 years ago.
Right. Is that the same plan that is still on course now?
Yes. Right. And so and I don't want to even tell people, it's scary.
Yes. But please tell us.
No, it's scary. So for me, is when people say, you've come this far, I'm like, where I'm going.
You've not even seen.
Yes, and I've not come too close. I've not even come close to the vision God showed me. And it took me years to pray because my model of visualization, I come up with a goal and then I pray. So for this one, I prayed for over a year. I woke up 5 a.m. I'll be reciting everything to God. This I'm trusting you for. This I'm trusting you for. So it sinks so deep that you can see it. It's not yet there, right? So for me, I'm still very much mentally. When people say, how do you feel like you are this rich and
you're still on the journey.
If you know what we are trying to do. And I no longer feel something is weird about it because when I really also meet some of the most successful people, you see that they are also mentally that way.
Right. I get that.
Right. And it's not in a imposter syndrome way. Like I know who I am and I'm grateful to God, but where I'm going is a lot more. So I can't even afford to feel like
what was the plan for year 10 in the strategic plan?
As at year 10, we were supposed to have, I think, about 30 companies. 30 companies. One of them is a private jet company, and we still don't have it.
A private
jet company.
Jet company, right.
Yeah.
Right.
And still don't have it.
Okay, so does that mean that there's some goals you set for year 10 that you didn't get as at year 10?
Yes, there are some. Yeah. And there are some that was supposed to be year 30.
But then you got them earlier.
Yes, I got them earlier.
So the idea is not that you are a slave to the goal.
No.
Yes, it's that you are going in there.
Yes. Like we're supposed to have expand to more international countries, I think around year 2030 or year 2035.
Right.
And now we're in Dubai, Doha, UK and US.
Right.
So that came much earlier.
Yes. But at the beginning, how were the goals broken? Sorry, I'm very interested in this. Were the goals broken into like annual, or were they broken into chunks, like 5 years?
Yes.
10 years?
So I did 20. This was 2008.
Yeah.
Had a one room, 12 by 12 feet room with a very small toilet.
Right.
That was at Galway, Ogun State University. I was just wrapping up university.
Right.
It was my office and it was my room. Right. And that's when I did
this vision.
So I had a vision board.
Right.
And so every morning I see it, and every morning 5 a.m. I wake up and I just pray those visions.
Yeah. You see, I want you to make it real because so the people around you know the kind of visions you have.
They laughed.
Yes.
They laughed. In fact, a lot of them now when they see me say, and I saw those boards. And can I be honest with you? I used to, just chuckle and like, this guy is not serious. Because I practically had, two jeans faded, one suit that had also faded. One of my, again, I was a leader who was poor, and I used to have, I'm going to be great. I pastor on campus.
Right.
So one of my members wanted to throw the suit away. I said, I don't even have a suit. It was a navy blue. I'll never forget it.
Right.
So I got the suit. So I had one suit. So imagine that kind of person then drafting all these ideas. Then I had a check that by 2009, one of my companies, and by the way, I had registered, 2 companies then.
Even from the one room?
Yes.
So the one room was the headquarters?
It was HQ.
Yeah.
So I had opened GT Bank then. You can open 0 accounts, even corporate. So I had opened, then I tore a check. One was 1 point something million. The other company was going to have 1 million. I still do that till today. Was going to have. And
so you write down the amount of money that you want to work towards in the future. Is that what you're saying?
So I tear a check.
Yes.
I write there. I sign it like it's a check that has that money. Then I paste it in my picture board. Right. So with my 50-year goal, the picture board, and a couple of other things.
How much is the one on your board now? Let us be inspired.
I'm learning that Nigerians don't want. I have a challenge, and my challenge is unique. In Dubai, they love luxury. So when I used to live in Dubai, I was living in Burj Khalifa, I had a Rolls Royce, and all of that. In US, the same. Like, nobody believes you except you show some luxury in US. But in Africa,
you get into trouble.
Yeah. And people really come after you as though they always don't get it that you're a private citizen. You may be famous and all of that, but you are still a private citizen. So there's a thin line to how you can just hold a private citizen accountable like a politician. They're just two
different things. Let's talk about, you hinted at this, let's talk about some of the attacks on social media recently. You started before this real estate boom in the sector. But
I don't know.
So it's by association, but people are now very suspicious of the real estate space. So there's every small thing becomes a challenge. Let's talk about one of those was an issue with the Celestial Church, where they said they warned every member against transacting business, or that's how one of the blogs carried it. What happened there?
First of all, our lawyer looked at it and they said it wasn't Celestial.
Right.
And that if you take legal action, Cele will come and do a disclaimer.
So it wasn't the Celestial Church?
It's just a blogger who probably attends Cele.
So it was an individual's case?
Yes. It's just like if you attend a church, you can create like a community for everybody who attend that church. Right. And over time you grow it. And my parents are white garment as well, so I know that terrain and background very well.
So what happened in this case?
We don't have any Cele church that we.
So you're saying the case is not.
We don't have any. There could be potential customers who maybe attend Cele, who maybe complained. That's normal. But nobody came to us and said, "Well, I'm Cele, right, and I want to do business." Because I called the office and I said, "Did you sell land to Cele? Did you?" And also, it's important to know that I don't do direct transaction. I've not done that. No customer has ever paid a dime into my personal account in my life. Right. So and again, Nigerians don't know there's difference between a company by law, registered company is different from individual. So the day you use my picture, the day you are breaking the law. Right. You are free, if you have an issue with a company, to take them to court, to have your issues with them. But you don't bring the founder of the company. I'm not even the group CEO of this company anymore. Right? This year, I'm no longer even the chairman. Michael Kiro is now the chairman, former IG of police. Right? I have a new company.
Well, congrats on getting,
yes.
Because law enforcement usually are very reluctant to be chairs of boards.
You have no idea the quality of people that are glad to identify with us. Because they know how we've done business. It's when you are not close
that you don't know.
Exactly. When you are close, you know that, when I trended for $18,000, people were sending messages to Dr. Cosmos, and he was just sending me his reply. He didn't even ask what happened. It was just brutal reply to them.
That was telling you the reply to
them. No. The reply he replied to those who were
in defense of you.
In defense. Right. I felt like crying.
What was the $18,000 trending topic about? Was that the mentorship thing?
Yes.
Now let me ask you this, because I was going to ask that question. You know,
Yes.
last year you posted a picture of yourself with Bishop Oyedepo.
Yes.
And you said in that
Yeah.
document that you
Yeah.
had spent over $100,000 in
Yeah.
that tweet.
Yes.
Informal. So I like the
Yes.
way you use formal.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it's not informal calculation.
yes,
So it's
yeah.
things like the Harvard
Yes,
things. You
yes,
spent over
yeah.
$100,000 on personal
Yes.
training for yourself in the past
Absolutely.
year alone.
Absolutely.
Now, when I saw the news about the
Yeah.
$18,000,
Yes,
I
yes.
thought about that post.
Yes,
I thought
yes.
it might look strange to other people
Yes, yes.
for this person to say this.
Yeah, yeah.
But if he has spent $100,000 on his own training,
Thank you.
but let's just ask it from the point of the Nigerian.
Yeah.
Like $18,000 Lori mentorship.
Yes. I love that question.
Can you explain that? Because for young people, it doesn't make, for people, it may not make sense.
First of all, it's not even 18,000, it was 20,000 then.
Right, $10,000
Then.
Right.
So they gave a discount.
Okay.
You know, my social media team, even though I blame them that.
So what is the original?
It's
The original
not
amount was
new.
$20,000.
20,000 is not new.
For people to be mentored by you
for a year.
For a year.
And they are not anybody. They are
Right.
business owners
Right.
whose business is already doing over 200 million naira annually.
Right.
And many of them want to go international.
Right.
Many of them want to start doing business in larger volume.
Mhm.
One of those privileged mentees of mine, when I met him, he had 17 staff.
Mhm.
He was doing an average of 18 to 20 million in transaction every month.
Right.
Today, he does over $1 billion every month in
Right.
2 years of my mentorship.
Right.
Right. Over $1 billion every month.
Wait, $1 billion every month?
Every
That's
month.
12 billion a year.
Yes. Over. As a last year record.
Right.
His employee are over 300.
And this is on that after 2 years of mentorship.
After 2 years of mentorship. And I can go on and on with people like that.
Right.
So again, I blame my social media team for posting it on social media because it's not new. But social media is not the place. And you see why some of your questions, I'm like, maybe let's leave it because everybody is there. Right. And the assumption is a man who is even struggling to get a job of 100K. And then he's hearing that 34 million. And you know, they will change it to dollar. 34 to naira rather. 34 million naira, somebody is charging that.
Yeah.
You see how, and it's funny that majority of my students are not living in Nigeria.
Right.
Some are not even Nigerians. Right. And I don't live in Nigeria. I live in America. My bills are in dollars. Right. When I even come to Nigeria, it costs me a lot to buy tickets. You know, but we have a lot of businesses I need to inspire, check what's going on, all
so
of
you
that.
Come in here
so I come regularly, you know, and I do conferences and things like that. So that brings me into Nigeria. So they couldn't, and that's why I'm saying my life is it's a bit complex.
As you turn 40, when you look back at all these battles, and it's instructive that some of these battles happened, you know, over the past year.
Yeah.
You know, just before the celebration. It's not how life usually is.
Life.
What would you say all of these things have taught you?
Well, one is, funny enough, is gratitude. To say, could you have been through all of this? And you are still standing. Right? It's not normal. It's nothing short of miracle.
Right. That you're still standing.
That you're still standing.
You're still thriving.
And you're still thriving. And because not everybody go through this. I mean, this is one or two of these. They've packed up and we're out and done. So it's just, and that's also why sometimes I'm a bit humble about some of these things because we can get justice.
Right.
We can.
If you decide to fight fire for fire.
We can do.
What did your mentors advise you to do then?
So,
because even as you're speaking, I can realize why you are even closer to Bishop Oyedepo.
Yeah.
Bishop Oyedepo, when he began to enter into the public consciousness,
yes.
there was that whole struggle as well. Pastor that has jets, pastor that, So how did they teach you to manage it then?
It's still new because, you know, it's still new. For example, you know, Bishop read my latest book and said, you've put too much out there. Right.
So what's the purpose behind hosting him and then naming the street in his honor in the new one of the new developments that you are anchoring?
So, for me, was that I look at my journey and he's been consistent. Right. If I didn't pastor Winners Campus Fellowship, I wouldn't learn to be tough, understand managing people. And that's why I said to people, it's recently that the one-on-one is there. It was the institution he built. And that's why I'm also big on institution. I'm not big on one-man business. Because when you build an institution, you can mentor so many people through that institution. Right? So here is a man who has built an institution that really helped me to find myself, discover my leadership potential, helped me to really evolve. And in recent time that we've gotten connected has also helped me to manage the level I am in. Because I also had a season where you are at a level, but you also now started lacking people who are higher,
who understand.
Thank you. They understand the complexity of that level.
Yeah, I get that.
You see now. So I'll give you a typical example. If you are not at a level, if 2-3 people come and report me to you, just like the Dr. Cosmo I say, you just say, let me avoid that guy. Let me save my head, right? But if you have gone through that journey, you just be laughing. In fact, when they come and report you just say, you don't know the people. This is how to avoid these people.
The people that are coming to report
the people that are coming to report you. And the people that
they themselves don't avoid those.
Exactly. This is how to. You don't know the people you are dealing with because they've also been there.
Of course,
right? It's also been there.
So you see his constancy of his principles, his life, his teaching, his structure, his institutions in your life.
In my life.
Which is why you would go to a church and you would preach and you don't talk about the business.
Yes.
Because what you want is to
it's to add value to the ministry. It's not about money. It's not.
But thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you for having me.
Happy 40th birthday. You know, one of the reasons, like when I sit down with people who I've known for a long time, I always tell, I said, because I've been around, these young people, they thought we just started yesterday. And so when I respect Pastor Jerry, I said, because I know when Jerry took a sacrifice, and I knew you because I saw the beginnings of digital marketing. And we speak, who is this wonder kid who seems to understand social media? So I've seen that organic growth over 2 decades. And so you truly deserve to be celebrated as you turn. I can't believe you're just 40.
Thank you.
Even
me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
More power.
Thank
I can't wait to see what comes next.
Yes.
It's around.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signaturetv, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests,
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken this vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second.
Good morning and welcome to New Day on Signature TV. My name is Christopher Lele, and of course we have with us the amazing voice from our newsroom, Barakumo. Good morning.
Good morning, Christopher. How
Nice to
are you
have you
today?
with us. So you can see what's happened in the political scene. Campaigns have already started. Statements here and there. Peter Obi made his yesterday, and we'll get more of this as time goes by.
Yeah, but my own issue is, what are Nigerians saying? What are we expecting from these leaders? Is it the same top-bottom approach? I think it's time for us to begin to ask more questions. And where there are no answers, we should demand for these answers. We are beginning to take campaigns as a ritual. Just let the parties campaign, and the ritual of voting takes place. The ritual of whoever is announced as the winner, and then we roll 4 years again, and then another election cycle comes. That shouldn't be the case. 2027 election should be an election that redefines politics in Nigeria in terms of the contribution of the electorate and, of course, those vying for election. We should begin to tell them that it's time for us to come onto one table as equals, because we are all Nigerians, as equals, and lay our demands on that table and see the politician that can meet us, is it halfway for starters, and then we grow or progress from that point.
Yeah, it's really funny how we have standards in our day-to-day activities, in our lives, in our relationships, our friendship with people. We have the standards we've set where we expect people to tick the boxes before we get them to us. But when it gets to do with politics, we seem not to really have those standards, you know, where we know the kind of politician, so to speak, or a leader that we want to, you know, be our leader. We know what we expect from them, but still we'll vote what we feel will meet our financial needs for the greedy ones. We'll get into more of these conversations. We'll go on a short break. We'll come back to look into the newspaper reviews where we have more of these conversations coming up. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
So we're starting with the Daily Sun newspaper, and the major story here says ICPC uncovers new fake agency. Phony National Brands Development Office discovered in SGF's office. Tinubu orders arrest of Wambueze, 3 permanent secretaries. Now that is serious. Still on the Saturday Sun, Peter Obi, my plans to reset Nigeria. NDC standard bearer throws veiled jab at Tinubu I take that again. NDC standard bearer throws veiled jab at Tinubu, unveils plans on economy, security, food security, others. Shock as landslide consumes Calabar community. From entrepreneur to His Royal Majesty, on how Igwe Chinedu Benson ascend Adaziani throne. All right, insecurity, food shortage looms in Southwest. Afenifere crying out there, at 50, I can date 40-year-old man. Chigol speaking, okay. All right, so I saw this story yesterday from Afenifere, where they were complaining about their farmlands, that the farmers can no longer go to the farm without being attacked, and how foods are getting scarce over there, and they're calling on the government to do something about it. You know, before it was a northern issue, but now it's becoming a western issue as well, you know, from the west. And just recently in ENUGU, we also hear kidnappings here and there, and some other states, you know, in the country. It's becoming troubling.
Yes, it is. But you should remember that old saying that when you dip one finger into the oil, gradually it spreads to the others. The baseline remains what you had a conversation over yesterday for a long time. Insecurity. If you have a situation of insecurity in one part of the country, simplicity simply means that people will begin to move from an unsafe zone to safe zones. And gradually, even the criminals will begin to move to begin to look for what is naturally called soft targets. And it grows. But we all forget the biggest problem that is going to face us. If the farmer cannot go to the farms, what happens to the food? Food security has been one big problem in Nigeria. And now, when you wrap around insecurity to it, it means our challenges will begin to grow. So how do we check it? If you want to isolate insecurity to say it's a matter of the North, where does the food come from? The potatoes and the rest. So if we check insecurity with all the defense budgets and the security budgets of each state government, if we reduce that, really arrest insecurity, reduce that and take the balance and put into food security, you discover that the inflation you were talking about just within the week concerning the price of food stuff would definitely go down. So must we wait till we get to a position, as you rightly said, that when it becomes an issue that's in the spotlight, government begins to react?
Yes.
It shouldn't be.
So what then happens to the forest guards? If you have the forest guards, they are supposed to scare away these insurgents or what have you, so that farmers can actually take advantage of the farms, of course. I have to use the word take advantage because that's the situation we're in now. So farmers can go farm and get the farm produce and, of course, get back to the people on the dry land and what have you. What happens to the forest guards? We just hear on the papers that some of them are undergoing training. Some of them, they just launched them and they're already distributed to the different strategic locations and what have you. But every now and then we keep hearing one insecurity issues or the other, kidnapping and what have you. What happens to them?
That's a good question. But the answer is just before us. What do I mean by that? Insecurity is an issue. It didn't start today. It didn't start yesterday. It has always been there. When governors talk about security votes, it's a situation. Let me give you an analogy that was on. I'm not going to mention the state, neither the governor. This analogy is more than 20 years ago, where the chief security advisor to the governor of a particular state was the one going to discuss with criminals to come and cause problem within the state when he is broke. Now, can you imagine that? So now, you asked a question, what happens to the forest guards? Probably, you may be thinking that they are not doing their job. But has it occurred to you that Nigeria has a large expanse of forest land? Now, have they ever given you the number of forest guards in terms of space covered in the forest? So
we keep hearing 1,000 guards.
1,000. Let's take 1,000 guards and put these 1,000 guards in a forest that there are different forests in different parts. Let's take you to, I don't know if you've been there. Have you been to?
Likely I've not been to.
You don't even know where I'm going to. Have you ever imagined why Sambisa Forest, the terrorists there have not been pushed out? Because it's a vast land. So imagine a situation where you put just 1,000 people there, or the Oyo National Park, where the recent incident happened, where people were kidnapped and taken there. Put just 1,000 people in there. So you begin to ask yourself, it's like you have a population of 1 million and you put 1,000 to cover 1 million. What's the percentage?
It's not like they are with one very bad ammunition
in terms of the arms and ammunition.
Yes.
So we need to begin to practically break this thing down. The security experts should be able to begin to put in place systems that would ensure that these large swaths of land can be taken over by security agencies step by step until the entire forest areas have been taken care of. But if, for example, I'm using the Oyo situation again, if, for example, people were kidnapped into a certain area in the Oyo National Park, and the entire focus is to release those people kidnapped, set them free. After that operation, what happens? Remember, it's still in Nigeria, where they discovered a drug lab in one of these forests being run by Mexicans. So, what capacity do we have as a country, so to speak, to check these anomalies?
Indeed. Indeed. Let's now look into another paper here. We have the Vanguard, the Saturday Vanguard. Night of horror that left 24 dead in Plateau. The writer says, they killed my wife, 4 children. Survivor speaking there. Mother shields 2 kids from gunfire with her body. Wow. 2027, Peter Obi lists 5 critical questions that should shape polls. Begins campaigns in Onitsha. Kwara, Governor Abdul Razak simply trailblazing in sports. And Governor Adeleke's victory. Nigerians must replicate Osun experience in 2027. Lawyers, activists speaking there. The writer says, charge electorate to emulate Osun voters. How federal might came to Osun and met the people. That you can find on page 29. This is coming from Ozodinma. Ozodinma celebrates as Imo records first successful robotic assisted surgery east of the Niger. That you find on page 5 of the Saturday Vanguard. And why Gasol-led NFF board was advised to resign. And death toll of Sokoto boat mishap rises to 53. ICPC uncovers another fake agency in SGF's office. Now let's look at the fake agency. This is not, remember the reports from the ICPC after the president ordered them to probe the case. The report says they found 2 fake agencies apart from the supposed phantom agency that everybody was talking about. And just now we are looking at another fake agency discovered. How many agencies could be fake so far in that same agency? And what happens to the government?
You are looking at it from the statistics perspective to say numbers. But shouldn't we be asking, do we have an alternate government that empowers some people to establish agencies on fake? When I was growing up, we're used to ghost workers syndrome, where people's name are listed for payroll, they are not there, and people collect money with those names. Now we're talking about fake agencies, but there is something you're missing about this fake agency. Do you know where it was found?
Is it like under the nose of the government?
One of the office, it had office space with where the secretary of the federation was, secretary to the government of the federation. Fake agency under the nose of the government. How? That's why the 3 permanent secretaries are also going to be investigated. We need to begin to ask ourselves questions. If an agency is fake, how did it get established in the first place? And what can be done for us to begin to look at this situation from the perspective of this is a criminal offense? Look, have you noticed something? We've talked and talked and talked about First Phantom. Are we talking about it now?
Almost not. No, you're not.
So, do we see it as a normal situation in Nigeria when things go wrong? Or are we going to look at things the way they should be? For example, you said, if you want to be employed, they give you something to fill and then see if they can tick the boxes. So, when something is not normal, shouldn't we be thinking of it from a criminal perspective? How can an agency be established and it's running and it's operating from the office of the SSG, and today we're saying it's fake?
And also, these people have employees, people that are working for them.
You're looking at it from, they have employees, people are working for them.
Everybody is working like it's a normal, real
I want you to imagine
agency.
I want you to imagine this scenario. By next year, by next year, the present administration will be 4 years in office. That's why we're going into an election year next year. So, how come from when they got into power till now, we're just discovering this fake and the other fake and the other fake? I thought that what we learned when we were young, that a new broom sweeps clean.
Yeah.
So what are we missing?
Maybe they didn't think of it from that angle, that there will be any fake. And it's really surprising that all of these things happened from one stamping to the other, and nobody got to find out until the supposed fake DJ started making a noise and it became very popular.
We have a huge problem in Nigeria, and we don't need anybody else to help us in solving it. We should be the same people that will solve it. If we get our leadership right, there's no way we cannot solve these problems.
It's giving the corporate scam. It's corporate scam. All right, so now let's take a look at the Guardian newspaper. On the Guardian, electoral justice will ultimately drive peaceful elections in Nigeria. That you can find on page 8 of the Guardian Weekend. Spotlight: how leadership, innovation, trust can make Nigerians on universities resilient. How leadership, innovation, trust can make Nigerian universities resilient. And full security, Afenifere seeks robust military action to curb banditry in Southwest, boost farming. 2027, INEC to conduct mock accreditation in November. Ogoni leaders fought resumption of oil exploration amid dialogue. It's always a back and forth with the Ogonis and oil. And power sector woes. Experts propose cassava effluent to energy solutions. U.S. court permits FBI to review Tinubu draw case files in private. Okay. And 2027 polls. Why politicians should embrace issue-based campaign. Hashtag 2027 Tinubu Adeleke and danger of assumptions. 2027 National Rainbow Coalition for Tinubu underway. Wiki reveals. Wow. Okay, the last but not the least. Fake agencies. Tinubu suspends 3 permanent secretaries as ICPC uncovers fresh scam. So on the Guardian, everything here, it's politics, election. I won't be surprised. We are really going to have a whole lot of elections to look into this period. Of course, it's a tense period for elections and what have you. In as much as I'm tempted to go all into elections, of course, I just have to. I don't have a choice. Now, let's look into this. This one coming from Yes Wike. National Rainbow Coalition for Tinubu on the way, Wike reveals. And one keeps asking, is Wike still a PDP member? And what in the heck, what in heaven's name is he still doing in PDP? And even if he has a faction that is the leader of the faction, don't they have, oh yeah, that's true, don't they have someone that can speak up and say, boss, we know that you're a factional leader, right? Or you're the leader, but this is wrong. We can't do this. No. Let's stop this. Like, do we even still have PDP? Can Nigerians still boast that there's a party called PDP? Because at this point, PDP is becoming a joke. No, I stand to be corrected. Because what in the wildest name is happening?
Well, let me look at it from the other perspective. You know the other perspective?
Which is?
If opposition can have a coalition, what stops one man from one party in the opposition to form a rainbow coalition to support Tinubu? Is there anything wrong with it? And what you said, for me, it's a big joke. Why is it a big joke? Wike is the boss of PDP, so to speak.
So to speak.
A faction of PDP, so to speak. And that faction of PDP appears to be the one that's recognized by INEC.
You can imagine.
Now, you are here saying, shouldn't somebody tell him that tone down? We're from a different party, we're in the opposition. The question you should have asked is, from the get-go, after the elections, 2023, when Wike was still there, before he was made minister, was he not saying he's in support of Tinubu?
Yeah, it was later on that
and
you got to learn.
When he became the minister, he has always been talking in favor of President Tinubu. So, for me, it's consistent. And then you should have asked yourself, when he launched the Rainbow Coalition in Rivers State, was he not in PDP?
He was.
Was Fubara not in PDP?
Oh, Fubara.
So, why I'm asking these questions is simply for you to understand that what I said some time ago, that for politicians, what is important is their interest.
Yes, their interest is permanent.
Wike has always been following his interest, whether we like it or not.
So let's take it that officially PDP does not have a presidential candidate, and they're endorsing that of Tinubu.
That's you taking it.
That's the message.
Hold it as PDP made an official statement.
They haven't actually. But talking about PDP, just like you said, Wike's faction is the supposed recognized faction. And if the supposed recognized faction is backing Tinubu, endorsing Tinubu with the supposed coalition, Rainbow, whatever, so that means they don't have a presidential candidate.
You're still speculating. Why don't you wait? He said Rainbow Coalition for Tinubu is coming. Let it come so that we will see. Why are you speculating?
Okay.
There is, look, the campaigns for presidential election and National Assembly have started already. So it's a simple system of opening the page one after the other.
Patiently.
And the politicians will reveal what they want to do. You may think that Wike is a bit too forward. But before some other people will say they've got a coalition, he has told you, I said it first, that Rainbow Coalition is coming. So I think rather than sit back and relax and let the politicians have a field day, we should be more calculative. Who do we want as our leaders in the next election, 2027, for House of Reps, for Senate, and for the presidency? We should become so calculative that we should be asking questions, just what I said when we started. We should ask the right questions and get the right answers. Questions of credibility, questions of integrity, questions of transparency, questions of people's welfare, questions that will transform our lives to be better. Now, there's someone, when you mentioned emo, I was thinking you were going into politics, but then you told us of a robotic assisted surgery. For me, that shows the direction of the health sector and medicine.
In that state, right?
Not in that state.
Okay.
In Nigeria. Because most times we hear of robotic assisted surgery outside the country. But if it's now possible in Nigeria with the Imo State experience, I think it's time for most governments who have functional hospitals to begin to put this in place. You know, it pains me when you hear that somebody is ill and has to be rushed abroad for treatment. And I keep asking myself, the hospitals they build and designate as center of excellence.
What happens to them?
Yeah.
Why can't they be used? Why can't we have a copy of what happens outside the country here?
Where they
Even if it takes some of those foreigners to come be our doctors here.
Which foreigners? Haven't you heard? Data shows that the best doctors all over the world are Nigerians.
What do you want me to say?
The same Nigerians abroad.
Because that's the issue. That's the issue. They keep leaving because they're not treating them well.
Yes, but when they go abroad, they are the people
forefront at the hospitals there.
Everybody see when it comes to whatever sector they are in terms of health. But why can't we put the same things that you can find in hospitals abroad in Nigeria? Is it equipment wise? And then pay them the same packages so that we'll leave them here. And then, after all, it's medical tourism. So why can't we have people flowing into Nigeria the same way Nigerians go to India and other parts of the world? We can get that done too. So why are we not doing it?
Because everybody's attention right now is on election politics.
No. I disagree with you. Why am I saying that? Maybe if Mark Ginger was here, that question would have gone to him. But looking at it from the other perspective, we're just talking about elections now. From before today, how are the health facilities? From the PHCs, that's the primary health care, how are the health facilities? How are they?
And most of these primary healthcare centers, they just make the buildings available, no advanced equipment, no nothing inside. It's just hospital beds and nurses here and there. It's always a challenge. Even in some hospitals, you don't even have some of the advanced equipment you need. Generally, hospitals in Nigeria, there's just the grace of God for people to even go and get proper medication in Nigeria hospitals.
What you're saying does not reflect what happens in some private institutions as hospitals. They have like the best.
Yeah, private.
So you can begin to imagine a situation whereby government cannot provide, but a private man can provide. I don't understand that.
Most of the government hospitals, even the private people, take some of the properties there and enrich their private organizations.
Really?
Yeah.
That's an allegation. Because why I said it's an allegation is because that's a criminal offense.
No. It's possible, and it's also true, because most of them, the angle I'm coming from is that even like drugs, most of these supposed medical personnel that are in charge of most of those maybe pharmacy or something, some of the drugs that they get, they push some of them. These are corruption, of course. They push some of them to their pharmacy, and when you come to get drugs, they'll write and tell you to go to a certain place. They don't have it in this very place. And you start to wonder what is happening. But sometimes the government sends some of these things, they request for these things, and they get them. But when they get them, it does not last with them because they push them to their private wards. And at the end of the day, people still don't have access to it. But notwithstanding, we know for a fact that the government is not doing enough to monitor some of the supposed equipment, or shall I say drugs that they send to different hospitals. They don't monitor them to be sure that it arrives and it stays with the hospital and services the patients there.
When you say government, it's like saying there is nobody supervising the hospital. Do you understand what I'm saying? A hospital has its own head, and there are levels of leadership in every hospital. So it is somebody's job to ensure that drugs sent in are sent in for a purpose.
And used for that purpose. So what happens when the head in that hospital is in part of the corruption going on? That's why we should have the government body, not in the hospital, that has a routine monitoring team.
That's what the Ministry of Health
to check if they are aware of what is happening. If that's way they can manage the issues going on.
They don't have to. There is something that is called on the spot audit check. So remember what I said, Nigerians should be more calculative in this election. If you have leaders that want the right thing to be done, it simply means that on the spot audit checks can be carried out for any institution, any government institution, or any facility, so that at the end of the day, every item that was sent to, let's say, Hospital A that is government owned, after a month can be verified that yes, those items got there and they were used, and this was how they were used.
Yes,
how many analgesics, whatever the name is, was used for how many patients. These things are there. The paperwork is there. But if we wait for the politician to come down there, it may not happen. But if we are getting a politician who knows that the health of the average individual is important, and we've always had this situation where there are no drugs in hospitals, that will be his focus.
Okay, so now let's look at the Weekend Trust, another newspaper. On the Weekend Trust, mining for survival, dying in pits. Mining for survival, dying in pits. Tinubu suspends 3 permanent secretaries as ICPC uncovers another fake agency. And this other story here says Ndalayi, a royal mill going extinct. Campaign begins. As campaign begins, you can see boldly on the Weekend Trust, billboard permits fees rattle candidates. I love Weekend Trust. I so love Weekend Trust, the way they are dramatic with some of the explanations. 2027 presidential and governorship campaigns, you can seal the padlock of 100 million naira to open and 150 million naira to open
for billboards.
And I would like us to look at that, but let me finish other stories. Inside FMC's frontline Lassa FIFA battle. Okay, that's it. This is what we call small but mighty. The Weekend Trust today may not have much stories on it, but this very major story as campaign begins, billboard permit fees rattle candidates. Why? Understand the need for a state or for politicians to take advantage of this period to, get money for their state's revenues. I understand that. But in politics, during the election, the more expensive it becomes, the more possibility for corruption to eat even deeper. Because people start to think if they're investing in quote certain amounts for campaigns and they were able to finally make it, you see that money, they will not just get it back, but they'll get interest. And that's where corruption comes in. That's where you start to, I'm not trying to give excuses.
But you're giving it
I'm
already.
giving actually. But then again, we also have to look into this. And why isn't the president saying anything about it? Is it not in his territory or purview to look into something like this, where states take advantage of the fact that they are the administrator of that state? Any other opposition party cannot post their campaign bill or a billboard any other place because of the huge amount, especially to up and coming parties that are not very popular.
Let me ask you, Lady Christopher, you intend to contest for a position. Normally you do a budget,
right,
that covers from the ward level down to the states. For example, presidential, it has to be ward level to the state and all over the federation. But let me just reduce it to say House of Reps. It depends on the number that covers the area you want to represent. Remember, we had this conversation sometime, and I told you that people can do without billboards.
Yeah, we had this conversation, and I was strongly against it.
Do without billboards
in this 21st century.
It's
in this age and time.
Yes, it's a
how effective will it be? I don't know why I'll still always stand against it.
It's good for you to stand against it, but there's something I need to tell you. If 50,000 people see your billboard, there's nothing wrong with it. But also remember that each word has a specific number of voters. And that's the way it grows to the state. Specific number of voters. And the big joke is this. The money you pay for billboard, there is no guarantee because your billboard has no system of tracking. It's not digital to track how many people
view it.
Yes. And then this money you are paying only gives you access to now begin to do what? To put up your billboards. It's not the money for putting up the billboards. It's just for access to put up billboards and then use other campaign materials. So, as Christopher, wouldn't you begin to weigh your options?
Especially when you don't have the money others have.
You asked a question, and the state governments, they all want to rake in money for the elections. You remember we talked about it when Anambra said it. And it's been going on and on and on and on, and it will continue. Remember too, in case you're forgetting, that right now, there is a limit. Every candidate for the election cannot exceed in terms of their campaign funding. So if 100 million or 150 million, because the cost differs from state to state, will make you exceed your budget, won't you reconsider? The truth is, you need the votes. So how do you get the votes? With the billboards, if you have 1,000 billboards in a state or 1,000 billboards in your local government, will those billboards vote for you or the people will vote for you?
Okay, I think I'm gradually...
How do you put yourself in the minds of the people?
I think I'm gradually buying your thoughts now.
I don't want you to buy.
At this
I'm not
point,
selling.
at this point now, it's not just about the billboard. You can now do, the normal mass campaign.
How do you mobilize?
Yes, on all these pickup buses there, you campaign, vote for this person.
If you are going to do that, if you are going to print the campaign messages on the vehicle, you need to pay that 150.
But you won't have like an image of the person, so how they have an idea of who you're talking about. You still have to pay them.
Where would you put that image?
You don't have to put it. We are not pasting it anywhere. We'll just hold it like this and say, CEO, this is the face of, this is the party, not even the face again, this is the party you're voting for. Stamp on this, you know, something like this.
Those can be done now. Enlightenment campaign can be done. But I don't really want us to see it. Yes, it may not favor everybody. But what I'm always thinking of is, what is the alternative to it? If you don't have enough to pay that money, but you have enough to deal with your campaign and get the votes, why are you bothering yourself about that? But also remember this, if you're a good candidate, people will be ready to pay that money for you.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. So now let's look at the Saturday Independent 2027 Obi flags off campaign, promises to cut wasteful spending, protect investments. United Nigeria Airlines intervenes to fund Chinua Achebe Prize for Fiction for 10 years with 20 million naira. Soludo-led administration ignores writers' appeal on awards. Road to death, how Nigerians risk Sahara Mediterranean in desperate quest for Europe. And inside the scrap metal crime economy, who is buying Nigeria's stolen infrastructure? Tinubu orders suspension of 3 permanent secretaries as ICPC uncovers another fake agency in SGF office. Releasing President Tinubu's records will cause anarchy, FBI tells US courts. Jokesiva Kiki strip the creative industry hustle bare at QEDNG summit. Beyond religious tourism, Lagos Ibadan Expressway boost global economy, say worshippers. All right, which of the stories are getting to me? I've been trying to avoid this FBI releasing information on Tinubu. I don't know why I've been trying to avoid it. I believe you're familiar with that story, looking at the heaviness of it. But I think one of the stories we ran into, I think it says that U.S. court permits FBI to review Tinubu draw case files in private, because normally the lawyer was asking for it to be open so that they can see it. But based on what the FBI is saying, that it will endanger lives and put their how do they call it again? There's a way they put it, whatever their plans were, it will reveal their plans and all of that. But is it not a thing of concern, even if there's nothing yet? You know, this case has not really been dealt with, the whole drug case with the president, even if there haven't been any judgment yet, because they're still working towards it. You know, in other countries where you have a leader being dented, you know, there's one stigma or one thing attached to your image. They always resign to clear their name before they pursue any other position. But in Nigeria, it's not always the case. And in most of these foreign countries, you don't have to go to a court and get maybe being found guilty. Once a name is or one thing is attached to you, they just resign and then maybe look for a way to sort that out. Why don't we have things like that in Nigeria? And why are Nigerians not concerned when their leaders are being labeled in a particular way, accused of a particular thing? They still go ahead to campaign, to vote for them, to still, you know, nominate them for a particular role or position. Why do we still experience something like that? When we claim we are advanced and we are in the 21st century where people are learning from different advanced countries and what they do.
Let's go back to the cocoa. What is the cocoa? The cocoa is FBI says if they release it, it will cause anarchy. Now, the question I need to ask, anarchy where? Is it in the US? Is it in Nigeria? Where? That's one question. Now, Greenspan used the Freedom of Information Act in the US to ask for releases concerning that matter. The best I can say, because I am not seeing the documents the FBI has. I don't. I have not seen it. So the best I can say is, we'll wait. But the judge has agreed. Probably they've shown him snippets of it, and he now says yes.
It should be in private.
It should be in private. It should not be revealed. But I also do know that in the same US, after a certain number of years, some documents that have been kept as things that cannot be released to the public, sometimes they release them and said, it's okay to release. But the major question is, because you were saying abroad, if people are accused, let me give you a very good example. How many times was the present US President Donald Trump has been accused of several things? Has he resigned?
No, but that man is dogged.
No, it's a simple question.
No, he hasn't.
He hasn't. So we need to also ask, don't forget that unless you're found guilty, most of those who resign, it depends on how they feel. Some feel that this I didn't do. If this will tarnish my integrity and affect my family, I better let it go, and they resign. But for some others, they will tell you if there is no proof, they're not resigning. Now, you also talked about, yes, there's an accusation. So, if you're accused of something today, I expect you to resign. I should show proof. And if you're that strong-willed, you can still insist you're not resigning if you want to serve your tenure. But where I'm going is, in the eye of the public, the same information given, there are so many perspectives in terms of interpretation. That's why I asked you the anarchy. Is it in Nigeria or in the US? They didn't tell you where. So, if you say that I am being accused today because I want to contest an election, there are still some people that will still want to vote for me. There are some that are waiting for just that smear to say, we are suspecting this man. Thank God I won't vote for him. For me, I would have expected that this issue would have been brought to an end. FBI would have released what they would release, and then probably those documents will be brought to Nigeria. And then we know the next phase. Is it going to court in Nigeria? Or what is the next phase? But now, we are still there.
And they should be fast about it so the Nigerians can
Who is
really
going
know.
to be fast about it?
Yes, whatever they're doing. So the Nigerians can really know what they have at hand.
Somebody has told you without giving you the information you need that if we release this, it will cause anarchy.
And they decided to see it in private now.
Wait, don't jump the gun here. Just wait a bit. You remember, sometimes you need to take some information with a pinch of salt. We were told by the US and the UK that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. And that's why they went to war. Now you're smiling. But several years later, of many people, innocent people killed, infrastructure damaged in Iraq, we got to know that there were no weapons of mass destruction.
Smart.
So, those who died, what happened to them? Those who lost everything, what happened to them? And are you aware that the leaders who took those decisions walked freely? The ball is in your court.
All right, so let's just permit me to say jump through this very last paper and then wrap it up on the newspaper review. And this is Saturday Punch. On Saturday Punch, another fake agency. Federal government suspends 3 permanent secretaries. Orders arrest. Osun Naira reign. How APC, a quote, splashed 100 billion naira. We saw money and started dancing. I have never seen such money in my entire political career. Some local governments received 500 million naira each. APC leader speaking there. The money was huge. We couldn't finish it. After the election, about 1 billion naira was still left idle in a party leader's house. A called chieftain. All right, and the EFCC unfreezes Osun accounts after Tinubu's order. After how many days? After how many days? Okay.
Now you sabi.
Oyobamiji sues for peace. Okay, then this one says fat short albino when jokes become lifelong scars. Why we left America for Nigeria with 5 children, US professor wife. Are you sure that was a smart decision? Are you aware of what Nigeria is saying right now? Are you sure? So to get more information on that, get to page 2 to find out why a US professor and wife would leave America for Nigeria with 5 children. Get the Saturday Punch to learn more about that. All right, now time for us to leave. We have more exciting package coming your way. Stay with us. Don't go nowhere.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Nigeria's democratic landscape operates as a hybrid regime defined by 27 years of uninterrupted civilian rule alongside deep-seated electoral apathy and institutional friction. While the country successfully transitioned from military dictatorship to its fourth republic in 1999, recent political metrics revealed a widening gap between democratic processes and citizen trust. The state of the nation's politics is increasingly shaped by severe economic pressures, shifting from voting demographics and preparations for the upcoming 2027 general elections. A study by the Impact Development Initiative revealed that 77.8%, that's about 28 out of 36 of Nigerian states, rank in the low democracy performance band, with 0 states achieving a high consolidation score. Local public sentiment polls reveal that only 41% of citizens trust the Independent National Electoral Commission, while trust in the National Assembly sits even lower at 22%. Ahead of the 2027 general elections, minor political parties are seeking coalitions to challenge the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC. Although 77% of citizens express an intention to vote, a steep 42% openly fear electoral violence, establishing security and logistics as crucial prerequisites for reversing national voter apathy. And this is where I'll leave it for
and
Oracle
this morning on Signature TV morning, we have with us live in the studio Chief Dan Ikechukwu Lassie. A man defined by courage, clarity, and unshakable commitment to truth, who has traversed all the political divides as advisor, political player, and Chief Dan Olase is here with us. Chief Olase, you are welcome to Signature Morning on Signature Television.
Good morning.
Nice you are looking for somebody who has gotten to the 80th floor and moving gradually, nibbling to the 9th floor. Looking this agile and healthy is a secret you have to first start with. What is this secret?
Christ Jesus.
Christ Jesus.
Simple answer.
That's interesting.
Everything about life belongs to the Creator. Unfortunately, that people don't even understand the environment where they operate. When you don't understand your mother and your father, then you have a problem. You live in a country where the country as Nigeria cannot honestly tell you the number of its citizens. If you are married today and you have a wife, you know she has 1, 2, 3 or 4 or 5 children. If you have 2, like it still happens in most of our environment, you should be able, the first question you answer is to know this is my wife or these are my wives and this is the number of children I have. Anybody who misses that basic principle of life is a failure. That is why, unfortunately, I have classified Nigeria almost a failing country because it cannot tell who are his citizens. Where are they? Where are they coming from? Are they in Nigeria? Are they in Sokoto? Are they in ENUGU? Where are they? And it doesn't mean anything to anybody. That is why when, before the interview started, so much hunger in the country. Should there be hunger in a country where God has blessed with enormous amount of human and material resources? Should there be hunger? People who don't have oil doing much better than we are. So it's consequential on behavior patterns. Dishonesty is becoming a genetic part of Nigerian life. If you enter into public office and you live a life of honesty and you come out, your people say you're a fool. Don't you see Mr. Okeke, Mr. Mohammed, ordinary chairman of local, 6 months, he's come back with a new jeep. A councillor comes back with a Peugeot. That is the way of life. Nobody thinks of the common person that helped them to get there. And this is why I was listening to an argument people were making. They said, why do people take 5,000 or 10,000 from the polling booth? And I asked somebody, why wouldn't they take? And somebody, very responsible to return, I said, civilized. I said, why? Will they see that person again? They will never see that person again. Unfortunately, they will never see that person again. So that money in his hands, though fraudulently acquired, is the only, even if it's one day he feeds or she feeds her family with it, he said you can go to hell because nobody remembers them. 774 local governments, water is not running anywhere in 21st century Nigeria. And you don't think we need a democratic revolution? This is why if it's the same God I worship, P2B will president-elect by the grace of God, unless he doesn't want this country to stand. I believe so. And the Lord I worship has never disappointed me. That's why they're making every effort. Dismantle him, kill him if possible. But that might be the beginning of the tragedy that will befall this country.
All right, so before we go deep into that, let's go to the roots. All right, you are a political technocrat, one of the founders of the PDP.
Yes.
Let's start with your passion, your vision. What led you into politics in the first place? How did it started for you? And what did you have in mind when you went into politics?
Well, it's an exciting question because unfortunately most people didn't know that I was born into a political family.
Okay.
My late father, who died in 2009 at the age of 97, if you were, well, you were not born before the war. he was the chairman of NCNC in the whole of northern Nigeria and president of Igbo State Union in northern Nigeria. So I lived in a house, then I was in college at St. Teresa's. If you come back on holiday, when the phone rings, it's either MI or Zik is ringing, giving a message that will be distributed to all Igbos in the north. So I watched the development of Igbos standpoint. I saw the civil war, I saw the pogrom, I saw the development. My number is B/009. I was among the first officers commissioned in Biafra. I had just finished my high school at St. Teresa's College in Soka, and I was teaching at the Queen of the Rosary Secondary School. And every day, my late friend now, Emeka Nigeria, who was then president of the Student Union in the university, they would rush into the classroom. We didn't understand what it meant. But when you get to ENUGU railway station, you see why we fought the Civil War. You see women with open stomach, people with one eye, one hand. And I said, like I said the last interview I had on Arise or I said, I have so much respect for the Far North. Those killed during the program were not in Kano, Kaduna, or Sokoto, between Plateau and Makode, what used to be Benue Plateau. And listen to what their governor said. Plateau governor said a week and a half ago, or 2 weeks ago, that prompted my interview with Arise. Immediately said, Ndoka Baibana said, I must talk. I said, this was where the Igbos were killed. And this governor was apologizing to the Igbos. What did he say? That if what they know now and they knew then, that they would have joined the Igbos to fight the rest of the country. Didn't you hear that news? That was governor of Plateau State. President governor, not yesterday. That was a significant development in the history of this country. That if they know now what they knew then, they would have joined us in the Civil War. We were in PDP together. In fact, he sits next to me most of the time in meetings, and I don't talk to him, and he knows why. But I said, he is seeking for election, second term, and he knows that Igbos constitute more than 20% of the whole plateau, and he needs our vote. All the time, union people have been calling me. I said, no. If he's the only available alternative, vote for him. At least he's made an open confession. Let the rest be for God. So the political process is there hope? What we're seeing. If you go to the background of Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe coming back from America with the American Presidential Initiative, he thought Nigeria was a function of statistics. He went from Lagos to Kano to here. And he settled from Ghana, he came back to Lagos. And then finally there was the first election either in 1952 or 53, where SNC, after Herbert Macaulay had passed on, swept Western Nigeria. At least they formed majority. And Zik was head of government business in Western House of Assembly. And Akinloye came up after conspiracy with, what is the name of the former premier of Western Nigeria, Awolowo, and bowed before Zik and shifted to the opposition. Two other people went across and we lost majority. And Zik ceased to be the head of government business. That came also an unfortunate development because he was forced to come back to ENUGU. And conspiratorial theories came up and they removed Eyota, who was head of government business here, and put Zik in. That particular problem manifested our loss of the Civil War. That was why the South never supported that until the end of the war. I have been making effort over the past 20-something years, reconcile them. It's not been easy, but we're working. These are areas I don't like to enter into because it's very emotional for me. Because we lost thousands of lives in this stupidity, So in 1998, a few of us met. Myself, Alex Ekweme, were following him, later to Nwankwo. Even Ateze showed a lot of political interest. So we said, which way forward? And we should really make an analysis. Which way forward? Finally, Dr. Emma Abara invited us. When we came in, he looked at me and said, "You're Shifula's sister." I said, "Yes, sir." "How is your mother?" I said, "She's late." He wept. He said, "She used to cook for us. I spare me when I told the northern states, it's your place in Kaduna who eats." But that spirit does not exist anymore. So, but the summary of what I'm saying is that they were politicians who had the best interest of this country at heart. In ENUGU here, a northerner, now I'm forgetting his name, was the mayor of the city of ENUGU. A northerner. then it was, you know, an anathema to think about it. But an Northerner was mayor of the city of Enugu under NCNC. Alvan Ikoku, SG Ikoku defeated his father in state assembly election. You can see how politics evolved. And they go back to the same house. They go back to the same house. Because when we found PRP, I was asking SG, how did you manage to live in the same house with your father? He said, well, he's my father. He owned the house. So we'll come back there. When I come back, my mother will give me food.
You go with and go through to their party businesses.
Yes.
Sir, at what point did we lose it? And Nigeria quietly slided into tribalistic nation that is taking us to the point of extinction.
You know, I left the University of Nigeria in 1973, graduated in microbiology. In 1974, we were the first state of the National Youth Service Corps, and I served in northwestern states. And they posted me to Bida General Hospital. I established the pathology lab there for 1 year, came back. So it's, the question just reminds me of the thinking processes we go through when you say, when did we lose it? You know, in the lectures he gave to the convocation of the University of Nigeria in 1974, he said that ethnicity should become a pragmatic instrument for national unity. Okay. Ethnicity should become a pragmatic instrument for national unity. Why? If I know where you're coming from, and you know where I'm coming from, it is easier for us to sit down and discuss our problems. This is what this country has failed to do. If you watched my last interview on Arise, I said, we now have 6 zonal structure. It was a Kweme. People tend to forget that it was a Kweme who initiated the 6 zonal structure. It was a Kweme. In one of these national conferences, they said it was, and the whole country was shouting, how can, that the Igbos want to secede again. People are taking advantage of it. From that, many states were then created. Why were states created? To undermine the integrity of the Southeast, to put us together, put us in one distance. But all those who did it, where are they? Go around the 5 states of the Southeast and go out to the rest of the country and see who is doing much better.
Were people taking advantage of the regionalization when it favors them? But when the major things are come, they divide Nigeria into 2, north and south. Yes. And you have been a politician. How has that played out? Each time they tell us it's north-south. What has happened to the 6 regional, which we even apply in everything we do in all our data analysis? Yes. So what?
This is what I call the convenience of amnesia. You know, I have met both of you today, and tomorrow I'll pretend that I never met you because of one thing you maybe did or said that has stupidly made me to think of you otherwise without looking at the principles of what you said. And I said, the 6 component parts of this country have to sit down to know what our problems are, what are the differences, how do we manage these differences, if we must live as one nation. Because we don't have a country. We don't have a country. In Igbo land, this is the only section of this country where 99% of people speak one dialect. People tend to forget that in the north there are so many sub-dialectic processes there. Even though Hausa dominates everybody. But people in the Benue Plateau now almost virtually don't want to speak Hausa anymore. It's only in Igbo land. You leave here, go to Abakaliki, go to Umuahia, go to Anambra, you will understand what your brother is saying. There might be, you know, differences in dialectic pronunciation, but it's the same thing. So what has gone wrong? Hate, corruption, greed. You know, when people take vows for unsurpassed devotion to duty in civilized communities, in Nigeria we take vows for unsurpassed devotion to stealing. That is why water is not running. That's why water is running. In my place, Independent Land, I've lived there now for 33 years. Water has not dropped for 1 year, 1 day. For 1 day. Now water runs for about 60,000 these tankers. I use it 2 times every month. How many people can afford that? How many people can afford that? So what I'm trying to clear is that there has to be a basis of discussion. If not, I was watching, I think it was on Arise, AIT, somebody was saying something this morning, that when this country collapses, it's going to be chaotic. Because the hunger in the land is so much, it will come up to the point, you go to your village. Now, when I go to Newe, for instance, hitherto, if I go to my village with, say, X amount of money, I'll come back with change. Now, when I go to village with X amount of money, I will borrow money from my relations to put fuel to go back. Because people who hitherto were not asking you for help. I said, if it starts happening in Newe, my town, one of the most progressive, rich communities in this country, not just in Ebola, then there's crisis in many places. That's the only way you can start to imagine what is going on. That people who used to give are now asking, begging, then there's problem.
So many Nigerians believe that democracy, delivered, let's say, democratic stability, political stability, yes. While others argue that it does not deliver economic stability. But in your years of, politics, what would you say exactly is politics like? Are we succeeding, or is politics failing in Nigeria?
We don't play democracy in Nigeria. Unfortunately, what we have is what I call democratic centralism. A governor sits down, he forgets how he came up. He puts in a senator, puts in members of the federal house, puts in state assembly members. And that's the end of democracy. Unless there's somebody extraordinarily strong in that state who comes up with some force, some financial force to fight. You're talking of democracy. Have you ever seen any state where local government elections are conducted and an opposition party wins one local government, or even a councillor? That is the first thing your mind will go up to know what democracy is supposed that you vote, I vote, you vote, he votes, and the person who has the largest vote wins. They stay in government houses and write results of local government elections. This is going to be the tragedy of what they are now trying to bring up, state police. That will be the tragedy of Nigeria. Go and mark the day I said this in this office. Because governors will kill people with their agents. If you wake up in the morning to attack them, to oppose them, you think you're non-demitted.
So with this rascality of winner takes it all,
yes.
Quite recently, I just want to be specific. Cardinal Onaiko, at 82 years, joined the Conference of Catholic Bishops to go and pay visit to our president. The outcome has been breaking the internet, but so many rascalities and abuse and this is part of what you have said, winner takes it all. As a long-time Democrat who has played politics from the early days, thank God for your life. What do you think? Well, you said no hope?
I spoke with Onaiko 4 days ago. I didn't know how he got my number. And I was almost weeping. I said, why did you call me? He said, I watch you every time. When I wake up in the morning, I go around the station to know where you're having an interview. I learn a lot when I listen to you. And I use your courage and bravery to say something. And they're insulting me. I said, is that all why you called me? He was shocked. I said, I wish I was looking at your face. Is that all why you called me for the first time in my life? The cardinal called me. He said, I was trained an Anglican, but I was trained by the Catholic Church from class 1 to upper stage, so I entered the university. So I have so much respect and love for the Catholic Church. Listen to what Tinubu is saying. Who is a Muslim on one side and his wife a top Christian, in fact a pastor in Redeemed Christian Church. Is that what you're thinking? Does that give you sleepless night? To think of those that the Lord has condemned already, instead of your offering service to save humanity. He said, Shibdan, I'm sorry. I said, such things do not bother you. Pray for them, because they are handling the affairs of all of us. So that God will help them not to steal more. If we give them 1 naira, let them steal 20 kobo or 30 kobo and use 70 kobo to work. The unfortunate thing, you give them 1 naira, they'll first take 50 kobo. And when they start working and see that the remaining will not do, they eat the rest. I say, Lord, that is why there is no water, there is no road. Water, the basic necessity of life God gave. Signature Television It is not running unless you are living in London. Tell me. In my last interview, I asked, can one governor, present or past, take us to his village and we open a tap and water is running? This is the only thing the common man is asking for. We didn't ask you to give him a bus. We are lucky in Igbo land that so many transporters are around the place. So if he comes out, he or she comes out in front of his compound, you might see a vehicle that passes once in 1 hour and you can go wherever she wants to go. There are places in this country that don't have that privilege. You know, in all this distorted environment, we should be grateful to God in our own environment. It might take you 1 hour to wait for a vehicle, but in 2 hours you might go from here to Aba or Mahia, wherever you want to go. There's no place in Igbo land you cannot reach. Go to Anambra now and see what the governor is doing. That's of, you know, do our carriageways. The first time I was going to my village, I came out at Amobe. I jumped into expressway. By the time I opened my eyes, I was at Neu. That is development. You don't see it any other place. He might have his shortcomings here and there, but that is positive development. You live in ENUGU here, see what young man is doing. Go in front, look at the international hospital, he's almost finished. Look at the international hotel he's building. Now I asked him, why are you building the international? He said, okay, if we don't do it, no international conference can take place here. No serious-minded businessman can come in here. If they don't have an environment, secure environment where to pass the night, or nights they want to stay. That is why it is my priority. Thinking, that kind of opera mentality. So in all these situations, we need to thank God. All they need is to have coordinated effort now among the 5 states. Not asking of 6 states. They can go to hell with their state. They like they give them say 20 states. That does not make difference in what we have on the ground, because we are still a lot better than any other zone in this country. And we have no apologies to offer to anybody. It's our people's hard work. It's a gift of God. And they can't stop it.
All right, let's come to what you earlier mentioned about the state police. Just next month, September 3, the president will be, ready to, review the bill. Many minority groups walked out while this bill was being put together because they felt the I's and the T's, the I's were not dots, the T's were not crossed, and some of the important clauses were not really looked into before jumping on the bill. And many Nigerians are calling for the state police, looking at how insecurity is bedeviling the nation. But it is surprising that you are against it. Can you just buttress more on that?
Not necessarily. Not
necessarily. Not against it.
I understand.
I'm not necessarily. What I'm saying is that if you use an instrument of power to arrest your ambition, to arrest my ambition, and I'll give you an example. Hold a local government election in any state. No other party has anything, because they write the results in government houses. They call their in-laws, who are INEC, local state INEC chairmen and members. They stay there and you'll be voting, they'll be announcing the result. It happens in this country. People are in the press. It's not news. You are voting and the result is being announced. You go to court, judge, bring evidence. Because the whole place is corrupted. This is why I said we must. That's what when, I don't want to make it public. The presidency started calling me. I said, we have to sit down and discuss the basis of Nigerian unity.
So if I understand you properly, what you're saying is that the majority of the effects of the state police is on the bad side compared to the good side. Yes. Because many people feel the majority is on the good side.
The concept is beautiful. If it to be used for which the concept was established. But if the concept is that a governor is in a state, and he takes you as his in-law to be chairman of the state police something, or if you're a retired officer, policeman or army and you're his in-law, he puts you there. Look at Amusa. Somebody put him as chairman of INEC. They're preparing for election of next year. And nobody thinks, what is he going to do? And people are now complaining. When I said it in the second to the last executive for PDP, said, how can you say that? That is why I stopped going to meeting now. They call me and say, no. How can you be Minister FCT, national leader of PDP, and 4 months ago you declared that you support Tinubu? And the last meeting we went about a month ago, the presidential candidate of PDP was staying by his left. And when I got up to speak, the whole place erupted. I said, Your Excellency, it's no more a matter of crisscrossing on telephone. Look at your left. That's the PDP presidential candidate, a former deputy governor of Cross River, Akwa Ibom State. So now, if PDP is holding a rally today in Sokoto, and APC holding a rally today in Lagos, which one will he attend? That's how the meeting ended. I said, which one will he attend? Because the president whom you serve as a minister under his government will attend the APC rally. And you have declared 4 months ago that you'll be supporting him for his presidency. So are you making a mockery of the man in your left? You said he's PDP presidential candidate. We have a problem.
Sir, we have a problem. And this problem is part of why we invited you, sir, to drink from the water, the fountain of your knowledge of being a Nigerian. And you have been speaking truth to authority. These abuse that we have found on people, one man is giving leverage to acquire so much power. It gets to a point where it becomes difficult to curb the man. You remember the issue of what they call it, this vehicle they used to carry money?
Bullion van.
Bullion van politics was played in Nigeria. It was gradual. And some people gathered so much power. The system gave them so much power that a Nigerian will beat his chest to say he has over 500 billion in circulating in Nigeria. And we are talking about people who can earn 5,000 and going to the same market with him. What can these people buy? And when they begin to buy, they continue to buy. Who will stop them eventually, sir?
Is it a question?
Yes, sir.
I'll answer your question by giving you a short narrative. I've been chairman of National Republican Convention in Anambra State during the June 12 election. Go into your record. That was the only state Ezife was governor, and I was the opposition party. I beat Ezife in Anambra. Even though the last time they maneuvered and said it's now and he had 51, I had 49. I did. So, what was my candidate's name? The Kano...
Rimi?
No, not Rimi.
Okay.
Tofa.
Okay, yes.
Tofa was the presidential candidate. June 12 election. So, why I remember this was when we went with Ekweme to Jos after PDP, the first PDP convention to bring out a presidential candidate. Shehu Shagari had organized the whole northern delegates into Jos. And we came from ENUGU by road, went by road. Myself, Letumba Nuju, a couple of other people. Many of them are late, I don't want to remember that. So we went by road, we came into Jos. Abdul Salam Abubakar was the head of state. But Ibrahim Babangida was in Jos. And there was nothing that Shehu Shagari did not do to make sure Ekweme emerged as a presidential candidate. About 5 o'clock in the morning, voting hadn't started. Then we are called, myself, latest Senator Nyabobi, who was there? A couple of other people were called to a place. When did we meet them? Ibrahim Babangida, former head of state. I said this on TV. He said, we cannot allow Ekweme to emerge. And nobody spoke, and I said, Your Excellency, why? He said, because we removed him and Shagari with a coup. It would be foolish and naive of us to allow them 10 years after to take over power. We don't know what they will do with us. So Obasanjo must go in. He left the place weeping. When I said this on an interview, people were weeping. I think it was an AIT. So it was the most frustrating day of my life. That was when this country melted. Because if Ekweme had taken over this country, in that first convention in Jos, this country would not be where it is today. All you needed was a leadership. If you give P2B Nigeria, turn it around in 2 years. All you need to turn a place around is not to be a thief. Every other person following you will not be a thief. They must perform. That is what we lack. There's no performance, no love for country. And when I started, I said people take vows of unsurpassed devotion to duty. We take vows of unsurpassed devotion to stealing, to fraud, get rich overnight. You see your brother goes in as councillor, 2 months, he comes back with a small vehicle. He goes in as chairman of local government, he comes back with a jeep. How does this money come around? And that village he comes out to intimidate his native. Water is not running. There are no roads. And shamelessly, he comes to a village meeting and distribute money to them, the road rise. We have a problem.
We have so many people like you, sir.
But you can only
have so many people like you.
But this is
that's what we're saying. Now, is it that some people have cowed the elders like you, which were many all over Nigeria, and Nigeria is degenerating,
the country has been cornered with fraud. Get rich overnight. Nobody. Go to Abuja. Let me give you one example where you whip. Stand in front of the Federal Secretariat. The road on your, depending on where you're coming from. If you're coming from Hilton Hotel, Transcorp Hilton, you turn left is entering the National Assembly. Stand there for 1 hour, you will weep for this country. You see the latest jeep made everywhere in this country, entering legislators coming with 1, 2, 3 jeeps. Is that the country that you're asking me how we do it? These are people who have taken oath of service from their village, kneel down begging their relations to please vote for us. When we go there, we'll make a change. Has any of them made any change anyway?
Sir, let's talk about the PDP.
Yes.
You were one of the founding members of that party.
Yes.
And we know with the story of Nyesom Wike, how he started from supporting, it was like a gang. We had the G5 or thereabouts then.
G5 government.
Now, what happened as a founder of the party when it was happening from the start? What was the effort to manage it? Because right now, many people are saying that PDP is now the shadow of itself. Wike seemed to be a stronger part of PDP. Why wasn't he expelled? Looking at some of the the activities that was carried out by him that were not really the vision of the party. What happened to this moment that we still have Wike seem to be holding a stronghold on the party?
You know, if you went to a good secondary school and they start teaching you mathematics or algebra, first thing they tell you that x plus x is equal to 2x. X times x is equal to s squared. These are the two further principles of mathematics. If you exponentially expand it, you get all kind of quadratic equations, algebra, everything. Now, what was your question again?
As a strong voice in the PDP, you are like...
Okay, hold it. You know, if you remember the convention at ENUGU Square in 2023, Wike would have won that convention, would have been the presidential candidate of PDP. When he entered ENUGU Square, the whole place erupted, especially with northern delegates. Why? I don't know. He went to every state, most local governments campaigning. As soon as this happened, if you can find that tape, you play it back. Now, then governor of Sokoto State, now senator, I'm happy I don't remember his name very easily, but he's now a senator, the immediate past governor of Sokoto State, Tambuwal.
Tambuwal, yeah.
Who was also running for presidency. He was running, Atiku was running, Wike was running, and 2 others. And when Wike entered the venue, the whole place, ENUGU Square erupted. It was clear to them that it's a vote now, he will win. Every other candidate has spoken, asking delegates to vote for them. Tambuwal got up again and took the microphone, forcefully from the MC of the occasion. It was a live show. And said that there is no more running for the presidency, that the whole northern delegates should vote for Atiku. I said this to see the basis of the beginning of the PDP crisis. Then I left the Anambra seat and went over to Wike. Said, let's walk out. He said, no. Let them defeat us. Let us see. And the whole northern delegates, without exception, voted for Wike. Voted for Atiku. And he lost the presidency. So when he was running for presidency, we normally in Rivers normally get about 2.5 to 3 million votes. PDP had only 200,000, and the rest went to Tinubu. and we lost. So what I'm saying is, if you inadvertently, get yourself clever by half, you have to pay for it. Because they played ethnic politics there. And so soon after that happened, I'm a loyal party man. The party met and made me chairman of presidential campaign for the whole of the Southeast. So I went to Port Harcourt. I called Wike, he was governor. I went to Port Harcourt. The day I went to Port Harcourt, I remember one incident. That was the day then President of Senate, our brother, Senator, the one from Abia.
Okay.
Adolphus Mwabara.
Mwabara
was visiting Wike with some senators. I didn't know for what purpose. So I was just about my turn to enter. I didn't know they had come. So Wike got out of his office and said, "Oh God, please, give me 5 minutes, 10 minutes, let me just see this." I said, "No. From here I'm going back to ENUGU. I'm not in a hurry," because I flew in from Port Harcourt. He said, "Okay." It took them another 1 hour. I was there. So when they finished, I entered his office. And I said, "What do we do?" And he said, "And I knew you were coming. You're a loyal party man. You have come to plead for us to support PDP. I will disappoint you. PDP has already failed. Each time you speak, talk of honesty, this, that. Have they showed honesty at the Ego Square when we had the convention? You came to me and asked me, let us, abandon the convention." I said no, because if we did, we won't have any history to tell. They will say we walked out, but it's happened before us. We now have a history to tell. PDP lost it and have continued to lose it till today. So when we lost it, and Tinubu won Port Harcourt, he made him a minister. So he called me. I said, "No, it's an advice I will never give you. It is your responsibility. You've been a governor for 8 years. You've been a local government chairman. I've not been anything than chairman of party. NRC, PDP. And they have no resources. You only depend on beg. If they give you, you take. They don't give you." I said, "But I'm comfortable with it." So whatever decision you take, you have to bear the responsibility, if there is any, in future. This is where we are. So when people look at Wike, you condemn him without history. Because he was the first one who was blackmailed out of power. He was the first one they not used racism to blackmail out of power. Because he's a performer. I was just listening to the news this morning. Go to Abuja and see what he's doing. You will not believe people had been FCT ministers in the past years. But go there and see what he's doing. Somebody who has capacity to perform. Wherever you drop him in your village. By the time you come up in the morning, he will make a difference.
Okay. We say that he is using the Iwoke Wesunoku. You are a maverick politician, an elder statesman.
About to retire.
Now, in that case, would you say that the Honorable Wike, a strong political figure in Nigeria, has used the annoyance of rat that caused to set the house ablaze when it comes to the issue of PDP?
Okay.
Because the PDPs are now, here lies a party that once promised Nigeria they will rule for 60 years. But now this is the tombstone.
Yes. Well, if you had watched my interview on Arise 2 weeks ago, I just answered this question. That's why I'm on a different, what do I call it, with him now. Well, he used to call me every week, but he doesn't call me anymore. Because I said, you prematurely declare support for the presidency when you are national leader of my party. And I did this explanation a few minutes ago. If PDP was having a presidential rally on day one, and on that day one, APC is having a presidential rally, which one will you attend? When you had already declared support for presidency. Are you not being dishonest? Oh, he didn't like it. He said, "Dan, you wouldn't." I said, "Why?" He said, "I went into politics. I don't have an empty land in Abuja, not one, and I don't care. It doesn't mean anything." When I left the university, I asked God for 2 things, and he did more than to have a place where I would live after my youth service. I lectured. I was among the first staff of IMT. I lectured there. From there, Jim Mobo said, "Come and join business." It was Jim who pushed me to business. I have a house in ENUGU, and I have a house in my village. I don't have any other place I don't want to. What I asked God to do for me, I didn't want to be a tenant, so that I have voice to say truth to whomsoever it is. Because when I was living at Obioma in 01, I will say something and they will threaten me. They will go and tell my landlord increase rent because I can't afford to pay. They will increase rent and I'll stop going to.
Yeah.
That time Boniface of Fokaja or the director general of the place. He said, why did you say this on interview now? They want me to remove you. I said, remove me now if you want to remove me.
So let's look at the insecurity we are experiencing now in Nigeria. Just recently in Enugu State, a church was attacked and 2 worshippers were also abducted. This is me bringing it down to Enugu. You know, what we hear happening in other northern states. What's your take on that and also the insecurity generally?
It's only God you can ask that. You can ask God, and if you don't see God, you ask Peter Pitamba. Because there's something about insecurity. You know, a time there was, everybody, then they have imprisoned Nnamdi Kanu now. Has that stopped the problem in Nigeria? What did Nnamdi Kanu say you know, if I must ask? That there should be freedom for his people. Igbo should be recognized. Is there anything he said people haven't said before? Is he the one causing the crisis in Zamfara, Sokoto, all this? There's a civil war going on in this country. People tend to pretend that, you know, something is not going on. But people are dying. Look at the abductions in Oyo State, everywhere. So it's difficult for me to, this is the argument now about the state police. What are the conveniences of having a state police? Theoretically, it might be good for security in various states, but who are the people to be appointed to be in charge of it? The human angle comes in. So there will be no democracy. That is the most threatening thing about state police. There will be no democracy. Tell me which governor enters there will not want to finish his 8 years. If they will kill you. And there are willing people in this country, paid money, they will kill you. And they kill people on a day-to-day basis because of money. How much when they back money with power? That is my problem with state police. And I'll give an example. Tell me which state in this country that has been a local government election and you had that another opposition party won a seat. Isn't that the first way for you to start? So if we now have state police to governors who have absolute control and power in their various states, how can there be democracy?
As a Democrat, sir.
No, let me finish. What I'm trying to say is that you have to devise that state police in a way to make it inconvenient for one person to use. You say that if there are about 4 or 5 registered parties that have at least 1 seat or 2 seats, either at ward level or state assembly level, they all must be involved in who becomes a state police commissioner. Every party should nominate somebody to be a member of that state police. There has to be an understanding. You don't leave absolute power in the hands of a black man.
So you mean we have not had a robust discussion towards this, and but we have NJC, Nigerian National Judicial Police Commission has been established also. Why is there no robust and comprehensive discussion to establish such a sensitive position like state police?
Well, why is it? You're coming back to the basis of our discussion. Who are the people? There will be not many of you. There will be not many of you. There will be not many of me who can stand up and say truth to power. That is the problem in Nigeria. Can you look at my face and honestly tell me, Shifulas, what you have just done is not fair? 99% of Nigerians can't do it. Either because of hunger, or pretentious hunger, or dishonesty, outright fraud, get quick overnight. There are a lot of problems, on our part, that you need Christ to come down and help us. But are we the only creations he had made? Are we the only creations he had made? Why are people doing it better elsewhere? And these are people who either they are good Muslims or good Christians, and they have refused for a good thing to take place. Why? So we have a fundamental problem. How it to be sorted out? And I believe it will be sorted out. If Peter Obi wins, there is hope. If he doesn't win, that might be the beginning of the end.
Well, now that actually touches my heart each time you say it. But as a Democrat, because it's pointing to the same fact, but I want you to say it because I trust you will say the right thing. We are moving towards 2027. We are counting down. From the official records, INEC by this month of August will declare for open campaign. But we know we're campaigning since the first day they came in power. Now, as a Democrat, many people believe that is the opposition against INEC. And that has been the anathema, the another irony added to
many people believe what?
That it was the opposition party, the few that have said opposition, the one that summoned courage to be on the opposition. They're now fighting INEC instead of fighting the central ruling party APC. What's your opinion on that? Is it correct?
You know, I wouldn't say so. But maybe because they believe the INEC is not going to be INEC. The name is supposed to be Independent Something Commission. But how can something that you appointed be independent? Who knows the discussions, the theories, the signatures that went around for you to make me chairman? You know the attendant values, financial values in being in INEC. You become a multi-millionaire every night as member. When you hear of budget, state elections, they're just conducting I think in Oshu, they're doing one in Oshu in August. Talking of 80 billion. 80 billion. That's what INEC will spend there.
And they spent 309 in 2023. I don't know that of 2027.
You know, when you call this billion, it gives me a shock. Honestly. So how can anybody that a governor nominates or president puts in as chairman of INEC, whose bidding will he do? That is why they are trying to eliminate P2B at all costs. And if you watch my last interview, he has been to my house 4 times and he's personal advisor. I said, be careful. God will protect you if you protect yourself. They know if you're on this ballot, that's the end of this government. But the God I worship, he will be on the ballot.
Let's talk about Peter Obi just briefly before we wrap it. We're already behind time. You've made it clear countless times on this very show your support for Peter Obi and the vision you think he has for Nigeria that will work. But still looking at Nigeria, the current administration, how they've crowded all the party, all the states, different governors defecting to APC. Just when ENUGU would have said they're out of the talk of APC, then the governor is in APC, of course, plus other states. Also looking at how power is strong during the election period. You also talked about the state police and how these people can take advantage of the state police to their bidding. Do you really see Obi winning the 2027 general elections? Looking at the voter apathy that the 2023 elections must have cost on many Nigerians that believed in the system and got disappointed.
This is the most beautiful question you people have asked since I came in here. And the question is, you win a landslide. The situation in Nigeria today was not there 4 years ago. People are so hungry. All Muslims praying and asking God for a change. Most of my friends in this country, because of politics, are Muslims. I won't mention it. Top Northerners who told me in 2023 that Peter will not win. I should forget it. Now called me and said that unless there is no election, Peter will win. Top Northerners who manage, in the north, they have kind of, democratic centralism. You call your people in the village, your town, they say the emir has spoken, this person has spoken. Unlike our area, they said Peter will win. But tell him to mind his security that they will try to eliminate him. See what happened when he went to Edo State? That was their first attempt. And the government said they didn't know why. Even the governor refused to see him. So there's so much conspiracy. But as good Christians, let us pray that God, and like I said when I started talking, if Peter wins, there is hope for this country. If not, that's the end of the news. How it will happen, I don't know.
Each time you say it is shocking.
It is, but that is the fact. The truth is very... Look at people in government. What are they doing with money? If you watched AIT this morning, you weep what people were saying. The rate of hunger in different places. Somebody was asking Tinubu, you were leading demonstration when Jonathan was president. That was the last time I traveled by road from Lagos to ENUGU. Imagine when Jonathan was president. Tinubu was leading heavy demonstration against him in Lagos.
Occupying Nigeria.
Occupying Nigeria, God bless him. And today, he has taken over Nigeria.
They've occupied and
the person asked him, what are you? A Yoruba man, not even an Igbo. What have you done? You're not even honest to your comments, to your own belief. You're a Muslim, your wife is a Christian. So how do you stay and eat and discuss the truth of governance? What is the complexities? They don't understand where you're coming from. Somebody from day one will be talking of, you don't know whom his parents are. the school he attended. You see, yes, they were showing it on AIT. It said, educational qualification. No primary school, no secondary school, then they got a BSc. An article was using it to make fun. So how can somebody who didn't take a primary school, a secondary school, suddenly have a BSc? How did that happen? This is the country where, and I started, I normally summarize what I would say when I start a program. If you don't know the number of your children, how can you manage a family?
You mentioned Atiku, sir, and before you go,
yes,
some people said he has messed up zoning system in Nigeria. Is it true as a Democrat?
Because the Constitution of Nigeria allows him so to mess up. The Constitution of Nigeria did not zone north or south. This is a matter of convenience. So if he wants to waste his money, he will waste his money and he will lose. But the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria did not do zoning. Nowhere. If you come to Anambra, for instance, I developed this thing you see happening in Anambra, let the south go, let the north go. After Peter Obi was finishing his second term, then the only people who had resources to go for election in Anambra was Anambra South and Anambra Central. Anambra had no money. And I told Peter, if this continues to happen, Anambra North, Aguleri, Otuocha, down to Obaru, we will never be governor. He said, let's start doing zoning. And we call traditional rulers, led by Obi of Onisha. And it was an unwritten agreement. This is why now anybody in Anambra knows that after Soludo, it will go to Central. After Central, it will go to the North. It's an unwritten law. But now it's convenient for us so that you don't waste your money. Just like I said, because of what Atiku is doing. He has a constitutional right to run if he wants to run. Because the Constitution does not stop him from running. It does not say it is time for North or I am for South.
And some people have said, just passing before it goes, I keep saying, I wish you would stay here forever. Who are some of these politicians coming to, because these days we don't know, who are they working for? Are they together at night and in the daytime they pretend they're, having been an elder statesman, knowing political minds of people, are they working for as a group in the night and in the daytime they work for their parties, different parties that do not exist?
Well, you people answered this question earlier on. Because you can see that everybody has entered APC. Most governors have been 30. But
are they PDP at night? Or
well, they are certainly not PDP at night because all the PDP former governors who used to call me, they don't call me again. It shows me that they're also working for Tinubu because each time I make an interview, I say, you people are supporting Tinubu, but I'm supporting Peter Obi. At whatever little cost, whatever I can. If 10 people listen to me and vote for him, I thank God for that. If 1,000 people listen to me and because of it they vote for Peter, I'll thank God because I have hope for a better Nigeria. I don't want.
You must assure us here now when you are coming back on this program. My people will be witnesses.
Anytime you invite me, I will come.
Okay, so
once I'm healthy.
That's assuring. I mean, that all our viewers you have had that Chief Dan Olase, a veteran politician, an elder statesman, and a man who speaks truth to authority. We are glad to have you this morning. Thank you.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Is breaking.
Thank you very much, our colleagues from the ENUGU Center. Welcome to Abuja. Just yesterday, I told you that my name never changes; it remains the same. Wabozi Njoku, let me welcome you to the program. Abuja is still cold. I'm getting a little relieved. I want to believe that by the end of the week, this voice will clear. But what's important this morning is what some groups say is insensitive, selfish, uncaring, and that the issue is leading the president into temptation. And what is it? The Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission said last week that it was going to review upwards the salaries of political office holders from the president across board. Now let me read a little bit of what that commission said. The commission said that the salaries are inadequate and unrealistic given the prevailing economic situation. That's the issue we're confronting this morning. And I have with me somebody who represents all the political parties in the country, the Inter-Party Advisory Council chairman. Let me also help my eyes. Yusuf Dantale. Yusuf Dantale is the chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council. Yusuf, welcome to the program.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
I quoted the chairman of the Revenue Mobilization. He said that current salary for political office holders was unrealistic given the economic situation, and that the last review was in 2008, and that means that there's need for an upward review so that they can meet present economic circumstances. I think he's being reasonable, isn't he?
Thank you once again. First, I have a problem with even the Revenue and Fiscal Mobilization Office not making public what exactly the salaries and or remuneration of the public office holders are. Recently, or in recent past, there was argument in the National Assembly, particularly the Senate, when there were arguments on what exactly a take-home pay of a senator is. One was there's a lot of denials and argument, and so that alone in itself doesn't show transparency, and because there's no transparency, it will be difficult to say exactly what it is. But for us, I've been in one position I've always maintained, and one of the major problems we have in this country is monetization of politics, the lucrativity of political office holding in Nigeria, and that is largely responsible for why political actors deploy all arsenals at their disposal, whether it is legitimate, whether it is illegitimate, to ensure that they capture power. But power is not captured for the interests of the people, but for interests of a few who are occupying the office. And this is a serious aberration to the tenets of democracy, and we must continue to look inward. But sincerely, I would still feel with what an average Nigerian is going through, it will be an aberration to begin to look at or review upward the salaries of those occupying a public office, rather than looking at the welfare of the common Nigerian. So I think we have a misplaced priority.
Yusuf, can you kindly look at Nigeria's reward structure? How much does the average civil servant earn? And what does he input into Nigerian development? How much does the Nigerian teacher earn? And what does he bring to the table when it comes to national development? How much does our intellectual earn? And look at his contribution to national development. The Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, does it look at the salaries of politicians alone, or should it? Or does it look at Nigeria's reward structure and what people, what professionals, what operatives are contributing to national development?
My response to this will not be restricted to the salaries of the public office holders. I would want to relate it to the state of the nation, and then maybe spirit of nationalism and commitment of a civil servant or Nigerians to public service. You can't, if we have a problem that nobody is really focusing on, which is corruption in our political lives, in our economic lives, in the social life, in everything, all facets of our life. Corruption is a major impediment to national development. Okay, now if you look at, now we talk about election at times, we'll begin to look at maybe officials of INEC, security agencies, political actors, the judicial officers, and also everybody is expected or expect something personal, a form of reward, okay, through the back door from and one of the, if you must be realistic, you understand that the salaries or basic earning of an average Nigerian worker cannot give him the basic needs of life. There's no, what is the minimum wage, for instance, for an average worker? I think it's about 7,000 naira. Yeah. So 7,000. What is the cost of one bag of rice? And then maybe what? Before you talk about transportation, if you take maybe you want to fill a car that has maybe one tank is 80 liters, for instance. So that's the end. One month salary is gone, and you know. So what it means is that as a civil servant, you cannot own a car, you cannot feed yourself, you can talk more of medical services, and then taking care of your family. So if this is like this, if this is the reality, what it means is that people will be forced to innovate their own ways because we must survive. So in the course, that innovation will now come in form of corruption, that people will find it difficult to do what is right, because you will constantly try to circumvent the rules to ensure that you meet up with the basic necessities of life. So we have serious problems that cut across all aspects of our life. If the right thing must be done, we must look at the foundation to our problem, and which is corruption. And then, why are we corrupt? Why do people do what they do? So we must look at the basics. So it's a whole lot of problem that we need to look at. Nigeria, we can't get the result that we want sincerely with the way things are. It didn't just start today. Okay, it has been a problem. It's a cumulative thing. Okay, look at what is the value of the naira itself. So these things are.
Yeah, but you see, the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission is considering political office holders. in this analysis, you have drawn attention to the fact that the earning of the average civil servant cannot take him home. A bag of rice clears his 1 month salary. A bag of, a full tank in his vehicle, his 1 month salary is gone. So if this commission were to be fair and equitable, if I've laid out a framework for reassessing national reward structure, that's the point I'm trying to make. Now, if you say, let us review the salaries of these political office holders, and you leave the worker, are you not leading the worker into temptation, because he'll be more innovative in looking after himself?
I am not an economist. I'm a farmer.
Yeah, I'm in the studio. I'm a farmer.
But commonsensically,
yes,
no society survive focusing on consumption. For me, in my own layman perspective, you can't. The more you increase, there's some. At least in my elementary economics, there's what they call is it demand
supply?
Demand push inflation.
Yes.
Okay. That the more people have,
ask for something,
the more so there's inflation resulting from the availability of funds in people. But what can that fund? Because the more you increase, the man who is selling goods and services in the market was, this is profile. I think I should also increase. You know, so things like that. I don't know why, but what I think we should look into as Nigeria is domesticating the solutions to our problem. Now, for instance, the president is outside the country seeking investors. I don't know how you will bring in someone to come and invest in a society that the requisites for investment is absent. And what are these requisites? First, let's look at the judiciary. I've been saying this for some time, that where you have a judicial system that is not really sincere to its citizenry, it will be difficult for someone from outside to come and invest using that same law. The NBA conference yesterday, I was listening to the Sultan of Sokoto. I read something too about former President Goodluck Jonathan, and it confirmed, it strengthened my position in the past, that where you have a situation that the judicial system will say or will make different and conflicting pronouncement on one issue, nobody will trust your system. Courts of coordinate jurisdiction, delivering contradicting judgment or giving orders, okay, that do not reflect justice. Nobody will trust your system. Where the political system or the political class will determine the outcome of judicial interpretation. That's a problem. We must begin to look at these things. Look at energy, for instance. Now, after all, from the time, the period of Obasanjo, the amount of the billions of naira, billions of dollars that have been pushed into energy, from Obasanjo to Yar'Adua to Jonathan to Buhari and this present administration, and then at the end of the day, we have the government making budgetary allocation for our solar energy system in the villa. So that tells you how low we have gone. But what about security? People can no longer go to the farm the way we used to. So what are we producing? So we must begin to look at, yes, nobody go in isolation, but I think we should predominantly look inward to see, do we have, for everything we want to do, we go out, we bring in the man in China, the man in the United States, the man in some of this. No, we have some of these people who are better. We have them in here. Why can't we domesticate, at least fix our own schools and then and then begin to look at what do we have. We can't survive it. Looking at the external world to come and resolve the problem in Nigeria, sincerely, I don't see us getting.
Let us look at the likely consequence of this move by Revenue Allocation and Fiscal Commission on Nigerian politics. At 1.5 million naira per month, I want to believe, for the president. They say the salary is low. About 1 million naira for the Senate president and the rest, they say it's not good enough. Now, these salaries are not good enough. Yet, people are committing murder, stealing ballot boxes, using thugs to go into an office whose salary is so small, according to the Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Commission. He said the salaries of these political office holders are not adequate for the times. Yet when they go for election, they do every other thing. And I'm talking with you this morning because you are the leader of the umbrella that governs the political parties. Your members.
I'm not the leader. I'm just the chief servant.
Okay.
So what we do, we don't have executive powers.
Yes, but we don't advise.
But we advise.
We have a voice.
And these advices we have been constantly we give. Okay, inside we give, outside we give. Like the same thing that we are saying now. Of course, we are saying about how we are trying the best we can. We are doing it. We have never stopped. Okay. We have never shied away from telling the truth as it is. We discuss this within, we discuss this outside. We tell it is a serious aberration. You see, this corruption, if we don't kill it, if it will kill us in a very short time. Because we lie to ourselves a lot on the reality of our situation. Just like you said, why do we have to continue to circumvent the rules? Why do we seek these offices? Is it for us? Is it for the people? If you are seeking this office because you want to serve the people, why do you want to serve the same people? I said something earlier that we must make these things revenue and fiscal commission must make these things open to people. We have to know exactly what goes. Apart from salaries, what are the other allowances? That we should know these things. If you don't know these things, we'll just be talking in the air. You have not disclosed publicly what goes into the pockets of this office, the buyers of these offices, okay, in the name of salaries, in the name of allowances. At times the salaries are even insignificant, but some of the most of the allowances that go. So these are the things that Nigerians need to know, so we can cross-examine this thing objectively.
Well, earlier yesterday, we had a conversation on the outcome of rerun election in Enugu State, where somebody in prison won election, where there was allegation that the other parties did everything to stop him from winning, where it was alleged that a minister came with thugs to disrupt the electoral process. You know why I'm raising that matter? It's because for people to invest violence, to invest their money, to be able to disrupt or to win an election, is it just for the service they want to render, or is it for this paltry sum of money which the commission says they will earn?
I need clarification. When you say somebody in prison, is it somebody who is having a jail term or somebody who is just in detention?
The man had been sentenced. Let me give his name, if I remember still. The man had been sentenced to 7 years in prison. When about a magistrate court, just a minute, let me give you all the information. But he has appealed.
Okay. Okay.
He has appealed.
Okay.
So his case is, but confirmedly, a magistrate court has sentenced him to 7 years in prison.
Okay.
But he's got an appeal.
Okay.
So the appeal has not been heard. So he cannot call him a convict. But the point I'm trying to make therefrom is that the struggle to enter that position is so much that it warrants querying if this paltry salary is what is attracting such investors.
I think we should separate this. We should separate this. If we are talking of a man who is on trial.
Yes. No. The point I'm making is people are investing to stop him. They are investing resources. They are investing thuggery to stop him from earning a paltry salary.
No, but it is not about this. We just said this. It's not about the salary. It's about let me say, will I say the other variables, okay? The other variables in the office which is not made public, and then the effect of corruption. You see, the by-election, it's not just the by-election. We need to do, we need to know, we need to see, to review why people seek political office. So this problem is deep. Honestly, I just pray that as politicians we don't destroy the system the way it is, but we are. What is happening today is not encouraging, honestly, and I just pray that we don't derail these things, because it's all about our interests, not about the interests of the people. What are we seeking? When you begin to review what, at times you see somebody occupying political office, you ask yourself, how did this man get there? Are you getting what is his? What does he want to offer society? You know. So you now, what do we really want? And apart from, even the common Nigeria is guilty of some of these things, because some of us do not want to sacrifice. Okay, yes, there's poverty, but then we can, this small money that we get from selling our votes to, or trying to circumvent the rules, it cannot solve our problem for that day. So why can't we just sacrifice? Why do you have to sell your vote? Because the moment you sell your vote, you cannot call the person to account for his stewardship. So it's a vicious circle. But on the other way, the level of illiteracy is another problem. So people do not even understand. You understand? People do not even understand. For them, or for some of the people at the grassroots, okay, you are only helping the man to go and make his own. So let me just collect my own now. So it's a lot of anachronism. But yes, we are at our own level trying as much as possible to sensitize the people on the need to do what is right. But there's one thing that we have been speaking against, and then appealing to the National Assembly to review and possibly strike out, maybe expand the functions of INEC, or the role of INEC to cover conduct of election at the local level. Even though there are no perfect elections, the election conducted by INEC is far better than elections conducted by state independent electoral commissions, even though all of them are makings of law. Because what the state independent electoral commission does is nothing but mockery of democracy, because it's just you to sit down and then the governors, respective governors of the state, just bring in whoever they want and then write the names and put there. It's nothing. There's no election. So because of this knowledge that the man as the grassroots, because local government as the third tier of government is the lowest and the closest government to the people. So democracy is supposed to begin from this level. But now that the people cannot separate the elections conducted, or they don't even know, all they know is that for any election is INEC. The body is the same thing. So if INEC is the one conducting out the election in their own knowledge. Yes, we are doing a lot to separate these things, to make Nigerians see what is the confidence in the system. The thing is the same thing. So for at least if they write whatever they want, because some of this in the local government election there are no ballot boxes, there are nothing, and then partly what happened the last by-election, it's a very shameful act, okay, on part of some government officials, very embarrassing, okay, that a small by-election people have to colonize the system, you know, just smuggle the ballot boxes. They did not allow in conspiracy with a few INEC officials who are there. There was no election in some places. Where I went to vote, there's no election. They just announced and then the rubbish. So some of these things we really need. We have a long highway to go. I must say this. I've seen a lot. You know why I raise that matter? Because as this revenue mobilization tries to increase the reward to the political office holders, vying for those positions becomes more attractive. It becomes a reason to insist on getting there by all means. You see, these salaries are not really anything. It's not the salaries. The allowances. My point is, Revenue and Fiscal Mobilization Commission, please make public what the salaries and allowances of the public office holders are to Nigerians. Then Nigerians will be able to scrutinize. But it's not. Well, I've seen video of a senator recently somewhere in the southwest who said every senator has taken home, is it 2 billion naira? Yeah. And House of Arrest, I don't remember 1 billion. Nobody has said no. A senator in Kano, when somebody came out to say the take-home pay is about 1 point something, he's a sitting senator. He said, no, it's not true. That his take-home pay is about 20 million. So, but the commission have not been able to come out to say this is exactly what it is. So, still, Nigerians are in the dark. If you are increasing from what to what? What are the salaries? What are the allowances? So, it is not clear to the average Nigerian what is even I'm going to drag you into asking for what ought to be the reaction of President Ahmed Tinubu, and I'll tell you why. He on his own has said that more funds are accruing to the federal government or to the federation as a result of the policies he's putting in place, and more monies are going to the states and the local governments to be able to change the circumstance of Nigerians. Does it mean that because there's more fund coming in, the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission must create a means to expend that money on what doesn't improve national development? More funds as the numbers. There's a difference between the numbers of these funds and the value of this fund. What's the exchange rate of the dollar about 3 years ago? It was about 700 and something naira. 700 and something naira to a dollar. Okay, I remember I was in Kigali and what is the name of their money? This Rwandan shilling, Amafaranga. It's one. Then it was $1 to 1,000 Amafaranga. I was making the assumption that our own is even better. Our own is about 700 and something. But I think a few months later we overtook them and. So that then what the naira could buy is different from that time. With about 18,000 naira, 20,000, you can fill your tank, and but now you are paying times 3 or 4 of all those. So for me, it is a value. It's not the number. It's not the name. So if you give 1 million naira now, see, I don't want to say something, honestly. It's funny. So, you see, it is not, we just need to know what they take, exactly what they take in form of salaries and allowances. That is one. Secret. Two, we should, what we need to do. You see, Obafemi Awolowo, he said something. He said, if you are solving a problem, you must look at the root of your problem. You can't solve a problem by addressing the stems of the tree of the problem, the symptoms of the problem. Let's digress, for instance. Yes. Let's insecurity. Insecurity today. For every day, we have humongous budget to Kano fighter jets. Very mighty budget for the security, but is this proportionate to the result we get? The answer is no. The more budget, the more killings, the number of insurgents. For every day, Boko Haram members, they repent, they bring them, and more. So the question is, where are these people coming from? Are they Nigerians? If they are Nigerians, what is their problem? Why would the Nigerian want to destroy his own country? What kind of education are we giving our people that they want to destroy themselves? That they want to slaughter their own brothers? What do they stand to benefit? Where are they getting the resources for this thing? Where do they stay? Okay, fine, some of the weapons that they are bringing in. Because just like any other thing you buy, you import, well, like vehicles or some of these things, there are serial numbers for some of these things. So I think every gun, every ammunition that you bring in from there, you know where is it produced. If it is produced on a particular company, who did this for this number to that number, because you are getting them, who came to buy these things. So if you know who bought these things, who bought them, who brought them, who imported them, and who cleared them. So I think for me, the way the world is to be, some of these things are traceable, you know. So but somehow the more you look, the less you see. So we have to look at these things. Why do we have this thing going on? About bridges, not about bridges. No, is it called passes? I'm trying to figure out the name of the scholar who tried to categorize people's responses to social situations. The social theory of anomie is called passing. Theory of anomie, okay, how people react. He categorized them in the 5 stages. People conform, some people innovate, some people retreat, some people ritualize, and some people rebel against the system. So what does he mean? That people, those who conform plus, they accept the values and the means of attaining these values in the society, and the second group will, okay, no, see, we accept the value, but because the means is not really available, okay, or accessible, they innovate their own ways, and this innovation will come in form of armed robbery, in form of prostitution, in form of kidnapping, in form of, all they want is the value, but they have to innovate their own ways. And some, yes, then some will now retreat into drugs, just to get that utopian or utopianistic satisfaction, by creating a vacuum that, okay, a world that doesn't exist. And then some will ritualize. That's where you have the born again, the born againistic idea that you go to, maybe in Islam, where it's like, okay, fine, let me just, since there's a war, another world after here, why not let me just follow the rules and according to the dictates of the scriptures, and when I die I have a golden building and all. Then the last group will say, no, we must rebel against the system. Okay, no, you have some boys in the southeast in the name of Biafra, you have some boys people in the West in the name of Odua people and all that. So these things are symptomatic of the problems that we have refused to address. Why do we keep killing them? And their numbers keep swelling. What is the rationale behind it? You understand? So we must, one, first response for me, the spirit of nationalism, political nationalism, economic nationalism is dead. The original Boko Haram came as a result of discontent that if we have all this book, all this knowledge, all these books, and the books is not giving us the result. So then why do we need it? Let's do away with this book. And that is how they started by attacking schools, attacking bureaucratic organizations and all that. Before it was hijacked, okay? We have seen publications, army generals coming to say he identified, he was close to, he arrested Boko Haram sponsor, but he was arrested, detained, and then dismissed. So those are terrible symptoms. So it is, our problem is deeper. It's deeper. So who is the criminal? Who is the sponsor of the whole crime? Who is covering the you know, the Zamfara State Governor recently came out openly to say, okay, we arrested bandits, okay, but there was an instruction from nowhere or somewhere that they should be released. So all these things, we need to be sincere to ourselves, to the system, so these problems don't end up consuming all of us. I hope it doesn't go all of us. It will get to a point that the center will no longer hold. And both, if you think you are benefiting today, your children, or you think your children outside, whether you like it or not, there's a home. There is a home. There is a home. You see, Danchele, the chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, is my guest today. We should take a short break, and when we return, we begin to interrogate the likely consequences of this move by the Revenue Commission to increase the remuneration or salaries indeed of political office holders on the civil servants, their morale, on the other layers, on the universities, and the restiveness that is likely to. Nigerian Labour Congress is already warning that this is insensitive and unacceptable. That will be when we come back. Please stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Well, let me welcome you back. Let me first mention the groups that have already raised their voices against this proposed increase. First, a number of socio-political groups, the opposition parties, the Nigerian Labour Congress, the Arewa Consultative Forum, the Middle Belt Forum, they have all condemned this move, including IPAC. And IPAC here now, describing it as provocative, insensitive, selfish, and ill-timed. Now, if this array of Nigerian groups and interests are rising against it, should the commission not reconsider its position, Yusuf?
May God help us.
Amen.
It is not even something to consider at the moment. So it's not even a matter of reconsideration. It's not a variable to consider at this time of our national life. No. Look at the average Nigerian. Who are they representing? The people you are representing, that you are asking for higher remuneration
to represent
them. What is the life? How do they live? Are they living like human beings? So it is not something to even consider in the first place. If you want to consider, okay, fine. If you want to bring it on board, what exactly is the current take-home pay of?
Let me give you figures, and these are from the same Revenue Commission, not total figure. It says the president currently earns 1.5 million.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, I'm quoting the commission. He presently earns 1.5 million monthly. Minister take home less than 1 million. Senators less than 1 million. And he says this has persisted since 2008. Now, you've already argued that this is not a total picture. Why does the commission not give us a total picture instead of giving us half fact or half truth?
You see, I said it before, I'm repeating it, we have to stop lying to ourselves. We have to stop lying to Nigerians. If we want to do, if we want to be fair to ourselves, we must always tell ourselves the truth. You don't bring these figures out and to deceive Nigerians, and bring out all the things. Print out the details of what you dispensed, even if it's for a month within this period. Nigerians will know exactly what. For me, this is rubbish. So what is this? This is no justification. Why are we lying to ourselves? Is it because of this that people are killing and doing all the things because they want to go to public office and trying to circumvent? And is it because of this out of this that they use in recruiting thugs, paying the judiciary or members of the judiciary to circumvent the constitution? So this is nothing to discuss.
Now, Yusuf, before I took the break, I said we are going to consider when we come back the implication of this for the morale of the lower level in a public service. Now, a level grade 10 officer, for instance, 8 officer, for instance, now knows that his minister, whose total package he knows, don't forget, the commission may not tell us, but finance officers in these ministries know, because the monies are drawn from the system.
And some of the people who are against this thing also were there. Some of those in the position to do were there. So they were beneficiaries. So they know exactly what you are talking about.
So what is it? I'm asking this question.
So are we lying to ourselves?
When the commission insists, or if the commission insists and raises this, what is the likely consequence on the morale of the civil servant, those below them?
Whether they do, whether they don't do, we are only saying don't complicate or don't compound matters. If not, it's already there. It's already in the public domain. What are some of these things are happening? But we are only saying do not go further to complicate or compound the problem. An average Nigerian worker is working. He's always thinking how to make his life better, okay, which of course this basic earnings cannot guarantee or doesn't guarantee. So you will end up promoting corruption because others want to meet up. They know what you are doing. So, this corruption, for all the things that we have all the laws, but the system have conditioned Nigerians to be corrupt. Today, after stealing public funds, you go back to your village, they give you one shift and sit title, okay? And then you want to be governor, you want to be president, you want to be a senator. Now, look at some of the people who are vying for governorship, senatorial position today. A lot of them were some who were maybe public service, retired military officers. You see likes of retired general police and all that. So now, how did it come about? We know how expensive the system is. The election in Nigeria overnight. You understand? So, my appeal to all of us, whether in public service or outside, there is problem in Nigeria. Corruption have done so a very big damage to us, and is still doing. We must be sincere. All the societies we are running to, taking our children to the schools, they are going to attend their hospital or health facilities, and going to have a second home. Is this how they survive? No. They operate transparent system. Do they steal like this? No. So if we will always continue to compare our rate of development or to these societies, okay, and feel they are better, we should look at what we give to the system, how we have run our own lives, how we have deliberately damaged our own lives, our own system, okay, and then coming back again to condemn. You don't expect the man who works as a gate man, fine, to be too committed, okay, or your subordinate, let me use that, to be committed to making the system better when he knows that what you do is to collect the money and yet you are being given more to continue to be not sincere to the system. So we just need to review our public lives. We need to review our social economic life. We need to love this country. Nigeria has given so well to some of the people, okay, who are leaders today. If you have benefited from Nigeria, why do you want to destroy it? Why won't you at least make it better for those who are yet, okay, who are coming up? They need to have confidence in the system. Okay, Nigerians trying to now a lot of organizations are selling ideas in Nigeria about having series of different types of passport. Okay, all in the name of trying to Japan, of course. You know, so let me draw your attention to something. I've been thinking, looking how to handle it a little carefully, so that I don't get misunderstood. When a soldier in the front of operation, whose life is at risk every second, who complains that his allowance is small or is not regularly paid, who feels the absence of his family while he's in the field of operation, gets to know that the minister who is profiting from corruption, a minister who's flown his children to UK to study, a minister who has built a new house a little more expensive than government house in the States and is showing it off, and that soldier gets to hear that
police corporal gets to hear, that civil defense officer gets to hear, that in their positions, the revenue mobilization allocation of fiscal commission is giving them more money without considering his own sufferings and the life he puts at stake to defend Nigeria. What is the likely consequence of the morale of that soldier or that police officer or that naval officer?
This is nothing to be careful about. There's nothing you are saying that is bad. You are only describing the situation or analyzing the situation, and then people's and the responses are, of course, natural. You see, today, when I was younger, you cannot even discuss giving bribe to soldier. You can see, you want to do soldier money. You can't. I will ask you to put that money in your mouth and be doing wrong job. But today, of all the checkpoints you go to now, you have military personnel, you have one civilian standing somewhere by the side who is taking the money while they are, for them, it's, soldiers take 20 naira now. Before it was known to only a few in the police, but now it's no longer if you are discussing with some soldiers or military personnel, they have what they call officers and the soldiers. So when you say the officers are different and then the soldiers are all rank and file, how they call it. You see, the thing is that we must fix Nigeria. Nobody will come and fix it for us. Corruption has done tremendous damage to us. Wallahi. But that doesn't mean we don't have good Nigerians. We have a lot of good Nigerians. Are you getting me? But we need more to make things better. There are people trying to make things better, a lot. Okay? Like this, when you say that the president talked about the volume of money given, the same president came out to say, ask your governors, I gave them this, I gave them that. What are they doing with it? The same president, the Attorney General of the Federation went to the Supreme Court, okay, and then the federal government won that matter, that there should be direct disbursement of allocation to the local government. But up to now, it's not implementable because the governors they are still holding the system hostage. They are not implementing financial autonomy. So the same way we are trying to see that Nigerians elect their local government chairman and councillor. Some the governments are too powerful. But we are still appealing. Don't push Nigerians to the wall. If you push Nigeria to the wall, the result will affect all of us. But we don't want to get to that point. It is not good. We have to be careful. Let's build a system that will at least our generations. Because how long are we even living on earth? How long? No matter what. It's just a short period, and then. But what have most people who have made lives, who have globally, it's not about the volume of money that they accumulate, but the legacies they left behind. Okay? So we can't, this system must not go down. And I will appeal to Nigerians too. The common man, please don't sell your votes. While you vote, try to be there to protect your votes too. For those who are in public office, be careful. History will remember you for whatever role you played today. There are people after taking all these things, they don't even have the health to enjoy these things. They go here and they are going to hospitals and running back. Because most of these are costs money. We must fix Nigeria. We must look at the schools. If you are a minister, check yourself. The school you are, the schools under your administration, is it worthy of you putting your children? either the Minister of Defense or the Inspector General of Police or Chief of Defense Staff. Sincerely, can you walk straight to on your street, in your village, in your home without backups? If you are Commissioner for Health, the hospital is under your administration, or Commissioner for Health in the state, can you confidently go there to be attended to health-wise? We should begin to ask ourselves.
In other words, there's more to it than raising salary.
Yeah. So if you are Minister of Roads or Commissioner of Roads, the roads you are, sincerely, can you ply it? You understand? We must not destroy this country. Nigeria is God's own country. It's still beautiful. I love this country. And I know the majority of us love this country. But we must not, with our actions and inactions, destroy it. Nigeria is going down.
Well, we pray that Nigeria doesn't go down.
Yes.
Yusuf Dantale, the chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, having my guest in the past 55 minutes to 56 minutes, we've been interrogating the move by the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission to increase the salaries of public office holders from this president down to governors and all that. And his position is there's something even more serious: corruption. Why do people invest so much to arrive there? Is it because of 1.5 million? It's not it, he says. Attend to it before that corruption attends to us. And let me borrow from him, God forbid, that corruption should kill us. We will kill it. Let's thank Yusuf for coming to the program. Yusuf, thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much.
Great.
Sir. Thank you so much.
This conversation never ends, of course. You know, it continues day after day. Let's meet again next edition. I'm Wabuez Njoku. Good morning.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Friday morning here in the Federal Capital Territory. Not to worry, we are going to brighten your day. But let me start this way. What does it take really to run a nation? How complicated is it to run a nation? Cannot be simplified, since basic needs of any peoples are known. In a country that has its systems, what does it take to operate those systems? You earned 20 naira, you needed to spend 30 naira, you had to borrow 10 naira. Maybe my questions are simplistic, but let me tell you, in the course of this conversation, you'll get to know why I ask these questions. Bajabia Mila, 800 billion naira APC money. Are they the signs of the times? That's the issue we're discussing this morning. And my guest is Newton, let me put on my glasses because these eyes are aging. Newton Oshemaye. Newton Oshemaye is of Action Aid Nigeria. Newton, you're welcome.
A pleasure. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Newton, I'm going to tell you something. Nigerians never prompted APC governors who few months back told this country that they contributed 800 billion naira for the presidential campaign of their principal, Ahmed Tinubu. It was not information that was put in the public space by the opposition. It was not information that was put in the public space by nosy journalists. It was not public information, it was not information put in the public space by security investigation. It was APC governors on their own who told Nigerians that they contributed 800 billion naira into an account being administered by the Imo State Governor, Hope Uzodinma. So there's no blackmail, there's no opposition meddlesomeness in the information that the governor themselves put in the public space. So this morning, we've kept calm over it, and Nigerians seem to be riding over, continuing. But this morning, we said, let us look at it, Newton. The rest of the story is this: that the 800 billion was deducted from allocations, federal allocations to the contributing states by special arrangement between the governors and officials of the Ministry of Finance. Newton, what I'm trying to paint, which I'm trying to paint for us, for us to begin this conversation, is a process. FAC, Federal Accounts Allocation Committee, determines what goes to each state. That's a process for making those monies available to the states. That process was abridged, undermined, or corrupted. Instead of the money going to the state governments, part of the money, according to the APC governors, not me, not you, not the opposition, not security, was taken and put elsewhere. Newton, what does that tell about the process, his strength or his weakness, his accountability, and his capacity to serve the public?
Well, thank you very much. I have been an anti-corruption crusader for over a decade now in Nigeria, and some of the things that we see right now, they are really not new to us. Just that they are playing out openly and playing out in a way that it is even the perpetrators of this crime, if you like. They are the ones who are also coming out now to tell the world what they are doing. What it means is that there is a complete breakdown in terms of how systems are working, especially our public financial management system is terrible in Nigeria. Governors no longer take directive. Governors are no longer guided by the public management, finance management documents, as first and foremost the budget of the country. They have a way of manipulating the budget. So they decide over public resources as if it's their own personal resources. Again, like I said, it's a clear case of a breach of system, of laws and regulations in the country. And in a sane society, some people should be in jail by now for even confessing that. They should be in jail and the investigation should have commenced. But again, both the person that should be investigated and those who investigate these people, they are all in the same establishment, which is the establishment that we struggle from our end today to overthrow. Let me quickly say this. When we begin to see this kind of things playing out, it means there is a bigger problem, and the problem is that democracy is gradually dying. There is a concept by political scientists called hybrid regime. A hybrid regime is where democracy is presented to the world as if it's functioning properly. You have independent electoral commission
by name.
You have the legislature by name. You have the judiciary by name. You have the executive by name. You have all the checks and balances that is presented to the world as it is happening. But in the real sense, the executive has hijacked the legislature, has hijacked the judiciary, and has hijacked the system completely. And everything that happens within that government is skewed towards favoring the ruling party. That is where we are right now in Nigeria. So more of this will happen. It's been happening. It's just that this one is coming out clearly to us. It's been happening because the waste and the mismanagement of governors, we have questioned it over time that what is happening. Tinubu government has said that we've made more revenues, we've made more money, and we've given more money to these governors. And reports are showing that the rate of poverty is climbing. In fact, the IMF and the World Bank just released a report this year that by the end of 2026, we are projecting that poverty level will be around 140 million in a population of 250 or 240 thereabout. What it means is that about 60 to 70% of people will be living in poverty. So this is a reflection that the resources that should go for road, the resources that should go for schools, the resources that should go for hospitals, the resources that should go for basic things that the poor could access to make life better for them, they are diverted into all kinds of things. Before I allow you, now 800 billion, maybe it's for election, maybe. And INEC law, the electoral act says that the limit for presidential election, the limit for presidential is 5 billion. That's the limit. That's the cap. So when government begin to contribute 800 billion for that same purpose, the question is, who now use the electoral act to bite? Is the electoral act just a paper that when people breach the electoral act, nobody bites? So these are the cases that we are seeing, and the terrible situation that this government and even some successive government have actually plunged Nigeria into. What it means is that the rate of out-of-school children will go up. The rate of maternity health, death, and what have you will go up. Bad roads will go up. Rate of crime will go up. Kidnapping will go up, because these are all fallout of a broken system.
I do not want to tread the path of some of my younger colleagues who call Nigeria a huge joke. That's an insult which I don't subscribe to. Let us query the institutions and the system. It is illegal, it is wrong, it is unlawful within the public service rules and regulations to undermine the financial process. That financial process has been undermined by the open admission of those who undermined it.
Absolutely.
What institution should be reacting? The National Assembly.
Who has the oversight function?
Have they raised a whip? Or there was an expression I used in off-camera conversation. Have we developed an impervious political leadership that public sentiment, public opinion doesn't bother them, even when that public opinion is born out of facts? Should National Assembly not have reacted to this? Is it all a matter of partisan politics?
The thing is this. You are only accountable and responsible to the people that you think actually voted you into power. But if your processes or the process that brought you into power is faulty, and he does not take credit from the people, it's purely authoritarianism. That's what it is, that you brought yourself into power. And that is what I was trying to explain. Hybrid regime is just a step away from authoritarianism. It's actually authoritarianism in disguise, where the legislature can no longer speak, they no longer carry out their function. The judiciary can no longer carry out their functions. And the executive is becoming reckless by the day, and nobody questioned them. The big stick, which is the check and balances that should be able to correct all these abnormalities, is broken completely. There's no call. You saw what happened recently, that a committee summoned the MNPC managing director, and he refused. He declined.
In a democracy.
He declined.
And nothing happened.
Nothing happened, and he went further to say that instead of him responding to them, he was already calling names in the National Assembly of people who are benefiting from a rot. So that That,
in other words, we are co-thieves.
exactly, that unholy matrimony, if you like, that unholy matrimony between the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary is what is playing out. In fact, that weakens the system, because now the institution that should have played that oversight function to say, wait a minute, do you have the responsibility or do you have the powers to disburse money?
If you cannot pay the governors, you query the financial system at the same time.
So when such things happen, they can't do anything because they are neck deep in the whole arrangement. It's an establishment. I don't want to use the word gang. It's an establishment of people who are in the same corrupt system. So I can tell you the only way out of this is that Nigerians must get the necessary political education, like we are having this conversation now. The necessary political education that will drive Nigerians into actions. Because Nigerians are taking this as a norm.
That's where I was headed to.
Nigerians are taking this as a norm. And why they're taking it as a norm is because the sufficient political education to drive their political consciousness, to drive them into action is really not happening. Like I said, that is one way Action Aid is playing its own role to make sure that people are sensitized of what is going on right now so that they can take actions against their governor. Now, in around 2007 to 2010 thereabouts, civil society cried out that there is huge opacity in terms of how monies are disbursed from FAC. So mandated the Federal Ministry of Finance that regularly, on every month basis, you must publish whatever allocation that you are giving to each state. It must be disaggregated per state and per local government, so that people will know exactly what comes into the coffers of the state and the local government. It started. And people were using that to do advocacy and monitor how monies were spent. And of course, if you can't even monitor, you will know how much your governor has received. Government became very, very careful. After some time, that process died. So what they do now, they don't disaggregate anymore. They just lump it up, and all the states go so billion, and the federal government goes so billion. We are back to that state of opacity, where the process of disbursing public resources to these governors are no longer made public. And what I think we also call that information imbalance. Information imbalance or information asymmetry is also deliberate by this establishment. It's deliberate because the more information you get, the more power you get to actually make a case or even take actions. But if you are starved of information, you cannot do anything. The reason why we are having this conversation this morning is because we have information around this.
That's true.
If we don't have information around this, we won't even have this conversation in the first place. So it's a deliberate attempt of the government to starve the people of the necessary information that will drive them to actions, because of the atrocities, because of the criminality, and because of the kind of things that they do, the kind of arrangement they do. How can you? I need to mention it because it's already in the public. As a Senate president, you will have your children in NNPC. Your name was mentioned. So when the matter was coming out, the man who was driving the matter, that man became your enemy automatically because you were protecting your personal interest. Now the thing is, if we must go forward, public interest must again override private interest.
How do we get about it? Because Newton, what I'm trying to push us to interrogate this matter is because some young boys, young men out watching us this morning, we say, look at them now, they're so fussy about the matter, not because they never get their turn. A national attitude is recruiting tomorrow's leaders into a culture of this is how to do it.
Yeah.
And those agitating against it, come on, we are making nasty noise. In other words, we are progressively normalizing.
It's normalized, I'm sorry, it's normalized already. It's normalized. It's corruption Corruption is like a norm right now in Nigeria, but they don't want to call it corruption. They just see it as, oh, go and take a piece of cake. I give you a very good instance. I was in my state. I'm from Edo State. I was having a conversation with some of my colleagues from Canada who came together. We were pushing for a particular candidate. And I said, I have a concern that this person might not be able to represent the interest of the people if he gets into power. You know what he told me? They said, that story or that narrative that I'm pushing now is of the old. It's of the old. That the present narrative is that what you get, what I get, this the narrative, because they've seen it play out. They've seen it play out. Because one, we've made all kinds of laws in Nigeria. There is this law that I think was going to change things, which is called the Unexplained Words Act.
Yes.
That all of a sudden you are seeing a very flamboyant lifestyle. The EFCC or the ICC will have the right
presumptuously arrest you. We have to now explain why.
Since all the assets in the first place, you go to court. The onus is reversed. It's on you to come and explain. I thought that was going to settle the problem if effectively applied. Unfortunately, that has not happened. That is why the likes of the FCT minister who come on national air to say, I have a Rolls Royce. Go back to history. You have never worked anywhere. You have never owned a company. You've never been a merchant of any business. And you've been in public office for a while. And you are coming to flaunt to the same public that, look, I have a Rolls Royce. Because that law wouldn't work. Because the same people who makes this law, they also breach the law. So like if you ask me, the only way out of this is that, I don't want to use a very hard word, is that people must be sensitive enough to be able to take action. And we've not gotten the critical mass of Nigerians who will hit the street of Nigeria to say, no, enough is enough. This cannot continue. Of course, the establishment has also been able to weaponize public against the people, because they know somebody who has not seen 10,000 naira for the last 5 months, if you give the person 20,000 naira, the person will begin to shift ground. So we must have that agreement as a people, not as. So it's going to be the people against this establishment until we come to that point.
Let us look at the people. You just said weaponizing poverty. Recruitment process, political recruitment process going on now. People who are going to be in the House of Representatives, senators, prospective governors, and all that. Let's query the process. Remember this conversation because of all this humongous amount of money, which we did not ask APC governors to tell us about. They on their own told us. We are using what they told us to have this conversation.
Yes.
The basis for recruiting people into political positions, as we are talking now, is how much do you have? How much do you bring into the coffers of the party?
Absolutely.
How much do you offer the party chairman? How much? How much? Nobody is considering trustworthiness. Nobody is considering competence, technical or managerial. All that is being considered is how can he fund this movement, this party, this campaign.
Absolutely.
Even when you are a known fraudster. But if you come out, the truth of the matter is that Bello Tuji, the Boko Haram leader, the bandit leader in Zamfara state, if he elects now to say, okay, I have stopped banditry, and he comes up with this lorry load of money, he can get a ticket.
I'm sure that's very correct.
What are we going to do to begin to give some measure of moral, ethical, decent value to those who are managing the processing for this recruitment into leadership? What can we do? Oh, are we done? Are we done? Are we dead and done?
No, not really. I think it might take some time, but then, like I said before, we need to build that momentum. And not just build it, we need to build it with the understanding of what we want to get out of it. Okay. It's unfortunate that they are here. Right now, if you look at the national, the name, there's a name that is trending right now, Bajabia Miller issue is trending right now. The same Bajabia Miller, don't forget, there was a case, allegation against him in the US. Okay? About all kinds of things that he did with his law firm. The Senate President has truckload of cases before the EFCC. He's the Senate President. There are some other names there in the even the governor of former governor of Abia State and others. These guys, they have cases with the EFCC. With the law. They've not been cleared. But they had the money. And the money paved the way for them into making laws that should have been keeping them down. So that's the problem. Until the people come to that consciousness that their destiny is stolen. Isn't there anything that the judiciary can do for us? Wow. That's isn't there this might be another conversation for another debate. I'm going to give you a quick story about the judiciary. Now, until the judiciary becomes independent, which it is not, there's nothing Nigerian judiciary can do. It's going to be selective. Maybe you take time to go and read literature about hybrid regime. You will see how this establishment captures the judiciary. They decide the kind of law. They decide the interpretation of the law. You just see all those names, all those justice and whatever. You see all of them sitting down there. But the real people who decide the interpretation and the outcome of justice, they are behind. So that is why you have election in Nigeria. Somebody is quick to tell you, go to court. Somebody who rigged an election, openly rigged an election, or who came out fourth in the race, will quickly tell you, go to court. Because if he has confidence in the court, he has been able to buy the court. He has bought his confidence. Okay, so it's a conversation for another day. Well, we take a short break now, very short break. And we go to something that is trending currently. Has Bajabia Miller really a case to explain to Nigerians? Again, we look at it from a failing system, not from an individual perspective. Please stay with us. Well, can see I'm putting on my glasses so that I can see clearly. So I want to read out something to you. Now, on January 24th, 2017, one gentleman, Prince Adeyemi Matthew, was reported in the media to have been elected as President General of the World Youth Organization. He was reported to have assumed duty on the UN in the UN headquarters in Geneva, or at the UN headquarters in Geneva in Switzerland on Monday, January 22, 2027. And he was to serve in that position for 5 years, which means his tenure would end in 2022. That Adeyemi Prince was reported to have been a former aide to former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. The police was subsequently to investigate that report and invest that gentleman. And there was no evidence that he did occupy the position he had later occupied, nor won the election into the office he purported to have won election into. That is the report. This same gentleman again, this same Prince
Adeyemi Matthew, has surfaced again. He is reported to be claiming falsely, not my own words, that he was appointed the Director General of the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. Quite a mouthful. Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. And also another agency, Presidential Economic Advisory Council. And he parades letters of appointment to that effect. Ordinarily, these appointments would have meant nothing. After all, the presidency creates agencies and appoints people into those positions. But there's a problem here. The gentleman says the chief of staff to the president was asking him to let go quite substantial percentage of budgetary allocation to those two agencies, and that he had made an offer earlier of 400 million naira to secure those positions was occupying. The bribe is his business, not our business. But that allocation to those agencies were to be shared between him and Gajabia Miller is our interest here. Newton, I told you before we came on air that one of my senior colleagues said, why are you bringing these two things together? And I said, I'm trying to create a character profile. The first one, the same institutional failure, the same process.
Yeah.
Taking money and sharing out the money. And the same thing seems to want to play out here. But please let me also admit openly that the Right Honorable Gajabia Miller has washed his hands of this nonsense. And that was why I brought up this first story. That if we were to gauge the person talking based on what was reported as police investigation of him, and the outcome established that it was not true, then his words may be doubtful. But he has said, one, that the BNN says to me that those agencies don't exist and therefore I could not have been given an appointment letter. But those agencies are in the 2026 budget. Allocations have been made to them. Those agencies have office in the Federal Secretariat and staff seconded from the office of the head of service. Those agencies, he has DSS details protecting him, police details protecting him.
Yep.
In other words, these are items for government legitimacy. Can I borrow the word of the lingo of some of my friends from Jamaica? Newton was wine.
A lot is going. You see, let me start from what you said that, the bribery case is his business. No, bribery case is a serious case in every single country, especially when it has to do with a public office holder. And again, whether Gajabia Miller is washing his hands off from this matter, it's not easily said that, I don't know anything about it. It's not easily said. First and foremost, I think the responsible thing to do is to resign from his office or step aside. Maybe not resign, step aside from his office until this case is properly trashed out, whether he's involved or not. And a competent court should be able to decide that. Not even the presidency can say that, because the allegation has to do with crime. And crime is a serious offense in every country. Bribery is a crime. EFCC Act ICPC Act, even police section of the Police Act actually treat crime as a serious a crime against the state in the first place. I don't even want to say a crime against the people, a crime against the state. If you have used your public office in the first place to do deals, that's a crime against the state. It's bribery.
Let us look at it. I want to please offer us more dimensions to this. One is, the Chief of Staff said that there are no agencies like that. I'm coming. So the crime of creating an agency, who created it? The agency, that's the who inserted it into
by our law, agencies of state or institutions of state can only be created two ways. One, by the National Assembly, that's by the acts that pronounces so this entity is hereby established by the National Assembly. That's one. Then the second one is by executive order. The president can decide to create an office to make his work done. So, are you saying that the existence of this agency does not have recognition with the legislative process, or it does also not have recognition with the presidency? Now, if that is correct, how will Parliament recognize an agency that does not have recognition in its process?
Is it a creation by it?
Exactly. No law. Exactly. Creating it and giving it money. You give it money. Growing up, I used to hear of ghost workers. What we are beginning to see now is not just ghost workers, but we are beginning to see ghost institutions. Ghost institutions. So if we probe deeper, it means, listen, let me also share this. The way criminals think, the way perpetrators of all these people who breach the system, who bypass, circumvent the processes, the way they think. For everything that they are doing, they are building on something. It must have been done before successfully. A criminal can only come to your house, break into your house, take things away, and find out that that same route it took to get to your house is still open. They will come the second time. So there's a gap in the system. That's what it means. There's a gap in the system. And the oversight function of our legislature is not effectively carried out. Because these are things that whether the opposition party or members in the House should have also flagged this. Even if the APC members are going to say, okay, this is our own team, let's do it. Nobody flagged it. It means completely the oversight function is faulty. And to take public resources is mismanagement. And mismanagement is a serious issue. It's a serious issue. Mismanagement is enough for the Senate president and the authorities or group of persons who approve that particular budget.
The Senate Committee on Appropriation.
Yes, to completely leave the office. It's an impeachable offense. That's the truth. Again, when a particular party, I will keep making emphasis to that, in an authoritarian system, you don't have checks and balances. Things just go seamlessly. I think this cries because the sharing formula had problems.
Just like the first one. I said I was trying to establish a character profile. The first one, the sharing formula. Now,
the sharing formula had problems. Some years ago when House of Rep members they are fighting and they are doing it, I keep telling some of my colleagues, I said, this fighting, forget it. There's a problem with the sharing formula. If the sharing formula was good, from the confession of the man, you can see that the whole issue boils down to sharing formula. Oh, I mean this. No, this is not what we bargained. I can't give you this. You can't have. That is the argument, and that is why this will get out of proportion. But let me also tell you, in a sane society, Adeyemi should not be running. There should be a law first and foremost to protect it, because one is a whistleblower. Two, it's a weakness.
Yeah, let me give out public information.
Yes.
As at this morning, a publication by Premium Times indicates that Adeyemi has gone on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that his life was being threatened and there are moves to silence him. Again, if I go back to the first story, which I began this conversation with, I do not believe everything I hear, but I need to put it into public space so that those needing information to make up their minds would also know what to do. That was the latest report as at this morning.
Yeah, I've also read that report. That's what I'm saying. I'm even writing on that report that the likes of Adeyemi should not be hiding. It should be protected because there's a law called witness protection. That was the reason why that law was, I don't know whether it was passed into law eventually. That was why we were pushing for it. But if you have a witness, a permanent witness to a criminal case of this magnitude, first and foremost, the law should protect him. So if Adeyemi continues to run, who is going to give the evidence that this thing really happened? That's one. Then two, he's a whistleblower. He has blown the whistle. So the state agency should be able to protect him so that we don't lose the evidence. Because in the court of law, if you don't have the evidence, you don't have a case. So if Adeyemi continues to roll, what are we taking to the court to decide whether Gbadabi Agboola was involved in all this or not? So that's the reality. Now, this also takes me to another point, that it is possible that most of the agencies and most of the items that are lined up in our budget every year, they are not real. It's a wake-up call for Nigerians. It's a wake-up call for Nigerians to go back and pick up the 2026. I don't want to even go back to 2025. Pick up the 2026 budget and scrutinize it properly and ask for where are these agencies? How were they created? Who are the people funding these agencies? We need to know. So that agencies again don't become channels of taking much needed resources for development into personal pockets.
Okay, my producer is giving the signal, but I wouldn't cave in very quickly. Just one last issue.
Yeah.
With this conversation this morning is essentially the failure of the system. Can you look at the consequence? What is this consequence of this kind of development for our national development?
The people. The consequence is the people. The people will go down more. They will suffer more. You're going to have, like I mentioned before, you're going to have more out of school children. You're going to have increase in crime. You're going to have more poor people. From our perspective, that is the dangerous thing for us. That more innocent people will suffer this. They won't be able to access hospitals. They won't be able to access good roads. They won't be able to access potable water. They won't be able to access school. And unfortunately, the women, children, and people in the village will disproportionately pay for this.
Well, almost 58 minutes I've been conversing with Luchin Oshenaye of Action Aid Nigeria. The issues are quite serious, I must tell you. Even though they seem to fall into one thing, the failure of our systems, but that failure is also very big query on the character and of those who recruit into leadership. But let me conclude this conversation this morning by acknowledging the statement by one of my colleagues, Bayo Ononoga, in the presidency, who says we should not come to conclusions, we should not make a lot of statements about this matter because it could be sub judice because the case is in court. Well, let me remind Bayo that our teacher, late Dr. Olu Onagorowa, said to us that any court that is influenced by media opinion, any judge that is influenced by media opinion is not worthy of the bench on which he sits, because it means that judge cannot stand the fireworks of legal arguments. because arguments come from both ends. It means that such a judge will be a reed in the wind. Wherever the argument comes, he bends that way. He's not guided by law. We will not leave this matter alone. It's a matter of public interest. We will not come to conclusions. We just put down the facts. This morning, let us, on your behalf, thank Newton Oshemaya. Newton,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
I hope that you find us worthy of returning.
Absolutely, anytime. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And that's our edition for this Friday morning. I hope that you've enjoyed it. Let's meet again next week. Good morning.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, ICPC uncovers new fake agency. Fuel subsidy removal, Tinubu mistakes sufferings as economic success, Atiku. US-Canada tariff talks collapse, raising trade war fears. And Pope to visit San Marino, address conflict gathering in Italy. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The federal government has declared Tuesday, August 25, 2026, a public holiday to mark this year's Eid al-Mawlid, commemorating the birth of the Holy Prophet Muhammad. Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunjojo announced the holiday on behalf of the federal government in a statement issued on Friday by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Magdalena Ajani. Tunjojo congratulated Muslims in Nigeria and across the diaspora on the occasion, urging Nigerians to reflect on the values of compassion, humility, and service associated with the life of the Prophet Muhammad. The minister also called on Nigerians to use the occasion to pray for peace and national cohesion, stressing that maintaining unity remains a collective responsibility. Urged citizens to celebrate the occasion with restraint and mutual respect while wishing the Muslim community a joyous and peaceful Eid. The Independent National Electoral Commission will conduct a nationwide mock accreditation exercise in November 2026 as part of measures to test its readiness for the 2027 general elections. Chairman of the Commission, Professor Josh Ojo Amopita, said this when he disclosed on Friday in Abuja while receiving the charge of affairs of the Canadian High Commission to Nigeria, David Sproul, and other officials of the Commission on a courtesy visit to the INEC headquarters. According to him, the mock accreditation will subject the bimodal voter accreditation system and other electoral equipment to a vigorous field test ahead of the general elections. So the exercise was designed to identify and address possible operational challenges before the elections, stressing that the Commission was determined to build on the lessons learned from recent off-cycle elections. Professor Mupita disclosed that INEC had established a dedicated artificial intelligence unit to respond to emerging technological challenges in election administration. So the unit would explore the use of AI in areas including data management and voter registration, but also help in the Commission confront emerging threats such as deep fakes and AI-generated disinformation. President Bola Tinubu has ordered the immediate arrest of Prince George Buchi Nwabweze over an alleged operation of a fake government agency within the premises of the office of a secretary to the government of the Federation. The President also ordered the immediate suspension of 3 permanent secretaries following fresh findings by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission in its investigation into alleged fake government agencies and weaknesses in public service processes. The ICPC chairman, Musa Damo Aliyu, disclosed this while briefing State House correspondent at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. Aliyu said the commission had uncovered another alleged fake office operating within the OSGF premises, identified as the National Brands Development and Made in Nigeria Special Project Office. According to him, the office was allegedly allocated space within the OSGF without presidential authorization. The ICPC chairman said a discovery was made that the Commission's broader investigation into the activities of alleged fake Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council and other procedural weaknesses in government. Aliyu said Nwabweze were allegedly operated under several variations of his name, promoted the National Brands Development and Made in Nigeria Special Project Office. The 2027 presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, Peter Obi, has promised to build a production-driven economy, create productive jobs, and overall Nigeria's security architecture. Speaking at a press conference in Onitsha, Anambra State, he stated that his movement would focus on national dialogue to rebuild the country and improve living standards of poor. And the former Anambra State governor noted that while he and his political allies come from diverse backgrounds, they share a unified goal, including investing in Nigerians and ensuring responsible management of public resources. Obi challenged Nigerians to evaluate political leaders based on policy outcomes, asking if their lives have genuinely improved over the past 4 years regarding food affordability, education, and healthcare access. We argued that Nigeria cannot import its way into prosperity, stressing that a population exceeding 200 million represents a massive domestic market that must be transformed into productive human capital. He added that 3.6 million citizens remain internally displaced by insecurity, while millions of youths enter the labor market annually without finding opportunities. We pledge to the improvement of intelligence coordination, stronger border management, and greater deployment of technology. Presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress for the 2027 election, Atiku Abubakar, says that the sufferings encountered by Nigerians in the aftermath of the end of a fuel subsidy regime by President Bola Tinubu is not a sign that the policy succeeded. Atiku, in a statement by Senior Special Assistant on Public Communication, Frank Shaibu, dismissed the president's criticism of Atiku's promise to return fuel subsidy under a new model as an insolent sermon of a failed economic experimenter who mistakes Nigerians' capacity to endure suffering for evidence that his policies are working. President, on assumption of office, had announced the end of a fuel subsidy regime However, the former vice president, while faulting the manner the present administration approached the policy, promised to return the fuel subsidy under a new model if elected. Atiku, while defending his proposed fuel subsidy model, likened the president's reforms to economic arson followed by propaganda, said that the administration had detonated simultaneous fuel price, exchange rate and cost of living shocks across a fragile economy, watched millions become poorer, and now struts around Abuja demanding applause for the wreckage. The United States Federal Bureau of Investigation has warned that releasing some records relating to President Bola Tinubu could endanger the lives or physical safety of individuals, as it seeks permission to privately explain why the documents were withheld. The FBI made a disclosure in an application filed before the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia on August 20, asking the court to allow it to submit a confidential declaration explaining its position. The agency said it could not publicly disclose the full reasons for withholding some of the records because doing so could expose sensitive law enforcement techniques and procedures. The FBI is seeking an ex parte in-camera declaration which will allow it to provide the judge with its explanation privately and under seal. The records are being sought by Aaron Greenspan, founder of Plain Sight, who filed Freedom of Information Act request for documents relating to Tinubu from 1992 to 1993. Among the requests is Tinubu's entire FBI file and interview records connected to an FBI case. Development is the latest step in a prolonged legal dispute over a request for U.S. government records concerning allegations linked to Tinubu and a Chicago drug investigation dating to the early 1990s. Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke has urged political leaders across the state to work together to move the state forward following the 2026 governorship election. Governor Adeleke made a call while reacting to the peace appeal by the All Progressives Congress governorship candidate Bola Oyebamiji following his recent visit to President Bola Tinubu in Abuja. The governor described the appeal as a welcome development after weeks of intense political activities and tension surrounding the election. In a statement issued by spokesperson Olawale Rashid, Adeleke said the people of Osun deserved peace and stability after the election season. The governor also called on members and supporters of all political parties to exercise restraint and avoid actions capable of undermining peace across the state. Adeleke said his administration had consistently opposed the violence for political purposes, despite the pressures experienced during the campaign and election. He reiterated his commitment to maintaining peace and encourage political cooperation after the election. There was a fire outbreak in the early hours of Friday at ENUGU in ENUGU State, raising concerns among motorists and residents in the area. The ENUGU State Fire Service, led by its director, Okudili, promptly responded to the incident. Following the intervention of a fire service, affected area has been cleared, with authorities confirming that the road is safe and open for movement. Speaking on the development, the director of the ENUGU State Fire Service, Okudili, advised people to move with caution.
I want to tell our people that ENUGU is free. It's very, very free. There was a fire incident there in the morning around between 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. And immediately ENUGU State Fire Service received a distress call about the fire. We responded within 10 minutes. And that place was cleared within 20 minutes. That video was taken before the arrival of fire service. And you know, when somebody has posted something, it will be going on. Even if you see it tomorrow, you think like something that is happening now. So I want to ensure our people that the situation has been under control, the fire has been extinguished.
Evidence that environmental factors can increase cardiovascular risk beyond conventional conditions such as hypertension, diabetes, and obesity is raising fresh public health concerns in Nigeria. This fact was highlighted by Professor of Cardiology and Cardiovascular Pharmacology, Professor Raphael Anakwe, at the 249th inaugural lecture of the University of Nigeria, in which he examined the emerging link between environmental toxicity and healthy heart. Correspondent Christopher Lele takes the story from here.
The 249th inaugural lecture of the University of Nigeria brought together health professionals, academics, policymakers, students, and community leaders to examine a growing but often overlooked dimension of cardiovascular disease, the heart-habitat interface. Representing the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Simon Otoaya, the Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Professor Josephat Owomere, described the lecture as timely as he declared the event opened.
On behalf of our iconic Vice-Chancellor, Professor Simon Uchenna Otoaya, I declare this event open. Thank you.
Delivering the lecture titled Beyond Traditional Cardiovascular Risk Factors, Toxic Shadows and the Heart-Habitat Interface, a professor of cardiology and cardiovascular pharmacology, Professor Raphael Anakwe, drew attention to emerging environmental threats to heart health. He highlighted concerns over microplastics, air pollution, and other environmental toxicants, noting that cardiovascular risk can no longer be viewed solely through traditional factors such as high blood pressure, elevated cholesterol, and diabetes.
99% of the world population breathes in air, polluted air. This is according to the WHO guideline. It means that almost all of us here in this space breathe in polluted air. 8.1 million deaths are attributable to air pollution in 2021, the second largest risk factor for death. And approximately 2,000 young children die every day from air pollution. Average global reduction in life expectancy is 1.8 years, and it is 3 to 4 years in Nigeria and West Africa. Meaning that if we were to live 50 years, if we are exposed to air pollution, your life expectancy comes down to about 56 years.
Professor Anakwe called for greater investment in primary prevention, environmental health, and cardiovascular research, alongside policies aimed at reducing exposure to harmful pollutants.
This lecture is a call to action to researchers to deepen inquiry into toxicant-induced cardiovascular disease across African contexts. It is a call to action on policymakers to strengthen protection through regulation, monitoring, and enforcement. It is a call to clinicians to expand vision beyond the traditional risk factor checklist.
ENUGU State Commissioner for Health, Professor George Ugu, commended the inaugural lecturer for his contributions to cardiology and medical research, describing the lecture as a valuable addition to ongoing efforts to strengthen healthcare delivery.
Very successful, very informative. You know, Professor Ralph Anakwe is one of our leading physician, clinician, and of course a teacher and a mentor. He has displayed to the world his worth, and we're happy to be here. You can see all of us in the academic community, in the leadership circle, in the health system. We are all here to learn and to share in his joy. It's a very great day.
Colleagues and stakeholders also applauded the depth of the presentation, saying its recommendation offer important perspectives for confronting emerging cardiovascular risks and improving long-term health outcomes.
I've learned that there are some things that we have to not increase the chances of having cardiac problem by not stressing yourself in so many other things, and also that government should have an important role to play in some of these industrial waste and so many other things that increases some of the toxic material that goes into our system.
To upgrade and dissipate his views, he actually made something that was very important to the society, and he has already communicated to them. So it's now left for us to let the right of the patients be well informed on what it should do.
And I'm happy to be here today. I'm happy to associate
He's done very well today as our inaugural lecturer, and I pray God to continue to bless him.
Family members and colleagues described the event as a celebration of years of study, clinical service, and commitment to advancing cardiovascular medicine.
I'm so happy. I'm very happy that today eventually came. Like he said initially when he was giving the date to give this inaugural lecture, he was really excited. We worked together, and I'm happy that today eventually it was a good one, a big success to the glory of God.
I'm so happy for him. He had worked really hard all his life to come to this particular position. So I'm so happy, and I give God all the glory.
The event climaxed with the presentation of the inaugural lecture certificate, award and gift to Professor Raphael Anakwe in recognition of his academic excellence and contribution to medical education and cardiovascular healthcare. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
Still to come, US faults UN Secretary General's selection process, and search for survivors after 16 killed by Russian double-tap strike on Ukrainian mall. Stay with us.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox. It's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Trade talks between the United States and Canada have collapsed, raising the fears of a fresh escalation in a trade dispute between the two countries. The breakdown came after Canada rejected what Washington described as the final terms of a deal aimed at preventing new tariff on Canadian imports. The U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer accused Canada of abandoning the negotiating process after the two sides had made substantial progress towards an agreement that would have given Canadian exports preferential access to the American market. Greer said Ottawa introduced new demands and reversed some commitments reached during the negotiations, setting what he described as a carefully negotiated balance. Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney rejected that account, saying the last-minute conditions came from Washington and were unacceptable to his government. Carney said the American demands were unfair, uneconomic, and called into question the reliability of any deal. He acknowledged that the negotiations had produced significant progress, but said the outcome still fell short of what Canada considered necessary to protect its interests. The immediate dispute centers on the scale and scope of the proposed American tariffs, with U.S. officials indicating that Canadian exports in sectors including automobiles, steel, aluminium, and lumber remained major points of disagreement. The United States has faltered polling and surveys in the selection process of the next United Nations Secretary General, warning against usurping the Security Council's power. Washington said even though the Council plays a key role in recommending who becomes the UN chief, recent events suggest the Council's working methods are not being respected. At the Council's briefing, Ambassador Jennifer Luceda accused President of the General Assembly Annalena Baerbock of irresponsible actions which could undermine the process. Luceda, alternative representative for Special Political Affairs, said the PGA sent 2 letters to the Council, insinuating that it acted improperly, invoking transparency, fairness, and inclusion. The diplomat maintained that the Council has long respected the selection process as spelled out in the resolution on the revitalization work of the General Assembly. The ambassador called the polling unfair, untransparent, and unprecedented, saying most people who voted have no official role in the selection process of a Secretary General. She said Resolution 79327 does not permit polls or surveys, accusing Baerbock of continuing a trend of UN leadership fancying themselves as diplomatic superstars rather than chief administrative officers. The Senate further pointed to Baerbock's second letter, which asked the Security Council not to consider candidates that did not participate in a General Assembly dialogue. The Democratic Republic of Congo is gearing up to roll out an Ebola vaccine, with some doses being used as part of a trial to see if it is effective against the Ebola species of the virus that is currently circulating in the country. The Everbo vaccine does help protect against Zaire species of Ebola, but currently there are no proven vaccines or treatments for Budingbuyo. The rollout comes as the World Health Organization (WHO) issued a new warning that Ebola was growing exponentially in the north and east of DR Congo, and the spread of infections now covered an area bigger than France. Close to 2,500 people have now died of Ebola, which was declared 3 months ago. Julian Hannes, the WHO's Ebola coordinator, told reporters that half of the deaths happened in the last 20 days. A new report by Save the Children suggests that at least 180 Congolese children have lost both parents or caregivers since the outbreak began. The outbreak is now the deadliest in DR Congo's history and the second worst ever, only surpassed by the 2014-2016 West Africa outbreak, when more than 11,000 people died. Experts say that it has been spreading in DR Congo since as early as February, but infections of Bugandillo species were initially misdiagnosed as typhoid and malaria. Pope Leo XIV is visiting San Marino and Italy as part of a series of brief pastoral trips this summer. Pontiff is expected to meet local authorities and hold a prayer service in San Marino before traveling to the Italian seaside city of Rimini. In Rimini, Pope Leo will address the annual gathering of the influential Catholic group, Communion and Liberation. He would also visit an exhibition on St. Augustine, meet people with disabilities and 6 members of the faith, and later preside over an open-air mass. The Pope will be the first pontiff to attend the Rimini meeting since Pope John Paul II. Rescue workers in Ukraine are searching for survivors after a Russian drone strike on a shopping center in Kyiv killed at least 16 people and injured 130 others. President Volodymyr Zelensky said that the shopping center was hit in 2 waves, with a second strike targeting emergency workers who arrived at the scene. Regional military head Alexander Haksa said 23 children were among those injured, while 29 people were in serious condition. Ukrainian president condemned the attack as cynical and despicable. As rescue efforts continue, local authorities in Kyiv said 1 person had been killed after a fire broke out in a warehouse following an alert for ballistic missile. And that's the global news. I am Barry Kumo Ado, thanking you for watching.
way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hi, my name is Daniel Chikro and I am a champion. So for me, being a champion means that I'm able to tell better stories. It means that I am now in a room with other people like me who have been telling these stories, because for you to be a champion, you have to already be telling the story.
Food is never just food. It is memory, it is culture, it is identity. And sometimes, without saying a word, it tells us who belongs where. For generations across Africa, cooking has often been framed as women's work, a responsibility, an expectation, and a role. But a new generation of storytellers are quietly changing that narrative. Amongst them is Daniel Ochuko. Daniel is not a politician, he's not a filmmaker, he's not standing on a stage delivering speeches about gender equality or equity. Instead, he's doing something far more subtle and perhaps more powerful. He's telling a different story through everyday life. Through recipes, food videos, lifestyle content, and moments shared with millions online, Daniel presents a version of masculinity that is comfortable in the kitchen, curious about culture, and free from limiting stereotypes.
When I think of gender equitable storytelling, right, my mind immediately goes to the work that I do in food, right? So my mind immediately goes to the fact that I don't think a man should be, I don't think a man and a woman should come together and then this man tells the woman that, oh, this is your life, even when she wants to do other things, right? I don't think it's okay for my mom did not do that, but it's like I saw other people's parents do that, where they're like, oh, because you're a boy, go sit down and watch your sisters cook, even when they don't want to cook. And a story that I always like to tell is, if my mom was born in this era, she would not enter the kitchen. I always tell that, and people think that I learned how to cook from my mom. I did not. She would tell you, this boy did this thing. right? So that's the way I think of gender equity, but storytelling, I just think of it in my own this thing. I think that for me, when it comes to even outside of gender equity and just content in general, I'm not trying to put too much pressure on myself, but one thing I always wait for is feedback, and thankfully I always get feedback. So for instance, again, when I started making videos around gender equity, people would send me DMs. I'm like, I sent your video to my husband just now. I'm telling you, like, alpha, and this is what we are not having a conversation around what I have been saying since, but now because another man has said it, he's more likely to take it seriously, right? So I have women who are like, oh, I force my children to watch your content because it's important that they see a man cook, and if they're always on their phone, you might as well be following them, because I don't want them to go and be a liability elsewhere. So that's the kind of thing that makes me know that, okay, this thing that you're doing actually is making something, like, no matter how small it is. But I also understand that sometimes you might not get this kind of feedback.
I was about to say,
I understand it totally, that sometimes you might not get kind of feedback, and for me, maybe I'm lazy, but I will not worry. I will just keep doing it. I will just keep doing it. I'm just like, I can't, what else am I going to do? I can't go come to you and be like, did this content help you or whatever? But mentally, I'm just like, Daniel, do not stress it. You know what is right. You've done what you think is right. So let the universe do its thing. And this is what it is, and it's gender equitable story. I did not know that before now. I was just like, oh, I'm just cooking, which is again what you guys are doing. So for instance, if someone says to me that, oh, is cooking on Instagram or is cooking somewhere, I've seen his work before now, just like, oh, it's a random person, but now I'm going to take it as a very serious thing because it's a man in Nigeria doing that. Right, and then she said she's a financial analyst. I'm like, oh wow, if you're going to create content like that, most times we're going to see men doing it. Most times. So you have to, when you're thinking of the content that you're creating, you also have to think of things like this and be like, oh, actually I'm representing something here more than this or that, more than the actual bit of content that you think you're creating. But yeah, so that's it.
His work challenges the outdated idea that cooking belongs to one gender. Instead, he shows that food belongs to everyone. What makes Daniel's storytelling unique is that it doesn't feel like a lecture. It feels instead like an invitation. An invitation for young men to see cooking as creativity rather than obligation. An invitation for young women to see domestic spaces as shared spaces. And an invitation for families to imagine more balanced partnerships at home.
So more importantly, at the time, I was the only man who was not a chef who was creating content. That's a big thing, because statistics shows that, oh, men only become chefs because of the money that is in the chef business, right? And then women want to cook because it's a woman's thing, and then a man comes into the game and is cooking because he wants to cook. I don't know if you get what I mean. I was not a certified chef or anything. I still am not. I am just here showing you the thing that I love to do, because also society tells us that, oh, men cannot like cooking, right? Or men should not like cooking. And if you do, you need to suppress that side of you and go get some other interesting things to do so that it appeals to the society, right? And then again, Daniel comes into the game and Daniel's like, okay, well, me, I'm just going to do my own and all of you will be fine, right? So the thing about me taking that leap of faith is we now have other men who are creating content inspired by Daniel, right? So a lot of the people who you see, the men now who you see create content, are inspired by me, and I didn't even say that like very lightly. I'm very proud of it. Like I feel it's one of those things where people are like, if I die now, I die. I don't want to die, please. If I die now, I die a very happy person, right? But that's also what one. So if we have 10 male food content creators and say 7 of them or 8 of them are inspired by Daniel Ochiko, that's one Daniel Ochiko. Now, how many people do we have here, and how many people can be inspired by your work and your story and the content that you create? that is why, again, we need to tell this kind of stories. So, it's a lot of attention, right? But I also just imagine that, like, they cook, so they're like, oh, it's a normal, like, you should be like, yeah, duh, what else are you going to do? So I can imagine that they, women most likely have to put, actually not most likely, they will put in more effort to now make an impact. So it's easy for me to carry myself and be like, oh my god, like, I'm a man that cooks and this, and then I go look for like a sponsor. They're more likely to carry it than if a woman comes into the thing, because they're like, madam, yeah, like, that's what you're supposed to be doing, especially in a place like this. So I agree, and I like, that's what happens. For me, initially, it was just the series was just, I need to show more men in the kitchen, because also I've been trying to tell gender equitable stories for as long as I've been creating content, and the series was, we see women all the time in the kitchen, whether they like it or not, we see them in the kitchen, but we don't see a lot of men in the kitchen, and this series was born out of that. So I had to start this thing where I'm like, I need you to start seeing your brothers, your fathers, your friends, your male friends in the kitchen. But coming here and being part of this project, and also having gone through all the courses and movies and films that we've seen, I think I won't say I am moved / pushed in a positive way to want to include women now, because even if I say to people, men need to be in the kitchen, men need to cook all the time, there are still women who love to cook. Cooking is a basic survival skill. Man, woman, nothing, it doesn't have anything to do with gender, and we need to see both of them, or both of us coming together. So both man, woman, we see both of us coming together in the kitchen and doing the work that is supposed to keep us alive, or that is supposed to be part of our everyday regular survival skill. So yeah, that's why I am doing this now. I need to show more women, because again, it needs to be balanced. I think that's the key word here. Balance. It needs to be balanced. I need to show men doing what they should be doing. I need to also show women doing what they should be doing, because at the end of the day, we all eat food. So typically people associate my content with cleanliness, very refined, and I'm still going to do all of that. However, we don't want to push some people out of the line, which is, so you're speaking plenty English, you're doing plenty, but you're still in Nigeria, and you're still in Nigeria, living in Nigeria. So now in my head, I want to infuse a little bit of pidgin, not all the time, just so people can associate the thing you're doing. Because at the end of the day, I still make Nigeria. I try my best not to make things that are not Nigerian, and every time I do that, it doesn't go anywhere. Let me tell you, so I tell people all the time that if I post jollof rice today to Sunday, I'm guaranteed at least 50,000 views on each of those things. I am guaranteed. Like,
you post it different type of jollof.
You don't think you know? I have a jollof rice video that I post every 3 months. It doesn't matter. It will always do well. We're picking our story from the Mad Men, so we're just getting like a little bit of, let's say, the beginning part of our story from the Mad Men perspective, where she was in the office, informal setting, the bosses have like some sort of after-work relationship, but she doesn't have that because she's a woman, and then all of that. So back to our story, it's now we're trying to make this thing a man thing. So you know how women, so they're in a workspace, they have children, and then after work they're like, let's go have drink, and she's like, I have to go take care of my child. This time it's a man going to do that, and it's important that we do that, because we now need to be like, there are men who actually have like after work people, and they have to take care of their family, they have to go cook or something, and that's what we're trying to do.
His journey itself reflects this shift. Daniel has spoken about growing up in a home where both his mother and father cooked, allowing him to develop a love for food without gender restrictions. That experience now echoes through every piece of content he creates. But Daniel's impact extends beyond his own platform. As a creator, he has collaborated with major brands including Knorr Nigeria, alongside a diverse network of chefs, actors, influencers, and storytellers. These collaborations promote the idea that everyone has a place in the kitchen and that cooking can be joyful, accessible, and inclusive.
Came into the food space, I said to myself, so one of the things that would annoy the hell out of me is when somebody literally comes to me and says, oh my God, you cook well as a man. Why can't you just stop and say you cook well, point blank, period? Why do you have to add that as a man? Like, what does it do for you? Right, so my work, I just took it upon myself. I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm going to create content, but I have to be really, really good at this thing in a way where nobody's going to tell me that it's because I'm a man, that's why I'm doing it well. You just have to do it like, this is like, when you see it, you're like, this one, no, this one, finish work.
Ochiko mentioned one thing, and it was, I think I've never heard that thing, I heard it before. He was talking about how filmmakers or storytellers will just write stories, and we just write, maybe you're writing it someone that is a doctor, and automatically in my head the doctor should be a man. Why am I good? And I didn't think of that as a filmmaker, as a feminist. I never thought of that. Why is he a man? I use the word businessman. So in my films, in my scripting, if I'm hiring a scriptwriter to write my script, I'm going to tell him, if I see things like businessman, it's business person. If I see things like chairman, CEO, so we need to start using basic words. I think definitely from basic words, and like Ochiko said, you don't need to force it. You don't need to put it on everybody's face. Just do it. So things like that, scripting, the words, storytelling, reversing some characters. If it's not going to affect my story, and the man needs to be a nurturer for his kids or a nanny, why not? Why would I flip it? It's not a woman's thing, right? So I think I would definitely include those sorts of things that we don't even notice, that we do, that we don't even see. But I think by the time I start doing it, people can feel it.
Sometimes when we see men do certain things that I get shame behind it, I'm like, no, that's not going to happen on my platform. And I always tell people that I want a ministry with you here, which is what I want is what is going to go. And I want to show men to be emotionally intelligent. I want to show men, show care to their wives, siblings, anything, and not make it become something that is supposed to be shameful. Because when you make something visible often enough, it starts to feel possible. In my videos, I cook, I share household rules, I talk about women, the decision makers, leaders, producers, chefs, because interestingly, we have so because the food industry is such a very interesting space. We have so many male chefs who are doing amazing, but when it comes to the female chefs, they draw behind. For me and life, I know a lot of female chefs, and I want to put them there, and I want to talk about them openly, I want to celebrate them openly, which is what I do with my work and my platform. And that's what I believe gender equity media should do. Not preach, but reflect. Not lecture, but normalize. It's important that we normalize things like this in Africa. It's important that we normalize things like this in Nigeria, because when we normalize things like this, we start to reach really preaching. Success story on how my content has positively influenced someone. It was very recent, actually, like maybe a month ago or two. I made a video talking about boy moms, and I was very specific about boy moms because I feel like Nigeria / Africa, just mothers in general, have like a particular lens with which they take care of their boy child, and then a different lens with which they take care of their girl child. And in the comments, people were like, oh my God, this is what we do, oh, this is what I don't do, this is what I don't do. And I remember someone coming to my DM to send me a message to say, oh, I really love the video that you posted, because I am one of those people who is very, for lack of a better word, in love with my boy child, and I essentially make him or insulate him from the things that I don't insulate the girl child from. But because of your video, I'm going to start doing better. And honestly, that made me so happy and so grateful that the work that I do resonates to a lot of people enough to actually make a change. So yeah, so you know how people were having the conversation about this. There was this trend about how going to the restaurant, like my African mother, something, and then they will go and they will start fighting and whatnot. And people are like, do your mothers actually go outside to fight? Like the hormonals actually go to restaurants and then they start to make noise. But that was like a big thing on TikTok. So you see these people, they tie their wrapper, like they wear the blouse, the gele, and all of these things, and then they get to the place, and then maybe they now bring out like Omorogo and someone like and start. I'm just like, wow, that is very interesting. So it's interesting that you say that, because people do have conversations like that. I think that what it is we are not just as bold as we're not just as bold as we should be when it's time to maybe not fight back, when it's time to question these things, right? So before I started being very open around saying the things that I think around, like even anything outside of gender, but I'm going to use gender because that has always been in my head even before now, right? I'm like, are you sure you have the platform to say you don't want to be cancelled? Like, this is your life, you're a content creator, you don't have any other job, they cancel you, that is the end. Like, I'm saying so for it's in my close friends, and I'm having long threads, having long threads about the things that I think, and they're like, that should be on the main story. Like, not here, like there are only like 15 people.
Yeah, like people that agree with you already.
Exactly. So I'm talking with people that agree with me already. But interestingly, when I finally started having these conversations outside, like I remember the first time I made a proper like video around what I think around gender equity and the DMs I got, right? And then I'm like, well, you guys really like me, but let's like, you guys are like, so I think that when we push past the initial fear, right, around wanting to say things that we think are right or just our ideas, you just find that people are like, there are a lot of people like you, what they're just,
they lie.
No, but actually that's how I see it. So like in my head, or like at least on my own side, like of the what I just see is that people just need somebody to come and say the thing that they already think. They are not going to be the, when I say messiah or whatever, the
scapegoats.
But I mean, it could be scapegoats. To be honest, it actually could be scapegoats there, because somebody can now see the thing I'm doing, like, this one so like woman, I beg, I know fee. Just like, it's possible, but in my own case, doesn't a scapegoat thing. That just be like, oh, Daniel, thank you for talking about this. I grew up this way.
The lesson from Daniel's work is simple but profound. Stories do not live in movies and books. They live in kitchens, they live in everyday choices, they live in the moments that shape what young people believe is possible. And when millions of Africans see a man cooking, creating, teaching, and thriving without apology, a new possibility emerges. A possibility where talent matters more than gender, where care is not assigned by tradition, and where everyone is free to participate fully in the life of their home, their community, and their future.
So I think that, everybody in every strata of life definitely has a responsibility to advocate for gender equality. Kind of content that you make, how do you portray men, how do you portray women? If we're seeking for change, we should not just be looking to the government. You should be saying, in your small corner of the world, how can I impact? Now, if you follow my content, you know that I'm always making sure that I portray women and men, how they should be portrayed, good and bad, you understand? A man can be a killer, a woman can be a killer, you understand? A man can be a breadwinner, a woman can be a breadwinner. So it's important that you portray people and that your stories are not just a single story, but full stories. Yeah.
Are we showing balance in our stories? Are women visible in positions of leadership? Are men allowed to be vulnerable or nurturing in our stories? Are we avoiding stereotypes that quiet behaving for seeking equality? It was one of the most fulfilling things that I had done, because I saw creators began to see their influence differently right there and then. I was seeing it, and not just as entertainment but as social change. I'm fortunate that my partnerships with brands are also aligned with these values. Working with brands like North Nigeria, for which I'm an ambassador for, Power Oil, Golden Penny, I had the opportunity to shape campaigns that go beyond food into stories about care, community, and togetherness, which is why a lot of my campaigns feature me and my friends and my best friend. We're not just selling a product, we're reshaping culture, and that's the beauty of the Creative Academy. It allows purpose and profits to coexist and persist together. Brands win, audiences connect, and society shifts quietly but powerfully. But the truth is, creators can't do it above. if you're going to undertake change at scale, we need the systems that fund, amplify, and regulate media to inform us. That's where organization, but like the World Bank, policy leaders and creative networks coming. When you bring creators in the same room as economists, funders, media executives like we are today, you create a new kind of ecosystem, one that sees culture not as decoration, but as infrastructure. Because the stories people see every day are just as powerful as the policies written around them. As I continue to grow my platforms, my goal is to use my reach to help other creators understand the use of their influence. So move from how many views did I get? I always tell people it's quality content consistently. So we're moving from how many views did I get to how many conversations did I start, or what conversation did I start with this piece of content?
Do I feel like my content on gender equitable storytelling is resonating with my audience? Absolutely yes. I think it's also resonating because I'm doing it in such a subtle way. I'm not forcing anybody. I am not trying to, for lack of a better word, push an agenda, and I'm also doing it through a medium that they already know, so which is food. All my messages are passed through food, and I'm reading through a medium that they already know and they already love. So this is just an addition, some sort of an extra or an added content pillar for me to the work that I already do. So yes, it resonates, and it resonates really, really well. So when I grew up in a family where like my dad was not worried about his child cooking, not one bit, but I also had extended family members that I'll go to their house and just like, bruh, if you don't sit down. So for instance, I just got back from a trip and I had to buy PS5 for that thing, the box, the player thing, and that was the first time I was touching it. Do you understand? And yeah, that's the journey. So, but like, I'm like, oh, this is very. So I took intentionally took it. I'm like, oh wow, this is the first time I'm actually touching a PS5 player. So when I even went to the store, I'm like, oh, this is what I am looking for. Right? When the person sends me, like, someone asks me to buy, so I'm like, oh, this is what I'm looking for. I don't know what it does. Like, this is what I'm looking for. But it just made me think about the fact that when I was younger, people would be like, oh, why do you want to cook? Why do you want to cook? Why do you want to? And I was and I was not a stubborn child, but this was the only thing I was stubborn about in my entire life. Like, I am literally, like, you know, when Nigerian parents pray for good children, that's like they pray for someone like me. You are not doing anything that is going to, like my mother would say, make them use left hand to point to this noble family. Like, that's how she says it, right? But when it comes to things around what I think about cooking and what I think men should do, and like, I am very, 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 very stubborn. So now suddenly the perfect child in my family is now my extended family is now the one that everybody's like, no talk, good year. But again, we always need someone to be like, someone to hold on to, or something to hold on to around the things and the ideas that we have. So if that's helped.
Because change in society does not always begin with grand gestures. Sometimes it begins with a meal, and storytellers like Daniel Ochuko are helping Africa imagine a table where everyone has a seat. This is why Daniel Ochuko is our champion.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken this by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Good day, Nigerians. Good day, our viewers. This is Signature Television Unscripted. Today we are going to look at what is going on with the Presidential Promotion Investment Council, the controversies surrounding the establishment of that agency. And you ask yourself, if the agency is described as phantom, the implication is that we may have several phantom agencies that had, over the years, found their ways into the national budget. We look at the issues surrounding the establishment of these, I don't want to call it a phantom agency. You know, if you get to know the circumstances surrounding the emergence of that agency. Then we are looking at luckily, the 46 abducted school children and teachers in Onire local government, in 3 schools in Onire local government area of Oyo State, have been rescued by our gallant armed forces. 56 days, they stayed for 56 days in captivity. And do we need to stay that long? Did they need to stay that long before they were rescued by our soldiers, by our policemen, by the vigilante people? What does it tell about security in Nigeria? And if we have time, we look at the implications of establishing a state, state police. My name is Mike Obani, and with me in the studio to do justice to these issues, on my far right is Dr. Ukeje. Dr. Ukeje, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. And our chieftain here, Chief Christian Maduka, you're welcome to the program. Chief Maduka.
Thank you very much. You don't give me too many big shoes so that I will find it difficult to fill it.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank you, our viewers. It's going to be an exciting moment. It's going to be an exciting discussion. So let's get back to Dr. KJ. Let's get back to this phantom. Like I said, I don't want to call it a phantom agency, because if you look at the issues surrounding, even the Secretary of the Federal Government was involved in, applying for writing to the EFCC to allocate offices at the Federal Secretariat to this agency. So is that a manifestation, a reflection, Dr. Ukeje, from what you have heard over this issue? Can that be a reflection of our budgeting process? Is it possible that, a national budget, in a national budget, a phantom agency, a phantom ministry, a phantom department could find its way into the national budget? And you remember, it's an executive bill, an executive appropriation bill submitted by the president. In other words, the president would have seen everything in that budget proposal before presenting it to the National Assembly. Okay? The president signed the budget into law. I mean, is it not surprising that a phantom agency can find its way into the national budget without the president knowing, without the chief of staff knowing, without the minister of finance knowing? What do you make out of this development?
Well, there is something that policymakers recommend. It's called consolidation of government. If you consolidate government, you reduce the size of government. One of our problems is the size of our government. You see, that agency is called council. It's not called commission. It's commissions that are authorized by written law. But agencies, council, program, they create these things anyhow. The tax body, the body that generated the tax bill that is controversial, we don't know the correct version of the law. It was a council, and the president's office set it up without authorization from anybody. And they were being paid. They may not have a budget head independently, but they were being paid, and huge sum of money was provided for them. And that council remains after the chairman has been made a minister.
Yeah.
It is the way things are run in Nigeria. But more to the point, is authorization that the supposed council should hire staff, provision of office space in a federal secretariat. You know why this thing came out? The man made the mistake of convening a meeting of ambassadors to Nigeria, ambassadors in Nigeria. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs then raised the alarm. Maybe if the Minister of Foreign Affairs was from the same tribe or nation or ethnic group with the president, he will not raise the alarm. He may even go to the president or tell the chief of staff, I want to see the president, and they will say, File, leave it. And that would have ended the matter. Because for the ambassadors to respond meant that they knew that that council existed with authorization. But like I said, every large government leaves leakages. Leakages. And when you have people from the same community running a government of a diverse community, conspiracy, do as you like, take what you want, becomes the order of the day. And you can see that there are reports that the man is recanting. He said I did it for this purpose, and then his father was arrested. But all these commanders of militants, their parents are being funded by the government. The Boko Haram person, the mother is living in Yobe and is protected by the military. But this one now, they arrested the father. It's one former chief of army staff, Salih Ibrahim, is dead now. I think he's #1 in NDA. He said, when he was retiring, he said that the Nigerian army has become an army of anything goes. Nigeria has become a country of anything goes. The constitution and rules mean nothing.
Nothing. Okay.
So, it's not surprising.
Yeah. You also, Mr. Madoka, you also feel that it's not surprising. But
the country of, if somebody who has served in the army at the level Salih who served, may God rest his soul, can leave that parting shot, that anything goes. It means that anything goes in the different sectors of Nigeria life. But, you know, I thank God for Dr. KJ, who even opened up the processes of even certain things happening in Nigeria. Nigerians are people who live in total blackout. The government do not talk with the people. The government talks to Nigerians. We don't know how agencies are formed. They only meet together, do that. It's only now that even accepting for the first time that I'm learning how these things happen. But the Dogo Trenching does not solve the fact that PFIPC existed with empowerment from one of the major arms of Nigerian government, whether it's the presidency. Because we see a lot of organizations, when you see even their plate number say the presidency, they can call it anything. But in everything that happens in Nigeria or in the world generally, there is always one day when the air will blow and the people will see the backside of the chicken. This is one of it. Because beyond the fact because when you started, I was like almost stopping you short of saying, it's like Mr. Bani, you are now part of it. Who says that PFIPC is phantom? If it is phantom, then everything about us is phantom. Both the government, the people, the Senate, everything must be phantom. The secretary to the government, the Bajamila, the chief of staff, everybody that has been involved, the president, secretary, the president of the Senate of Nigeria. That means we are running a phantom life and phantom governance. These are people who were creatively sat down, created PFI, and he was doing whatever he's doing. They did not, like you said, find time to clean it up and go follow the normal process. And so many organizations like that may be existing. Somebody said, I saw from unverified source, that we have over 32 agencies like that existing. That they created as conduit pipe of doing what you call incognito governance. That's the governing by underground. Putting it as conduit pipe to sieve Nigerian money. 1.3 billion as budget in national budget of Federal Republic of Nigeria, presented by the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria to the Nigerian National Assembly, and they signed. Only now, you say it's phantom. I've used this word somewhere where Zebudayo Koligwe will say, it's not phantom. It's what people who are saying phantom, they mean to say is foul. It does not exist. There is something wrong that I've advised that they began to organize themselves to kill it before it blows or more bad air to Nigeria. The international committee is watching us. Means that even if we are talking about Yahoo and scamming that the Nigerian people are known for internationally, there are some agencies from Nigerian office of the presidency that will write to foreign government. They want to say, is this one phantom or foul or these are messing up the image of this country. Furthermore, we don't want to go into what so many people have said. You have office at the National Secretariat, you have budget, you have a mobilization fee of 240 billion to start up that organization, 300 staff paid by government from civil service, everything, accounting, central bank. What are we talking about? I mean, there are certain things you don't say. It gets you. It not makes you feel that. Are you okay? Is this thing happening? Is it a dream? Like you said, living in phantom world.
Yes, gentlemen. You see, the presidency or the president Bola Ahmed Tinubu has set up, asked the ICPC to look into the matter and given ICPC 30 days to unravel the circumstances surrounding, the existence of this phantom agency.
You keep using the word phantom.
So what, Dr. Ukeje, I mean, what do you expect from ICPC as far as its, directive from the president is concerned? Do you expect ICPC to come out to say this is a phantom agency, or do you expect ICPC to name those surrounding those involved in the establishment of this council or agency? Or what do you expect from the ICPC?
Well, if I got the directive given correctly, they are asked to investigate the person they are accusing of raising a fake agency. They didn't ask the ICPC to investigate those who caused it or the a priori. Because the way our government is organized on paper is that it is the National Assembly that should investigate it and cause a hearing. If they take the bill submitted by the president, the budget bill, they look at it. The first thing they should do is to call the director of budget, Federal Ministry of Finance. This line item was here. Who submitted it?
Yeah.
Did you send a budget call circular to this body? How did you know that it exists? I think those are very simple matters. You go to the Federal Secretariat at Abuja and ask the Controller of Works or the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Works, who is in charge of the Federal Secretariat buildings, who requested you to allocate office to this person? Did you rearrange offices to create space for them, or there was a free space? Those are elementary questions you should ask, but you don't investigate yourself. These are just, It's not. That's not how to investigate matters.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the United States. We watch. It's an open government. You see how they interrogate their presidents all the time, including those who are in the same party with him. They speak out, but you can be sure that if the 300 people were employed, the National Assembly members or their leaders will get share in the employment, because that's how they do things. It's not, and come to think of it, as Chris said, if you go around in ENUGU here now, actually, if you go to the state secretariat, there is a road from that passes in front of the old Nitel.
Yeah, yeah.
It is said to be sponsored by the Nigerian Border Agency. Border is ENUGU at the border of Lagos, inside ENUGU city. A road is supposed to be tarred by the border agency, and it was attracted by a member of the National Assembly.
Why did they take it to Obola for places like Obola?
I mean, you're already asking that question. But if you go around, you will see that agency executing phantom projects or phantom agency. If you go to Independence Layout towards the new Artisan, you will see a program of about 4 satellites, solar lights. They say it is sponsored by the Nigerian Ports Authority, attracted by somebody. So I think Salihu Ibrahim had left Nigeria just like Signaturetv. Achebe said there was a country. Many people focus on Biafra, but there was a time when you could not do anything. If you come to the bank to open an account in the name of government, you have to bring a letter from the accountant general. If you submit it, the bank will go back to the office of the accountant general to investigate that they were the people that issued it.
Gentlemen, let's move forward. I mean, I've heard some people say that Nigeria is a huge joke, and this kind of development makes me feel or agree that Nigeria is a huge joke, like one of us mentioned here. There may be such phantom agencies, existing in the country, and that have found their ways into the national budget. And perhaps that's why it's been difficult for this administration to execute the 2024 budget, 2025 budget. We are in 2026. We are still executing 2024. Is that not laughable? I mean, we've not experienced this kind of a thing before. And I want to believe that it's because, the budget is heavily padded. I want to believe that agencies that do not exist, find their ways into the budget. But I hope that one day there will be a cleanup of our system, and the money that is going into private hands will now be recovered and used for public good. Let's look at the rescue of 46 pupils and teachers of 3 schools abducted by the terrorists in 3 schools in the Nero local government area of Oyo State. They were there for 56 days, and does that looking at the number of days that they spent in captivity, and then looking at the strength of the Nigerian armed forces, the army, the police, other agencies, do you think, Mr. Maduka, that it ought to have taken such number of days to get these people rescued?
Thank you, Mr. Bani. There's this story I was told when I was young. It said tortoise was kept in captivity for 24 or more than 20 days. And it was the last day they were making an arrangement to release tortoise. And tortoise get worried and say, "Come on, remove me from this place is smelly." You remember that the Chibok girls are still in captivity. We remember that it's not only your children that are in captivity. As we are talking, there are children in captivity in Borno for more than... There are people who are in captivity that are not even known in the hands of bandits and terrorists that are ranging for over... Some of them are stayed for 6 months. So let's leave about duration. Let's look at the success that are meant by the combined security agency now. That is what should be, because if we are looking, we leave the success they achieved, look at the distances. Whatever long it takes them to prove themselves that we still have security agencies in Nigeria, we give them kudos. Because you get to a point where we were losing all hopes that everything Nigerian government and the security agency are overwhelmed. Now I've proved, said in other platforms that you know that that you call it the Agama lizard. Agama lizard said if he does not behave like Agama lizard, children will eat Agama lizard in rainy season and dry season. So the security agencies have started beefing up to show that they are really security agencies with all the power given to them by the federal government of Nigeria to at least show signs that we start to raise a trust for that such agencies. They are combined agencies of security in Nigeria. So we need to pop champagne for them and say kudos to them. May God, who have guaranteed them, granted them this strength to score this result, whatever it took, may He continually guide them, keeping them to achieve more results, rescue more people in captivity, and then think about how to even stop. Because there's no need to get people in captivity and go into negotiation. Why not nip the whatever it is at the bud? Let it not grow into this monster that we get into this where we have to get to where we lose a teacher by beheading and a child dying because he cannot survive the stress, and many of them will come back. Only God knows when they take them through. I've said in another platform that if these children are released now, they saw their teacher beheaded in a blood, how are we going to rehabilitate their psyche? What is going to wipe it in their memory all their life? Some of them are still tender, some as young as 4 years. They will live with this monster in their mind for the rest of their life. One day, when they become the monster himself, because they saw monster for 56 days, and it's enough for monster, for those who are in art, for you to enter character. It's enough for the monster to enter them and remain there all the days of, unless when you release them, yes, we thank God, then you release them from the monster by rehabilitation, psychological and traumatic, rehabilitation. We talked about rehabilitating the repented bandits, and I've said let's also match it with rehabilitating those who has passed through that hell of experience to become modern human beings. I think it's a good result. We thank God. We need more of this result to begin to build confidence for Nigeria security platform apparatus.
Yeah, Dr. KJ, I mean, one thing that, I just struck me, was the statement made by the governor of your state, Brother Makinde, who said that he declared for presidential aspiration today, and the next day these children and these pupils and teachers were abducted. I mean, do you think that abduction has any political undertone? I mean, do you think it was engineered by the opposition? And when I say the opposition, I mean the ruling government, to put Governor Makinde in a very bad light, given the fact that, he declared for presidential ambition. You think it was politically motivated? I mean, the abduction of those children and people and their teachers.
I think whoever said it is also part of the problem. When we say that Nigeria has become a country of anything goes, it is because those who are given offices to operate the constitution as established have veered off taking care of themselves. There is a prophet in the Bible, Amos. Many people don't hear about him. But he said that the people who are supposed to be shepherds are now eating the sheep. The former governor of Borno State, Modu Sheriff, recently he attacked Obi. He destroyed the mosque. that is unelectable. When people who are prominent generate hate, what do you expect the other people to do? So these things we see, they come from the leaders. As I was coming here, I saw about 5 men in khaki uniform from the Ministry of Transport holding somebody in the middle of the road around the old zoo. If you want to make ENUGU a business-friendly environment, do you have to be rough in enforcing traffic regulation? One of the things that make for rule of law is that the law must be known. You make the law known. You keep signs. These people who are supposed to enforce it should make themselves visible to discourage disobedience.
You know, sometimes they hide somewhere.
Even the Federal Road Safety Commission, what they do is to stay at a sharp bend so that you don't see them.
Yes.
So those are gradations of intimidation and banditry. This one is open. Around the city, you will see people holding sticks on road. I don't know what they are enforcing.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. You know, Chris was talking about multiplicity of agencies. In the police, this police that is supposed to be reorganized now, you will find multiplicity of task forces. The Inspector General of Police makes himself the only policeman. He can send people to Bayelsa to go and arrest somebody. But the law says, if somebody offends you, criminal law, you go to a police station and make a report. If the desk officer considers that there is merit in what you are saying, he will make entry in a diary and cause the person you are complaining about to be invited, not arrested. If there is evidence that a crime has been committed, the person will be asked to make a statement. Then the senior officer will consider it and see whether the matter can be resolved or taken to court. But these things have been abolished. You have almost 40 top ranking police officers working in the office of the IG as staff officers. They themselves have become commanders. They reduce commissioners of police in states to nothing. They can arrive and say that we are IG team or so. Even the commissioners in states create the same monsters. They go to local government areas, ask the DPO, where are you? Carry people, you know, you detain somebody, they release. You don't detain somebody, they ask you to detain the person. So it's, I mean, we are in hell. Any day you wake up from your own house, you are lucky.
Yeah, let's not look at the Oyo abduction in isolation as far as, political involvement is concerned. Mr. Maduka, do you think the insecurity, that has, has now become uncontrollable, seemingly uncontrollable in Nigeria, is politically motivated? Do you see the hand of Esau and the voice of, Jacob in there?
I sat for the last 2 years analyzing newspaper headlines in Nigeria. I have gotten to know or see or read about several things about insecurity in Nigeria. We have read the economic motivation in insecurity in Nigeria. We have read about political motivations in insecurity in Nigeria. We have read about the real religious motivations in insecurity in Nigeria. We have read about the ordinary ones who have decided they are bandits and terror that they come out to so if we put them together. We have read about the bad governance motivated insecurity in Nigeria, hardship, hunger, political, religious. So you see they have created multi-headed monster. And then, the Igbo says, like I always say, if you want to stop fight, if Chris and the Mike Obama want to fight, you want to stop it, let Dr. Ukeje first of all not allow me to push you. Because once I push you, you want to push back. So the first thing you do is do not allow push. Because if you allow push and you stop the other person from pushing back, you'll be accused of being tribalistic or biased. Now, Nigeria allowed this to grow into this monster, and people started seeing openings to come. There is even tribal profiling to insecurity. There is a lot of things political. If I know that if I do this in your state, I can put diversion. So it's not ruled out. To answer your question directly, there are some political, whether there is political motivation indirectly or your own, is what I cannot establish. The security agencies and all the people involved in the investigation and all, we can tell us. But there may be insinuations, because if this thing has happened in the recent past and it happened in recent present, you can do analysis and say it looks like maybe. So it's the people that will need to stand out and tell people, no, there is nothing like that, or this is just pure act of violence motivated by bandit and terrorism, which has happened in so many places. But let me say that it is not, because most people have lost trust. I have also told you my experience, and then Nigerians lost trust in political leadership of Nigeria because they believe anything, like we have established here. Nigeria is a place where anything can happen. So you don't rule out anything. So anything you hear, you begin to analyze it, and anything you give your attention grows. So people have seen that you can even use political motivation to push insecurity, and it works for them, and they go home scot-free. So people are using different motivations. People are using different interests to make insecurity. The worst, the ultimate is that Nigerian wretched of the earth, the masses like us, are suffering the result of it all. Because they say, when two elephants are fighting, the grasses suffer. So when the political elephants in Nigeria, the economic elephants, religious elephants, or whatever elephants that are fighting, as far as they remain elephants, it's only the 240 million Nigerians, if we are still up to that number, that are suffering it. So it's not ruled out.
Mr. Maduka, you know, you talked about the existence of elephants, and those elephants are still there. Yet we are talking about the establishment of state police.
Yes.
Do you think, Dr. KJ, do you think the state police, establishment of state police, is an answer to the insecurity, or will be an answer to the insecurity in Nigeria? What can the state police do to either reduce or eliminate entirely insecurity in Nigeria? Do they have that kind of force? Are we expecting any good results from the state police when it is established?
Looking at what we already have and where we are coming from, it will worsen insecurity. I was a child when we had the Native Authority Police, they call it NA.
Is it the ones they call Kotuma?
They all originated from the Hausa Constabulary, which the British used to conquer many places. Eventually, when they set up courts, then you had court messengers. The character has been the same all along till now, and it's getting worse. The Eastern region were the only region that supported the existence of Nigeria police. All the other regions had Native Authority Police, and they were using it for political gain. Now, the state police cannot be more efficient than the state governments. Just apart from Abia, just go around the southeast. Go to any state secretariat and see whether you can find work going on. If you go to the licensing office in ENUGU here, you will see mother, child, nanny operating there. Instead of giving you a slip to go to the bank and pay for your motor vehicle license or whatever, they will ask you to bring the money and pay it into their own account so that they will generate receipt for you. And you will pay them commission. So it is a privatized enterprise. You go to the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Education, you must have had the Minister of Education talking about reform of the 6334 system. But we have a National Council on Education where all the states and the federal government discuss things before they are done. You've had projections of reform of the National Youth Service Corps. National, not federal. There is an agency. It's a national thing. All the youth corps camps belong to the state governments because they are contributing. And the states pay some stipend to corpers posted in their area. Obani, there was a country. There was. Things are getting worse. The state police, go to any governor's office or any permanent secretary's office or any commissioner's office, see whether you will see a map of the state. Because those are tools for governance. If you put the map of ENUGU state in the office of the governor, whenever he looks, he will say, Allah, where is this place? Look at the spelling. A-W-L-A. How do you pronounce it? What have we done for that area? Even in the scripture, they ask, kings ask question, what have we done for a person who did this? But you see the governor will just be moving from one point to the other. You go to the Ministry of Agriculture, you will not see a soil map of ENUGU state. And you say you have an agricultural program. Soil map. Because without knowing the quality of the soil around this, you cannot promote particular crops. As a young man, I knew that there was the World Bank financed a program to introduce rice production in East Central states. They had places in Ohafia, in Aguata, in Omo, you know. Oh man, he's late now. Dr. Robert Achike. He was an agronomist. When you see him, you know that he's a serious person. No, you don't hear of anything. When Jim Nobody was the governor, we had a Professor Ekbete, you know, they had cooperatives. There was a lecturer in Nsukka who was well known for cooperatives. Now you don't hear everything is president, governor, senate president, no more. All others are sheep without shepherd. So my understanding is that if you want to have state police, you just amend the constitution and say there shall be a state police, even local government, and their responsibility shall be as follows. But this one, they are packaging bill, and that they want to, because they have seen that the constitution will not be amended, they now want to enact a law saying there shall be state police so that they can arrest their opponents.
Mr. Wataga, do you think the state police issue will be a reprieve to us, will reduce insecurity? You know, because talking to someone who lived in the United States, you know, of America for over 20 years, where, you know, they practice this state police, he did say that yes, there exists state police in the United States. Another, you know, police outfits. You know, you had the federal police, you have state police, and the council, you know, county police, and all that. But one issue, you know, where he was concerned was the issue of recruitment. We are talking about state police in Nigeria. We borrow the system of government that we operate in presently from the United States of America, the presidential system of government. Yet we don't really follow, you know, the principles of presidential system. We pick, we choose, you know, the ones that we like. We are talking about state police, and the impression we've gotten, you know, from you know, the presidential, from the presidency and all that, is that, you know, indigenes of the state will form the state police. Okay, so when you have state police, when it is promulgated into law, it means that in ENUGU state, only indigenes of ENUGU state, okay, can find their ways or can be recruited into the state police system. But it's not so in the United States. You know, if I'm from Abia State, and having lived in the ENUGU state, okay, for some years, 10 years, 15 years, I am qualified, okay, to, if I apply to be recruited into the ENUGU State Police Command, I can be employed.
Yeah.
You know. So you know, it doesn't. You know, I mean, the Hausa man who has lived here for 15 years, for 20 years, and is living in a separate part of Enugu state, say like Artisan side or Gariki or that, he knows the area very well, more than myself. So what stops him from being recruited into, because we're talking about intelligence gathering. The Hausa man who lives in Gariki or the Fulani man who lives in Abakpa knows the area very well, more than myself. So what stops him from being recruited into the Enugu State Police Command?
You have a point there. You know, my father told me, in other words, there is always something peculiar about a community, a country, a state, or a nation, a continent, and something unique about the world we live in, because I believe there's another world somewhere. Nigeria has its own problem. It started by giving impetus to tribalism and all. But let me say before I lose that I have been one of the foremost promoters of state police. But when people raise their fears that are cogent, like Dr. Ukeje has raised his own fear about state police, I begin to pull back, but it has not deterred me from promoting state police. If from what is happening on the ground now, let's start from the citizens. If that is okay, before we talk about other people who know my house more than myself, let's start with the citizens. If that will solve the problem. Recruit citizens of the state only to become the members of that state police. The only greatest fear is monopolizing state police and using it as a weapon of politics to make sure that your political opponents do not raise heads. That's the only thing that has been there. Even they themselves that are politicians know themselves, know that such things are likable to come up, and they have held the state police in Nigeria for a long time until now. Now they've seen what is bigger than the farm. They've sold their barn. Because insecurity has gotten to the point where you can't start saying, hey, political opponent. Because when insecurity comes, he doesn't know political opponent, he doesn't know any party. Anybody they catch will go there. If you come out alive, you pay a huge ransom. If you don't come out alive, well, you go die with your politics or party. That has gotten to the point that now see that when you see what is bigger than the farm, you sell your barn. Insecurity in Nigeria has gotten to the point that it's forcing us to look this deep. I kept mentioning, and I will still mention it here. Amoteku, being operated in some states in southwestern Nigeria, has been one of the most active vigilante group that has made itself, just because of this delay in state policing, they have called themselves Amoteku, a vigilante group, but well organized. The state governor is the chief commander-in-chief. He takes his command, and the visitor, when you see them and their presentation and the way they organize themselves, you now see it's only by giving them Osun State Police. That's all. Otherwise, they have been operating as police that are concerned about protecting their territorial integrity, because tribalism in Nigeria has brought a common problem to be profiled into tribalism. So anybody is like, to attend to all Israel, go and protect. Even the state, federal government, the local, all of them are told individuals to go and protect themselves. So I still support state police. If it means go protect yourself, let all the people come back to protect their states. If you have lived with me and you want to be part of it, that might be a process that can be added. Since it's not constitutional, it's by bill. There can be a bill that if you have stayed in a place, of course, there was one time they said, if I live in Enugu State for over 10 years, that I can apply to be a citizen. I get that. If Nigeria are really sincere, anybody who lives in Kano State for 20 years, going to 30 years, is supposed to come up. When Nigeria was good, somebody was told that the Alhaji who won election in Enugu State to represent his people, and the Igbos have won election in Yoruba land, until the monster of tribalism set in and has grown into not just a monster, but a hydra-headed monster. Nigeria has gone into bits and pieces. So if it is about that, let every man to his own tent protect yourself, because this bandit and terrorism has seen the divisional issues about Nigeria and has crippled under Nigeria, under that disunited Nigeria to finish us. So state police come in. If you allow, it become competitive. If ENUGU state police fails, Anambra might succeed. So we cannot put all of them together and condemn. Let people, you can still see where you say, why not the police in Edo State is doing well, but your own in here is not doing. So let's just give people chance to now mess it up. Let's get there before we now see. If all those problems start solving out, Nigerians are resilient people. When it gets to that point, we can use the same hand we used to mark good to mark bad.
Yeah, Dr. KJ, the argument which the person I was discussing with, his emphasis is this, that you look at a state like Lagos. If Lagos State has a population of 20 million, let us say that Yorubas constitute 9 million of that population, and the next ethnic group in Lagos is the Igbo. The Igbo occupies or commands the second largest entity in Lagos State. If you go to Kano, the same. If you go to Plateau State, the same. And you have a situation in Lagos State, for instance, where the Lagos State police command is made up of Yorubas. And if an Igbo man has a problem, we're not talking about insecurity, banditry or what, but there are issues that the state police officers can handle. And you see, all the policemen in the Lagos State Police Command are from the Yoruba tribe. If I am an Igbo man, how do I get justice from a state police, made up of Yorubas? Unlike the federal police system, where you have an Igbo man serving in Lagos, you have an Igbo man serving in Kano State and Kaduna State, but this one is an indigenous state. Security force. How do I get justice as an Igbo man if I have a quarrel with a Yoruba man? That is the problem that one may encounter with the establishment of state police.
I think you are looking at the outcome, but before you start a process, you must have an objective. Why I say that the state police will have no impact, positive impact, is that we manage without objectives. This current police we have, if it is run according to the statutes, we will not have problem. Like I said, the Inspector General of Police has no duty to have somebody arrested in ENUGU who have alleged to have committed a crime. If somebody writes a petition, all this now, you hear that a lawyer wrote a petition. If you write a petition to the Commissioner of Police or the State CID Director, he should minute on it, directing the DPO in the area where the crime is supposed to have been committed to deal with the matter. Simple. But this centrifugal force, everybody grabs the power. The president grabs power, Senate president grabs power, governor grabs power. It will not work because the objective is their personal objective is to maximize their power. If the objective is to offer security to the people, Chris mentioned other people who have been kidnapped. There is this girl, Leah Sharibu. She was among students kidnapped. But when they asked her, will you leave Christianity? She said no, and they arrested her. How many years now? If security of the people was the object of the government of Yobe State, the governor will make sure that girl was released in 1 week. There were Christians who were kidnapped in Kaduna during this last Easter. They are still there. When something happens that is traumatic, the government stops to deal with that problem. But it doesn't happen here. And it's not going to change. That's why I talked about going to the federal secretariat or state secretariat to see whether, if the Ministry of Agriculture is not working, Ministry of Education is not working. You are aware that governments around this country have been making the policy saying that there should be no graduation in a private school.
Yeah.
But when you go to government schools, when inspectors come there, they prepare jollof rice, buy food, buy kola nut, and no report is written. So anybody who has failed should move out so that successful people will come in. But failures have been, building story buildings. They cannot do better than they are doing.
Yeah.
And how are you going to even finance the police? Because if you are going to share policing function, you have to reduce federal allocation to enable the states to run
the state police.
The state police, because you are giving them more duty.
Yeah.
And come to think of it, the procurement of weapons is federally controlled.
Yeah.
Who is going to authorize a state government that is not under the control of the president to buy weapons? They may say that your application is under consideration, while rioters will capture your police stations. So we need to do things differently.
The oversight function of the federal police over state police is not.
That is not what it's supposed to be, because in the US, the Federal Bureau of Investigation has field offices, but much of what you have in the United States and even the UK are city polices, metropolitans. What you have in the US as states is paratroopers, part of the army, their own contribution to the army from time to time. So I don't think we are just joking.
Well, gentlemen, my producer is warning me. We are running against time. We'll make it some other day. Time will not permit us to, keep discussing the issue of state policing. But like Mr. Maduka said, let's establish state police first of all and see how it functions. We'll keep talking about it. We'll keep looking at the loopholes and all that. But my prayer is that our country will be rescued from corruption. Don't forget the fact that the former head of state, late head of state now, President Muhammadu Buhari, did say at one point in time that if we don't kill corruption, corruption will kill Nigeria. And because of because corruption has permeated our system, that's why we've gave this issue of a phantom agency being introduced into the national budget. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen that kind of a thing. Because of corruption, we are not able to implement the 2024 budget, 2025 budget. We are still in we are still implementing 2026 budget. This is the issue. Nigeria has been the development of Nigeria has been slowed down because of corruption. And gentlemen, we pray that corruption we die.
Doesn't kill us.
That doesn't kill us. That will kill corruption, so that our country will develop. Just like other United States of America, UK, and all that way our citizens are running into. Gentlemen, there has been an exciting day. It's been an exciting discussion. I wish we make it. I hope we make it some other time. It's been a pleasure having you.
Thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure having you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chris, too.
Yes.
And our viewers. Keep tuned to Signature Television. We make it some other time. My name is Mike Obani. Thank you very much.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. My name is Patrick Okibo, founding partner at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm that's really focused on addressing Africa's most complex development challenges. And across our continent, a familiar imbalance recurs quite often. Many nations remain dependent on the benevolence of foreign powers for aid, for trade, for protection against violence and aggression. And in that dependence, they often find themselves with little or no real seat at the table when decisions about their future are being negotiated. Deals are struck above their heads, and the consequences are lived below them. Now, nowhere has this pattern played out more starkly or more tragically than in Afghanistan. And my guest today has lived this story from every vantage point it offers. As a young activist in 1996, he was publicly flogged by the Taliban for refusing to wear a turban, an early physical lesson in what it costs to resist power. He went on to spend 2 decades inside Afghanistan's civil society and government as in many roles, as commissioner of the Afghan Independent Human Rights Commission, documenting 3 decades of wartime atrocities, as founder of the country's first independent election observation body, and as chairman of its Civil Service Commission, leading anti-corruption and merit-based reforms. In 2020, he joined Afghan's peace negotiation team in Doha, sitting across the table from the very movement that had once flogged him. And on August 15, 2021, he was mid-air flying to Doha for what he believed was still a workable transition plan when Kabul fell and the republic he has spent his adult life building ceased to exist within hours. Today, he's a senior fellow for peace building and global justice at the Hague Institute for Innovation of Law, turning that hard-won experience into frameworks that the rest of us urgently need to deal with the issues that are emerging. Nada Nadera, welcome to Development Discourse.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for having me. Delighted to be with you today.
Fantastic. Let's start by kind of establishing your bona fides for an audience that may know Afghanistan only through headlines. You were born in Nimros province to a Pashtun family, and this is the same ethnic community from which the Taliban draws most of its base. What was it like to be a Pashtun resisting the Taliban authority from within, rather than what it felt for maybe an outsider doing the same?
Well, thank you. There are two sides of it. One, in Afghanistan, the polarization of ethnicity has not been like most of other South Asian countries. Afghanistan has this unique or strange geographical location where it's considered Central Asia, but it's also considered South Asia. So in terms of the ethnic diversity and the polarization of it, sometimes people look at the South Asia and then that polarization could not be seen in Afghanistan few decades ago. However, in the last few decades, that have become much more of a political reality of the society. So on one angle, I grown up in a family, my father, who has been an elder, a respected, influential person, and my mother's the same, coming from the same level of elders, an influential family. They were always discussing about the country rather than our own ethnicity, discussing about rights and values and justice and doing good, as my mother would challenge this saying that we have in Afghanistan, saying, with one flower you cannot bring spring. But my mother would say that's a wrong proverb. If you plant your flower, you don't know somebody else is planting their flowers. So that way you bring with one flower a sense of spring. So that's how we brought up. And for me, the ethnicity was always not an issue, because in our society, of my friends and my community and everybody, we were all people living life within that geography and the boundary of it. So it was natural to be a believer on justice, a believer on participation, a believer on human rights, that you would cross those boundaries and you would think of what is good for what is greater good for the rest of our society, and that moved me. It's always an issue when you're judged. Then, oh, you are a Pashtun, and then the Taliban are Pashtun, and therefore you should be together.
Yeah.
Then when you look on the other side of it, the Taliban are not representing any ethnic group. It's a theological, highly radical, rigid religious group who is carrying on values in their term or their sets of beliefs that is shaped in a madrasa, in a religious traditional school, and then mostly outside Afghanistan. So they are their own tribe. While they may speak Pashto language, they may speak Uzbek language, they may speak Dari or Farsi language, but they are their own tribe, no matter what they speak, which language or which ethnic group they come, but their own tribe. And that's something that most people forget about it, even in other scenarios. Now, these groups are highly ideological. They prefer those ideology over any other attachments. They have less attachments to the country because they believe in a bigger ummah definition.
Yeah.
They are less attachment to sets of cultural values of a certain geography because they were brought up and trained and provided in a closed community of themselves. So that's the value they promote, or the beliefs they promote. And then in their political views also is the same. Everybody else out of that tribe of themselves, which means the tribe of they are enemies, and they are irreconcilable to them unless you submit a full allegiance. That's how it looks like.
Now, so back in '96, you're probably 2021, and you refused to wear the turban. And I mean, you can say it's a very quiet, personal form of protest resistance, but it's still a political speech. It's still a protest. What made that seem to you at that time to be the right thing to do? And why did you feel that that could lead to some meaningful resistance to this emergent group?
Well, when the Civil War was there, and the country was destroyed over a very short period of time, the university that we were going was just reopened after a number of years of intense fighting, that the university itself and the city around it was destroyed. It was rubble. So the university reopened. We spent a year, and again the Taliban came in and was for a while was shut down and reopened. Only for boys, then the girls were not.
Yeah.
So when we were looking, as one of my friend classmates who we worked together, who later on become Attorney General, Farid Hamidi, would always say, when we open this door, we walk out of the door of the university, the ruins of the city is just in front of it, in our face. And that shows how destructions affects everybody and our reality of life. We can't change it unless we find a way to resist it. Resist the functionalism, resist the different groups affiliation, but to submit to this common goal of rebuilding the country. So that was, and then again, the influence of my father, my mother, and growing up in a war situation where rocket would hit on the street and you're just a little, and my brother was just missing in the smoke, and I was looking for him until we found each other, and then there were kids sharp knowledge in their heads, and we had to help them. I was in barely 8 or 9 to get them to taxi and to send them. And this was always a consistent theme or thinking, that unless few people in those circumstances where the hope is almost lost, that you don't see any path forward, the light at the end of tunnel is so weak and almost invisible. And within that situation, the only thing you can do is to attach to certain principles and promote that. And as I said before, to follow my mother's view and instruction that you plant your flower. That sense may come somewhere else too. Somebody else will plant it too. So that was a motivation. And we were thinking, okay, we can do this and we can bring about different forms of resistance. We can't take arms, and we shouldn't. But we should challenge the injustices, the repression, and the backwardness through the acts, even symbolic, but shows that we are resisting it and we don't agree with what you're doing. And those were at times calculated, at times naively. So a combination of those. But all of that was pointing to one issue, and that was a hope that we can also be an agent of change. We would always say other nations of sacrifice. There were few people who have taken the hardship on themselves, took the torch, walked forward, took the hits and the wounds and the hardship, and others followed, and then the path was established. And that was what was making us to move on. And I was not alone. There were other students together with us. Some of us were very upfront, facing face to face with the Taliban at the time. Some of us were doing it quietly, but it was a source of strength to each other.
And then you went on from there to build, arguably the formal architecture of Afghan democracy, almost from scratch, the human rights documentations, the independent elections observation, the merit-based civil service that you try to build. of everything you built, what is the one institution or reform that you feel was the most impactful, the one you're most proud of, and why?
Well, to look at the 20 years of state building and institution building and bringing about or reintroducing the human rights centers culture, a new culture of governance. The three institutions that I was involved, each one of them made significant contribution. But in terms of the lasting impact institutionally and survivability of the institution after the collapse, then there's only so far one that as an institution it remained. But the two others, one institutional, like the Human Rights Commission, the institution was collapsed with the republic's collapse. The Taliban nullified and abolished the institution. However, the culture that we tried to build of human rights debate and discourse, an entire new generation who is much more aware of what are their rights and what are the freedoms, and some of them on the streets, especially women and recently men too, to demand their rights and being arrested, shot at by the Taliban, but they continue. So those I feel proud that we collectively could contribute first to build a human rights discourse culture, where in our parliament, the laws, the parliamentarians who were conservative, some of them very rigidly conservative, had to engage in a discussion about what this law would impact on human rights. The violence against women, the children's right, the political and civil rights. This become part of our political discourse for the first 20 years before the collapse. And then after the collapse, it's still part of the debate among diaspora, but also among those in the country, the younger generation. They're involved against this backdrop of a significant amount of repression that the Taliban tried to curtail any form of those freedoms and rights that we tried to establish. The Free and Fair Elections Foundation, unfortunately, while made significant contribution in the 20 years of democratic building and civic engagement, however, with the entire collapse and removal of the entire democratic practices from civil society space to political parties space to elections, all of that is completely abolished. So it breaks my heart and saddens me significantly that was not sustained. It's gone. People may believe, those who engaged in civic activities at the time, but now they can't practice any of those. But the only institution that survived so far, not entirely, but some parts of it, is the Civil Service Commission.
Yeah.
What we did in 3 years, my colleagues and I, we built an entirely new culture of civil service. We fought hard to get the civil service out of political capture. We succeeded in part of it. We didn't succeed in part of it because the timeline was short. Some of those foundations we put in place, the Taliban could not remove them. For example, in most of the fragile and underdeveloped societies where political actors are seeing the public sector as part of their territory and power, they try to capture institutions. And the institutions of public are captured through a number of ways, resources and others, but also they try to appoint their own people throughout the institution. And there's the people who deserve to be in those institutions are not given an opportunity. If there is a competitive process, it's hijacked, it's only formality, and MPs, the politicians, everybody has their own people. The directors and the senior grade civil servants are never getting the ordinary people. And this creates a question of legitimacy for the state that rules the society or governs it. And in our case was the same. There was the politicians have captured the institutions. They were a formality of competition, but it was very fake. The commission itself was a civil service commission, independent civil service commission's name synonymous with people were calling the Civil Corruption Commission. Civil Service Corruption Commission. So we had to change the organizational culture. We set up systems and institutions. And then the merit-based appointments. We used technologies. We built up exam centers independently. We developed independent research for exam questions and the interview process, the record of it, the public scrutiny of it. Civil society would come in. We were bringing in members of society in every province that we had these centers for them to watch the process themselves, the media to look at them, scrutinize. And by the end of third year, the MPs stopped even coming to the commission because they saw they can't do anything. And the safeguard become the people themselves who have looked at it. Yeah. Of course, it was not easy. It required a lot of political capital. A lot of pressure came, and I had to resist all of them, stand against the parliamentarians, against the Senate who walked out and said, unless you abolish this system, we can't not come. So all of that, that's what remained, and the Taliban could not remove all of it because people reacted to their abolishment. So the commission stayed in different form, some procedural for competitive merit-based recruitment were preserved. So that I feel proud that could be preserved even at the face of this hardship.
Fantastic. And so I know you've got a book coming out in another few months, and I think the working title is Indecent Deals, and that's what I kind of want to focus a little bit on. The Doha Agreement that excluded the Afghan government from negotiations about Afghans' future. And this was really the most consequential deal, right? Regarding Afghans' future, the US, the Taliban, how the withdrawal was going to happen. And all of these negotiations were done without the Afghan government's involvement. What did it actually feel like, you know, when you subsequently had to sit down to these talks, knowing that the decisive lever or the leverage that you need to negotiate with the Taliban has already been spent by someone else, somewhere else, without you? How did that feel?
Well, I felt outrageous, to make it very short. It's a very complex historical record that a brief discussion wouldn't be fair to that historical record to discuss all of it, or at least to do justice to the complexity of it. So what I would shorten it is that the book tries to explain picture that historical record in a faithful way. So it's not about blaming this or that, but it's about objectively finding what went wrong, why it went wrong, and what we can learn from that in future scenarios, either Afghanistan or others, where the big powers are involved, where regional proxies are at play, and where a nation is dependent to decisions of others. So as I say, it has been an outrageous feeling when we sat with the Taliban to negotiate with very genuine intentions to find a common ground and a solution for our country to end the war and live together in peace and chart a new future that's shared with all of us. And then as we spend time learning more that what the deal that was done by the United States, at the heart of it, built all the elements to make sure that a deal internally between our side and the Taliban could not be reached. And it was not intentional per se for them to have a very bad intention to do that, but it is more of this very narrow interest-driven, national interest-driven approach to a problem that they had. And that process, while for them every right is with them, and they are very correct to do what they do to preserve their own interest, at that process they throw us under the bus without thinking what a language that they agreed to with the Taliban would do both legally and politically.
Exactly.
to a partner state and government that they had worked and fought together for 20 years. So that thinking was not there, part of the calculation and every part of that process. And therefore, when we set, partly it was Taliban's word view and their mentality of exclusionist and self-righteousness, and the belief that empowered that the Doha deal empowered them further was this, that they were right and they were on receiving side of the God's grace because they've defeated the United States. And through that defeat, the United States came and signed a deal with them, surrendering significant amount of concessions and agreeing to pull their forces. So that added to their belief of righteousness, but also created this sense of arrogance in them, that they are the winner. And the text of the Doha deal, which was referencing certain elements in their favor, become a good reference point to them, to argue, to not even engage in serious discussions, but to buy time. The lesson, I would say, out of this entire process of the last 5 years of the Republic, and especially with the 2018, when the process of the Doha negotiation began, is three issues for me. The one is the national leadership. A belief that other countries and only developmental aid and dependency on even very good intention of other countries can take you to a destiny of stability and progress is false, is very false. And that requires national leadership to recognize it and utilize the good intentions that are there and build upon it. But the key element of way forward for each leader must be, from day first, how I minimize and cut down the level of my independence to a foreign nation.
Yeah.
It's not about that sense of patriotism that is a dry patriotism of that, but it is a strategic thinking that you can survive and thrive as a nation unless you have your own ability to stand on your own feet. You need help from others, certainly, but you need to be aware that that help would not be forever. It comes because of a definition of national interest by the giving side, and it would go based on that definition of national interest. So you need to be aware of that. Now, we failed as a nation. We failed as, if not the nation itself, which it would be unfair to say the nation, but those of us in the position of decision making, we failed them. We failed our people. The leaders, the presidents, those in charge of decision making, they failed for not being able to see long term and for their short-sightedness. The second,
let me ask, before you get to the second one, just being dependent, and many of the weak nations or developing nations, or call it whatever, is that state of dependence, does it just foreclose a nation's ability to bring agency? Once you allow yourself to be dependent on these external countries for either aid, budget support, security guarantees, have you entered some kind of a structure that makes it difficult for you? Or is it really, can you reason yourself, think yourself out of that situation? And I'm saying, go back to where you were at the beginning of that negotiation, and do you think there's something that could have been done differently that wasn't done, just on a more practical terms?
Yeah, absolutely. So there are examples globally where nations have broken the dependence and then came out of the trap of permanent dependency. South Korea, for example, it had a significant amount of financial and security support from the United States for a long period of time. But their leaders were so smart at the same time to build the right kind of institutions.
Fantastic.
That those institutions would allow them to reclaim their agency. And as they moved forward, they benefited from the goodwill of the United States and the resources, but they did not feel that it's forever. It's their job to do it for us. Some of our leaders were thinking it's other people's job to do it for them. This sense of building step by step the institutions within 2 decades that could survive a situation where the taps are closed by the partner who was coming for personal interest, national interest, and then their goodwill would not be anymore the same. So we failed to build that kind of institutions.
Sure.
One of the first thing that we should have done in 2002 was to look at a roadmap not for 2 years, which the Bonn Agreement have given us, but a blueprint for 10 years or 20 years. And to work around that, the goodwill of the international community with us and the financial support with us should have been seen as enabling, not the objective itself. And it have become kind of both the failure of international community, those who were involved, the US, the United Nations as the lead, but more importantly, our own leaders, that they thought every year to guarantee and secure certain amount of commitment of aid and financial support is the final objective. It was a tool. It was not the object. The objective was to use it, for example, to build like $500 million each year was from 2 countries, or from the European Union. The United States would give over $1 billion on civilian aid. So instead of dividing it in pockets and spreading it around, that because next year we will have it again, we should have agreed that within 5 years we built 5 major hydroelectric dams, and this is how we're going to build institutions for it. We should have built a proper. The legitimacy of a government comes from election, and we failed to build proper electoral institutions to safeguard the integrity of the outcome of elections, and therefore to give legitimacy to the power that would emerge out of those elections.
Fantastic.
And we had to spend $1 billion, and UN, most of it was involved in it, and there was no single civil registry. That's an institution that we needed to build. There was no voter registration properly done. That was an institution that we needed to have, because if we had those, then the fraudulent processes of election would have not happened, and the credibility of the state and the governing authority would not lost legitimacy out of it. So those are I think part of it political interest of the leaders were dictating it, part of it their short-sightedness in that sense.
And the 2 other points?
Well, the second point is of course the international community involved in helping countries in a sense with a goodwill. An event happens like today in Ukraine, people go there, countries of contributing significant. For them to be aware that they are creating a different kind of economy and a different kind of mindset. And this mindset would bite back unless it is so transparently and clearly communicated time and again and continuously every opportunity that's there. That this is not going to be forever. The goodwill always comes and everybody says, for example, I've sat with the presidents, with the foreign ministers of foreign countries, and both when I was civil society, but then also when I was in the government, in all of those capacities, in the parliaments, in the hearings, in the Congress, in the US, everybody would say, we are there for you to the end. It's a good statement to be made. But the consequences of that kind of a statement is that the receiving side feels kind of, it becomes comfort zone.
Exactly.
It gives a false assurance that you're there forever. Yes, you can blame those people. For example, you can blame Afghans for taking it for granted and thinking, oh, they're saying it, that they're there to the end. Four presidents say all of it. Every Secretary of State said it. Every congressman and woman said it. Every European parliamentarian and prime ministers and presidents from Europe and other partners said it. So it must be true, and it has to go forever. While it builds a different culture, a culture of thinking of dependent mentality. And third is the issue of the political leaders on ground. Those are in the government, those are out of the government. The political opposition, who hates the government, for example, the civil society, who hates the government, the media, who doesn't like the way government operates. It's at most correct for them to scrutinize their governments. That's what the democratic process would require them, and a good media would do, and a good civil society would do, and a good political actor would do. But just for the fact that you hate a government or the person who runs it should not be the reason that you ignore the fact that the groups who do not share any of those principles and value with you, in our case, the Taliban, and in Africa, these violent,
so many different groups.
Many different groups, violent extremist groups, as I would call them, they do not share anything with you. But ignoring their presence and their space of operation, that they would exploit the situation in their own favor, while you're raising genuine issues with your government or against your government. So you need to be mindful, not because it shouldn't be a reason that because you hate a politician or a government or its operation, that you unintentionally provide space for the violent extremist groups. It always requires to look at them also and deny them the space also of exploiting your anger against a government that is probably doing bad. You continue pressuring it, but then denying these groups a space. Because what I see sometimes, that's sidestepping or blinding to what's happening because it's not directly and immediately affecting you, is bringing those groups to your doorstep. And once you realize, it's late. And then you can't rectify it easily. So always, it's a hard balance to keep, but always one need to be mindful of these two realities. You need to advocate for good and hold accountable your government, but you also need to be mindful how these groups are going to be exploiting it and creating further space for themselves, and how you push against those two. It's a dangerous business, but one has to be very, very careful about it.
Yeah, and I know you've said that the leadership failed the Afghans, but it's not. I don't think it's by intent, and it's that the reforms failed was not for lack of trying. A lot of effort was put into it, but it didn't work. Now, if you were advising, say, a finance ministry or a civil service commission in a fragile African state today, what is one design choice, or what would you say, what would you ask them to insist on from day one to ensure that their reforms do take root instead of become dependent on these external parties, from your experience?
Well, a number of things that are probably in our case was essential, and we lost the track of it from the beginning. The first thing is, what is the national vision for the country? What kind of a country you want to be? And that must not be developed by any external actors. And leaders who fail to develop it ahead of time and fail to develop it realistically. So we can, for example, I've been in Libya just after the Qaddafi's fall and helping the transition government there. I would hear some people there would say, our vision is to become Dubai. It's a very a nice vision to have just after a dictatorship and a collapse. They have all the resources. They have a lot of oil. But then how long do you want to become a Dubai, and what are the key enabling factors of the same that you have there in Libya that those in Dubai had it, that you that will take you there, and how long? They wouldn't think. They were like, shortly we have a lot of oil, we will have a lot of money, and we will become Dubai. But Dubai is a different country with a different society, a different governance structure, number of population, and the resources and everything else, and how it was built. Different factors contributed to it. So unfortunately, Libya didn't become, despite enormous amount of resources, it didn't become Dubai. It's a collapsed state within the fight, and there's still work on to bring a functioning governing structure and less violence. Now, in our situation, there were a lot of goodwill and a lot of contributions. What was lacking was a realistic vision and what would take Afghanistan and how long it would take it, and what are the national resources to build around it, and what are the international resources to use as a catalyst of it to reach where we reach. And a second, because just within a conflict and fragile state, and in our countries, in Afghanistan, for example, after the war, the needs were colossal. There's unlimited number of needs that you needed to do, from schools to water, to electricity, to health, to road, everything. And then, while maybe there is a good amount of money to do it, but money is not the only factor in building it. So do you have the institutional capacity to get the money, spend it properly, and implement the programs properly? Do you have human resources to do it properly in time? And the planning, the visibility study, and all of that. So you, in most of fragile situation, in most of the collapsed state and re-emerging, these needs are significant. The resources of both time, capacity, and institutional ability are limited. And therefore, countries and leaders and civil society and politicians need to come to an agreement that what are the narrower sets of fundamental needs that you can agree on and focus on them to build them. And that would create the kind of machinery of development within the system, where it will guarantee stability, it would open the paths, and indicators will be there for civil society that are facing instability. Are few that I was seeing if we could have done it. So the first thing, instability comes from lack of legitimacy of the government, delivery of services and their power legitimacy, corrupt and fraudulent elections, corruption in the financial management, then allowing that to create a lot of injustices, and those injustices then contribute further to economic decline, and then this circle goes on and on. So the first part of this chain of vicious circle one need to break is the legitimacy. So shouldn't we invest it enough for those institutions that bring about the legitimacy of power?
In fact, I have a question. I've been sorry to cut in, but I've been thinking. So you started the first independent election observation body in Afghanistan, knowing full well that the elections will be fraudulent. And what the operational case for building that institution was to kind of document the fraudulent elections. Not knowing that just documenting it would also not cause it to become free and fair. And I see that across Africa. A lot of elections happen, international bodies, local NGOs set up these election monitoring bodies that really, at the end of the day, they tell us, oh, the election was fraudulent, but nothing else happens. What were you thinking would be the theory of change? Or how did you think that having this independent electoral body, observation body, could over time get Afghanistan to have free and fair elections?
Well, a very fundamental question that we were struggling every electoral cycle with it and afterward. So the first thing is, of course, that you need a citizens monitoring of the process. So independently, who does not represent any political interest of whatever outcome of the election in favor of whoever, but its best interest is an objective is to preserve and promote the integrity of the election. So through that, the legitimacy of the power coming out of it becomes more stronger. Mm-hmm. So for us, that was the core. And so, of course, we were deploying observers, independent civil society, 10,000 at least across the country that they would monitor, and a system of data collection, verification of those. And then we had a election complaint commission and the election commission themselves. So there were a lot of data that we would work to press on election commission and election complaint commission for both accountability and improvement of the system. But also we would have to build enough public pressure on the politicians, on the government itself, to take some measures for improving. So what was happening in the combination of all of that throughout the election, at least people had a benchmark to test against it. How much of this was free? How much fraud was there? Is it fair or not? And then on the other hand, the politicians were afraid. Mm-hmm. The presidents, for example, were afraid. President Karzai was very, very not only careful to not be under radar, which he was, and we were exposing a lot of frauds in the 2 rounds of elections that he had, but also some of his anger toward me and toward the institution was coming because of that fact that we were making sure that the people know what was happening. Now, there's one missing element of this. In our case, it was the weak political parties. So the political parties were very weak, and the system that was not functioning properly was somehow benefiting them too. So they were not becoming a vehicle to use this independent data that we provided to press the government for reforms and credibility and integrity of the election commission. Instead of for them to say, we need complete impartial independent institution, they would fight to get their own people in the election commission. So it was not trust on the impartiality and independence of the commission, it was trust on those individuals to be there. And there, while these political parties lack that agenda and understanding for longer term, so we had also the president who, or the decision maker, whose ultimate goal should be leaving a legacy that would sustain the country for longer time. And they also saw not a role and did not prioritize a democratic process for legitimacy. So it's a combination of those. Whenever it comes from only internationals, it creates a very good space for politicians who doesn't want to see reform and credibility, because they immediately pick up an international criticism or pressure, turn it into a political agenda and say, these are interfering, they want to undermine me, and then becoming a populist on top of it. And that's why the local institutions with credible voices are always so essential and critical in that process.
Let's switch gears a little bit and talk maybe a bit about peace and justice. And, you spent about 8 years or thereabouts as a human rights commissioner, documenting atrocities, including by the people who you ultimately had to negotiate with. Yeah. And so the question is, that these guys have committed really heinous acts against the people. You haven't brought them to justice, but you're now sitting in the same room with them negotiating. You know, how did you personally reconcile working alongside these really terrible individuals whose conduct you investigated, and now you're seeking ways to concede, compromise, you know, concede certain grounds and reach a shared point that allows the country to move forward? How do you balance that within your values code, within the pragmatic decisions that you have to make to move the country forward?
For me, Patrick, it has been a process that I had to internally evolve in certain aspects of both my understanding of the situation and practicality of it, and the weighing of the prices that we pay when versus that. As a believer of justice, I see no stability, long-term stability, without establishing justice. And there are a lot of empirical evidence in my own country, and as a human rights commissioner, when I begin first, few days after my appointment, and I took the file on transitional justice. So I was told from the front office that there's an old man who wants to see you. They have heard my voice and interviews on the radio. So he came, an old man, fragile, a big file under his arm. And he said, he said, this commission was established to prosecute the perpetrators of the past crimes. And here I am, I'm seeking that justice. So his understanding from an entire commission was this narrow part, which was so significant and important and a foundational issue also. And he showed me this file which had news. First, there were pictures of some members of his family, including his daughter. He was showing me those, young and old, and his daughter, which his voice would choke. And then those pictures were followed by news clips of the national newspaper by the government. There are two newspapers run by the Ministry of Culture and Information, and it was a state publication. So the news clips had pictures of people and headlines, and he had clipped them and put them there. And I said, what are those? He said, he pointed to a guy in the front page in that picture, said, this is the guy who ordered killing of my family.
Mm-hmm.
And I see him all the time in front of the front page of the newspapers, on the television, prime news time. If you guys cannot do anything else, but at least can something happen that I don't see him? It's a renewal of that pain and trauma every day. All I want is to get rid of them from the public institutions, if not prosecution. And I saw many of those. I investigated mass graves and talked to the victims, then talks to the victims' families, to the community who were affected. And this was across the time span of 20 plus years that those atrocities were committed. And to me was, we can't heal, we can't survive as a nation, and we can't establish stability if we are not addressing that. We must acknowledge it. So we did a lot of works, an action plan. We forced the government to accept that, a National Commemoration Day, and certain aspects of those measures. But none of them got to much more deeper level where really an acknowledgement of the past with that detail and the healing process to begin. And it was, again, lack of courage of the political leaders and the international community's lack of desire. They pressed against it. They would tell me when I was doing the conflict mapping, they would always tell me, don't do that, don't publish it, because this was going to be not good for reconciliation and all of that. So they would discourage you, as they did to us. But then there were moments, like in 2001 at the Bonn conference, where the first post-Taliban government was formed, UN put a proposal on table that there be an accountability for war crimes against humanity. And they did it abruptly. I still remember all details of it, that how it was unprepared. It was a standard format of the UN, and that they would check a box and say, oh, we have to standard procedure that we present this, and then people will agree. And suddenly those groups involved in the war rejected it. And in contrary, they pushed hardly, saying, we were the heroes. We have to be recognized as, and there has to be a blanket amnesty. I could see the SRSG and the UN special representative and other members, they were struggling and were embarrassed because they were unprepared. They even didn't tested the water before presenting this. So it took a lot of time until both of proposals were withdrawn. So justice was never a central part of the Afghanistan state building process.
Yeah.
But then when we came to the Taliban, the violence has escalated. But then, as I write in the book, and I wrote in an article in Washington Post in 2018, there were everyday civilians were killed, people we know. And there was one specific moment where a bomb struck in a residential area closer to international communities' offices, but it was a purely residential area. And a group of journalists and first responders gathered there, and a second bomb exploded and killed a lot of people. I knew some of those journalists. Some of them just a day before came to interview me, the cameraman and others. And I went to join the media community on the site to show my solidarity. When I went to the site, I've seen so many violence close up front, but this was different. It was the smell of the body burn, the human flesh that was on the trees, and the water that cleaned up the blood, and the smell of mixed with blood and water. It was gruesome. It was unbearable. I hardly could speak, and I spoke, and I said, we have to end this, and the free press will continue working. But that day coming back home, I could not sleep. It has become too much, and I had to walk for hours to reach to this conclusion that this war has gone for too long. We've lost so many people. It has to be an end. It's hard to come and sit on a table with a group who does not believe a tiny bit of any of those principles and values you believe. But there must be a way to find and end this violence. And that began for me to explore ways how we could make peace in the war. But with that, also mindful that you cannot build a peace by just ignoring of those atrocities.
Yeah.
We need to build a path where the guns are silent, the rights and freedoms are preserved, and justice has a way to be delivered, defined in a way that the people will expect it. If it was that old man's word, the justice meant for him to not see these people in power anymore. So let that be justice. If it is an acknowledgement and a memorial, let that be. If it's a prosecution, let that be. But we need to build toward it. In absence of stability and a longer term process and a national agreement around it, it will be harder to achieve that.
Yeah, and just to say to our audience that I'm going to open it up for Q&A. If you have a question, please put it in the Q&A tab, not in the chat room where I can see that some conversations are going on, but in the Q&A tab so I can pick it up easily. Give attribution to the person who posed the question, and then give my guest an opportunity to respond. But whilst they're getting to it, maybe Nader, one more question. What principles do you believe should govern any government's engagement with a non-state armed group? And just as importantly, what are the lines that should never be crossed, regardless of how badly we need a settlement? What are those red lines that should never be crossed?
Well, every context is very different, of course. But the first issue is before a red line, it's a preparation for negotiating with a violent extremist group, is to put your own house in order. Because when you sit across a repressive, theological, or extremist group, they have a strict discipline, and there is a hierarchy in their work. Their message is one message. So their discipline and their messaging discipline and their cohesion internally gave them already a significant amount of strength. While in a democratic society, you have multiple actors, and those multiple actors each have their own constituency. And in a process like that, if everybody is involved, which is needed, an inclusive process, it requires, ahead of going to the table, that you build your house in order, you reach to a complete sets of agreement on the parameters with your own house. The political opposition, the civil society, and others, that you agree on all of that, that you will stay on message and disciplined when you are facing it, because that's the first breaker. If the other side see you fragmented, fragile, multi-messages, the people lose their confidence, and everybody works for their own constituency, and you never get a step strongly forward. The second key issue is the balance between the transparency that you need to have to your people and the secrecy that you would preserve the process to move on. It's always very difficult for a democratic government, or even a very fragile democratic government, to not inform its population, to not inform its political oppositions and others. But that needs to be carefully managed between the two. But now, when it comes to what you need to draw a red line, is what are the key priorities for the country that you and majority of the people believe in? If it's, in our case, it was the Bill of Rights chapter of the Constitution. That need to be drawn very clearly, that the structure of government, the power structure could be changed. And we could talk about that. But we cannot talk about the foundation of our future of representative government, the format of the elected process, the representative government, and the form of the power comes and emerges through people, not through whatever other means that they think it would be. And the combination of those two will enable, even in the most difficult circumstances, will enable to allow a space for growth of that democratic principles and stability and participation and inclusivity and involvement, and for the people to enjoy their rights and freedoms. So that to me was always a red line. The rest of it you can play. They want seats. The seats will be defined by the amount of power each side has and the amount of leverage on ground and outside. A second part, I would say, flag of caution is that these extremist violent groups, their way of thinking is very much formed around the notion that if they lose a step on the table, if they compromise on the table, it means and translates that they have lost a battlefield and a territory on ground. And there's always a dynamic between those sitting on table as their political operative and those on the battlefield. Making sure that these two are enough, the people are enough aware and informed of the dynamics of these two. So they cannot benefit from the immunity of it's the political side is doing this and the military side is doing something else. And we can't do A because the military doesn't want it. it need to be at the first step. Do you have the full buy-in of the military when you are sitting on table? That need to be clarified. Another red line is the role of international actors. The international observers need to be there, but they do not need to get to judge immediately without being in the room that which side is to blame. Mm-hmm. That need to be set in negotiating bilateral, multilateral. We have, unfortunately, in fragile contexts, you have the proxies, you have the countries around, the neighboring, and the regional powers and global powers. All of them are involved. But a working process needs to be set at the first place. Mm-hmm. And one last point in there, we made a big mistake to accept that there won't be a mediator between us. Mm. You can't win with the extremist groups, especially the public battle, unless you have an independent mediator and pair of eyes of independent persons sitting in the room while the negotiations are carried out. That helps significantly, because in absence of that, both the public, we were blamed by civil society, by media, by our own leader, by political actors, and by international community, because nobody had an eye in the room and they couldn't believe what was happening. So that's also an essential part.
Interesting. I have a question from Professor Chukwumerije Okereke. He says, you admit that billions of dollars flowed from rich countries to Afghanistan over the years, and that the situation on the ground would have been different if these monies were used for development. But you also said that you wished the donor countries were able to hold the government to account in how they spent the money. Can you provide more specific ideas on how the donor countries could have demanded more accountability without being seen as overbearing, controlling, and meddlesome?
Yeah, a very, very important question, actually. So we had in Afghanistan something called the Mutual Accountability Mechanism, and it was developed in the second decade of the US and the rest of international community intervention. And this was built around this idea that the donors will hold accountable the Afghan government, and Afghan government will hold accountable the donors on whatever aid they would provide. But it became a bureaucratic process of paperwork rather than a meaningful both sides engagement and real action to be built around that. So what had happened, there were these annual reports of meeting certain benchmarks and indicators and the different matrices from every sector, and they would collect from the different ministries and build a report around it and give it to the donor. The donor would look at it, and then it was signed off. So there was not really a proper accountability in that sense. So what I could say in the case of Afghanistan could have worked much more better was because we had two types of funding. So the one type was a direct contribution to the national budget, and that was making a small portion of the aid contribution. But then there was other type, which was split in two. One was to Afghanistan Reconstruction Trust Fund, which was managed by the World Bank. And then through the World Bank, projects in later years were through Ministry of Finance, a mechanism where it was managed on different national projects. And then a bigger chunk of it was then a direct implementation by the donors themselves. For example, USAID would contract contractors, organizations, development organizations, that they would implement those projects. The Afghan government had no control over that and did not have any ability of changing the trust fund unless it would have gone back a request and through the World Bank approval and the donor's approval to change a line in there. But the only control was over the funds directly disbursed to Afghan Ministry of Finance. For each of these, there could have been different modality. The first, if you don't have enough institutional strength in the country, you do not need to bring in over capacity's ability to absorb that amount of money and throw them in small projects. For example, it was a $1 billion. The capacity of implementation was only for 500 million. And you bring $1 billion, the 500 million, then the processor becomes loose. So people try to just burn the money. And that in itself opens the door for corruption. So quick contracts without due processes, and then because you need to burn money. That was not needed in this way. In state, and then the donors would do okay because the government can't implement it. What they would do, they bring in contractors, and the contractors would bring in subcontractors, and a $500 million that would be able to build a very fundamental infrastructure for the economy and for the country would have, or not would have, it was divided in thousands of small projects of a training and a capacity building and empowerment and few canals here and there and a few wheels here and there. And at the end of the day, the $500 million evaporated without leaving a foundation for it. While if you had few mega projects implemented, contracting it, monitoring it, implementation of it would have been much more easier and proper, and the corruption would have been much more lower. The subcontracting would have been much more lower. So there are different modalities in different contexts, but I think Afghanistan was unique in a sense that there was this significant amount of international aid injected, especially in the first decade, and then continued with a lesser amount in the second decade, but lessons were not learned, and it was disbursing large amount of money into thousands of the smaller pockets to thousands of priorities where none of them really made the significant impact that was required to build an indigenous economy using those resources.
Yeah. I have a question from Dr. Nura Ibrahim. He says he's interested in hearing more about the negotiation process with the non-state actors operating in Afghanistan. Could you elaborate on approaches used to build trust and gain community acceptance for what has been negotiated?
Well, so the problem with our situation was that the Taliban, to the end of the day, were reluctant or rejected any invitation for the Afghan government, the Republic, to engage in talks. So they always pushed back against the call for peace. We dropped all the conditionality before the talks. We say, there's no condition, come and talk, and we will talk where we reached. And they said no. But then they engaged with the US for withdrawal. And as part of that, they tried to insist that they're not talking to Afghan government, but to a delegation coming, composed of everybody, including the government, to talk. For us, it was two parts. The buy-in, the war was so much raging and the violence was so much, and the communities were in favor of finding a political solution to this. The acceptance territory that they occupied, so people were already scared. There was no resistance in terms of the public. If there were, elders were being hanged or executed and all of that. People were with fear, but they were seeing that if there's a path politically, probably, so managing them to bring in would not result in them massacring everybody or to create the way of a fearful rule that they had. So that was an anticipation, and people wanted to end the war. But then when we went in the talk, the methodology for them has been a very rigid one. They would repeat their own position with a certain level of discipline, time and again, and for hours, and they wouldn't exhaust. And their lack of exhaustion from repeating the same words, the same argument again and again and again and again, comes from the way they are educated. I don't know how this is the traditional religious schools in Africa, but in our part of the
similar.
It's very you recite and recite and recite for hours to memorize. And it's a very rigid method, and that's built into their way of operating on the table too. They wouldn't accept any word that is not their own. And even if you propose something synonymous, they would say no. So one needs to understand how they see a word and what's the meaning of it for them, and how it would mean to you, so that you can agree on that word or not, to move one step further. So the process is complicated, especially when the areas where they rule based on fear, but also they rule based on exploitation of the weakness of the justice and economy and security of the state itself. If a state is already an abusive state, if police is very abusive, the community accepts these violent extremist groups rule, because they see at least one group is there. I know who the head is, and they may impose taxation and zakat and all of that, but this is very predictable. I know what they want. But then every other police comes and extorts me. I don't like it. So they already built a space for themselves where they buy in partially the community's trust, but they also rule based on fear. It requires other communities to understand the parameters to accept a negotiation with the violent extremist groups.
Yeah. And I know you have a bit of an exposure to the challenges we have in Nigeria with Boko Haram, ISWAP, Islamic State, and Ansaru, and so many of these terrorist organizations, and also across the Sahel. So I've got a question from an anonymous, and he says, given the growing moves by these terrorists, what would be your advice on how to address the problems we face? And let me tag on the back of it. So for many years, the idea was to defeat the Taliban militarily. Was that the right approach? Could something else have been done to achieve a political settlement? And are there chances that we explore same within Nigeria? What are the challenges with that? The pros and the cons, if you could unpack that for us.
Sure. Well, thank you. I just published a policy brief looking into Sahel and Central Africa, and then looking at the parallels, particularly with in relation with these violent extremist groups, with Daesh, Sahel, Greater Sahel Group, or the Boko Haram and other groups operating in Africa, and the Taliban, and what they borrowed from the Taliban in that sense. So I do see those parallels, and one of the key issues is that you can't alone fight with the extremist groups by military means, and most of the times only the military means exacerbates the situation. It provides more pathways for other people who are disillusioned with the military operations and with the government's abuses to go and join them, because there's this very clear difference. If a government runs based on corruption, and there's a lot of nepotism, there's no level playing field for people, for private sector, for other citizens. The public sector is so close to them to join as recruitment and as a job. And on the other hand, these violence groups, their arms are open. They embrace everybody come to them, so they are inclusive in that sense. The youth who are disillusioned, they find a way to reflect and get their anger out, and they provide them that space too. And then those even small, medium-sized businesses or other businesses and private citizens, they have grievances through justice systems, and they also don't see it there. And these groups provide them with quick, of course, arbitrary, but quick resolution to their grievances or to their disputes. So all of that enables an environment for them to operate and to grow. Now, the first realization early on need to be that if you are to sit with them and talk 10 years down the road when you are much more weaker, then that's a big loss. Mm-hmm. But if we can continue in finding a way first to limit the space for them through improving justice delivery, it is not an easy task, but it is a work that need to begin and continue, because if you don't begin today, they're exploiting their space day by day. You need to also add to the legitimacy of government where these groups could not exploit that also, but also to explore how you engage the community itself. The localities that they operate, do they have elders? They do have influential, neutral individual, how you can empower them and bring them in and address their grievances already, but also identifying elements within these groups who are open to some sort of a political path to engage them early on. Sometimes what a big mistake we did, we had thousands of very senior Taliban in our custody, in our prisons. And most of these conflicts could be addressed through finding a pathway through those detainees who has an influence inside, that you can begin an engagement quietly, secretly, finding political pathways. You need to not wait for the conflict to reach to their doorsteps, to the cities where then you will be shocked what happened. If they are now in a locality, they are weaker, they are smaller, they may be open, if not very ideological, they may be open for some sort of a political arrangement. And you need to engage and diffuse them at that early stages. But then there are some of them that highly ideological. There's no pathway of negotiating with them. They wouldn't accept a shared future like the Taliban did not. And you need to undermine them through different means, not only military, as I said, improving justice, improving rule of law, and improving economic and fighting the corruption. Sometimes politicians feel that they can do with it. When it comes, then they will deal with it. And that ignorance and sense of comfort get them in a very bad way, because when they start dealing with it, it's late. And if they don't see as a priority dealing with justice issues, with economic development issues, with fighting corruption, not as a survival for the state and for their own legacy and their own rule, as time passes, it will be then late for them to preserve any of those. So it's a wake-up call for everybody. Afghanistan should be a wake-up call. That you need to start very early on dealing with it. Negligence would not forgive anybody, including those.
Exactly. And maybe, so this question, there was a time or a point in the negotiations when you realized that the Taliban was no longer negotiating in good faith, that indeed they were trying to run out the clock. When did you first recognize that? And what did you do with that knowledge? Why did you continue discussing with them even after you realized that they had already, that they were just basically trying to run out the clock?
In 3 months, the first 3 months, I was, by the end of the 3 months, I was very much confident that they don't believe in a negotiated settlement. I was very clear that they are just trying to buy time. I also knew that they were empowered significantly by the US-Taliban agreement. And I went and I briefed the president.
And the agreement you talk about here is the
Yes,
US agreeing that they're going to leave Afghanistan.
Yes.
Without involving the Afghan government.
Yes, the negotiation they did with the Taliban had 4 parameters. 2 of them was for the US to leave. One was for the US to leave, and for the Taliban to de-announce terrorist groups Al-Qaeda, not de-announce, not cooperate with the terrorist groups. And 2 others was at the beginning it was ceasefire, but that was dropped off by the US, and then was a negotiation with the Afghan government.
Right.
The Afghan side. So they were already very much empowered as a result of that. So we knew that I reached to that conclusion, and I briefed the president, and I said they are not negotiating into the good faith, and they don't believe in shared future. And I also say they are so arrogant in the way forward.
So why did you continue with the process then?
Yeah, that our thing was so complicated because our government was not liked by most of the civil society and by the political opposition. And the key actor there was we were not operating in a vacuum, and it was the United States and the international community. And our president was considered to be an obstacle to the peace process. So he was, because he had this very academic mind, that he would preload the obstacles in a week as a result of a weak deal, like it was post-deal situation that he would explain, and it looked very complicated, and people were saying, "Oh, but wait a minute, he's against the peace. He makes it so complicated, and therefore," and he would not listen to other advices that you need to simplify it, you need to be upfront. And so I told him that even if you step down today and announce that you're stepping down today, and if there's a peace agreement, the Taliban would not agree to that. But at least this situation would enable us all to expose the Taliban's real intention. But of course, he didn't do it, and we were at the receiving end of the blame. The perception that was shaped, we lost the battle of narrative.
Yes.
The perception was shaped that the Afghan government's delegation is opposing a peace agreement, that the Taliban want a political agreement. So we were under pressure from US, from Afghan politicians and others. And that was hard for us to walk away, because we would have been blamed for a mistake that the Taliban, for Taliban's non-acceptance. And because everything was so fast happening, and then the collapse, the withdrawal becomes so fast, and Biden a decision to pull out without pull the plug before the right time. So all of that happened so fast that it didn't allow the people to realize what was happening, the political class to realize, and for the Taliban to be exposed.
Yeah.
So there are times that the factor of your decision on the table is not only your own findings and realization, but it is the context that you work within, the mandate that you receive, the very complex political landscape of self-driven political leaders, and the self-driven, interest-oriented of the international actors, a very, very, I would say, bad-intended regional proxy and regional actors. A combination of all of those shapes your conduct on the table, no matter how scaled you are.
Sure.
But you can't just walk away by realizing it was wrong. But you have to convince everybody.
Yeah, we're down to the last 2 minutes, but I want to get this question in. It's from Dr. Ndidianya. What are possible ways to rebuild citizens' trust in state institutions when those institutions have been complicit in harm?
It begins not only from the top of the state. Of course, a significant amount of that is dependent on the the way a leader at the top of the government and the government itself tries to change the organizational culture, the political culture, and all of that. And it's a process and that to lead, but also from bottom up. If citizens lose the ability of coming around this notion, preserving the state structure of a constitutional order that has most of the time the rights and freedoms and a governance that is based on representation and all of that, and strengthening that constitutional order as the centrality of their push for the government to be more accountable and respect the constitutional parameters, the politicians at the top wouldn't change. So it's a consistent struggle, believing on 5 key issues among ourselves and pushing for those 5 key issues that is defining the survival of the democratic system and the governance that is better for the people, but also of the state itself. And kind of putting it to the side and not confusing it with who is running and which government, which people are running and they are bad, and blurring the line loses the ability and hope for pushing for those changes. So the state structure and constitutional order need to be preserved, and those who are running the government need to be looked differently and not all at one, and those need to be pressed to respect that order and that civic engagement that continues of that, and those who can build hope within those very dark days are essential, because not just institutions, not just rules, but those leaders who can push. We failed, and we failed miserably too, and we learned in bad ways.
The purpose of this chat is to see what we can learn from that, so we don't repeat the same mistakes. But maybe last 30 seconds to you. Maybe there's something you wanted to communicate that my questions didn't get to. I'll cede the 30 seconds to you.
Well, it's hard to me. The only thing is that when you are defining sets of rules, it's always important to not be rigid in achieving them and not moving in your tactics in achieving it. When I look now, when I was negotiating with the Taliban, I was considering them the hardliners, the radicals. They wouldn't move anything. And now I look back and I say, I question myself, was I the same level of radical and hardliner on my values? And if I was making a little bit of a compromise, would that have could have had opened a door for us to preserve 50% of what we had of a democratic system and the Bill of Rights and all of that, and now we lost all of that. So those questions need always to be done. I'm not moving from my principles, but I'm changing my tactics, how I achieve them when there's a need of a step taking back, but opening a path.
Fantastic, fantastic. Neda, thank you so much, especially for your candor and for being willing to sit with these questions. And, many of them do not have comfortable answers. And so thank you so much for that. And to our audience across Africa, policymakers, scholars, practitioners, I hope is that you take from this conversation not just a cautionary tale, but operational lessons that we can all use to deal with the really complex challenges that we face every day on the continent. This has been Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa, Africa's development. I'm Patrick Okibo. Thank you for joining us. And until next time, thank you, Neda. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Patrick, for having me. And thank you, everybody, for listening.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello and thanks for joining us. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo in Abuja, Nigeria. Today in this special interview, my guest is a very distinguished Nigerian. He was born on the 29th of January 1944 in Kaba, Nigeria. He is a Nigerian who has consistently had an opinion in what happens in our country. He is Cardinal John Onayeko. Your Eminence, my pleasure to be talking with you again after so many years.
Thank you very much. Thank you for considering me still relevant to talk to.
Let me start by saying that you are in good health. I see you at airports, and I mean, it takes a lot of interrogation to know that you're already 81. Your Eminence, what's the magic? What has been keeping you in good health? What has been... I mean, you don't look 81 at all.
Well, if you had said this 3 weeks ago, I probably would have said yes. But 2 weeks ago, I really went down. And I was told that it was because of stress and overwork. And the doctors warned me to go easy. Well, as what you mean by go easy? For as long as you can still move around, you move around. I'm actually right now still recovering from a bad first malaria, then other things that follow. The question of health, that's a matter of, it's normal now. At the moment we are 70 and above, we are ready for all kinds of health challenges until you find the big one that will send us to paradise.
I'm waiting for that. Yeah. But the important thing is that I do thank God that I am in relatively good health. I'm not bedridden. I'm not a heavy burden on my loved ones carrying me up and down. And I'm just praying to Almighty God not to have to go through that. That I could just walk my way gently from this wonderful earth of ours to a more wonderful world in the hereafter. You know, at my age, you must keep thinking about the hereafter.
So could we attribute, I know there's the God factor in good health.
Yes.
But can we attribute this to maybe exercises, the kind of food you eat, or the state of mind?
State of mind, good doctor who is dedicated, checking up on me, reminding me, advising me, take this, take that. I'm on regular medication. It seems to be the normal thing now for all old people like us. Regular medication to control sugar and blood pressure. At first, when you were on regular medication, it means that you are sick. And as good, she said, a young sister, but her area of competence is in gynecology, strangely enough. But she's done special courses for geriatric care. And she's making good use of that. Of course, she's not on alone. There's a whole lot of a few other consultants who know about my case and to whom she reports and who give their advice. So I'm in their hands, and I think they are handling me well.
Your Eminence, recently we had a new pope.
And I understand you were part of the pre-conclave meetings and all that. But you had to return, you had to leave Rome because you had gotten to an age where you were not going to be part of the conclave. Tell me how you felt when this happened.
Look, no surprise. I knew the law. I knew the laws. I knew the rules. Everybody knew the rules that once you celebrated your 80th birthday, you can no longer participate in the conclave, no matter how important you think you are and how wonderful you think you are. And there were many others like me who also were in the same position. The rule is a good one because you can't be dragging a 90-year-old people into conclave. So I knew I was not going to be part of the conclave, but I knew that I had the right to be at the pre-conclave consistory. Consistory is our technical term for the meetings, discussions, where we spoke a lot about what is the church, and we got reports about how the church at that level is running, the kind of reports that we don't normally get. So that means you had an opportunity to put in and I put it in my own ideas about what I think was going on. You could say that it is a period where people give the idea about what kind of pope they wanted, realizing that the new pope was among those of us there at the meeting. Some people were perhaps more indicated than others, but nobody was sure
what it was going to be.
The pope, yes.
So, like the rest of us, you found out.
Yes,
maybe by watching
like
TV.
The rest of you. The journalists like you, they often have their own conclave, and they have their own pope even before any pope emerges. They had their various lists of people whom they said was good.
Could be.
Yes, but at the end of the day, it was Prevost who came as Leo the 14th. I didn't know him well. And when his name came up, they began to tell us about his antecedents, and then the only thing you can say is that the Holy Spirit took care of the right decision.
I'm going to ask a question. It could be funny, it could be, but forgive me. When you became cardinal, and the years you were, qualified, to go into conclave if one had happened at that time.
One happened?
Yes. Did it at any time cross your mind like I could become pope? At any time?
Again, at this level, yes, hardly, personally for me, it was never anything like an ambition to be a pope. Also because at that level, one had a good idea of the burdens of being a pope. And therefore, it's hardly anything you really want to be. And most people who get elected as pope see it as a cross that is being put on their shoulders, which they accept as a will of God for them. As a cardinal, I knew I was qualified to be a pope, but I didn't go into the conclave saying rosaries or novenas that I may be the one to emerge. No, not at all. Not at all. And also at that level, I knew that unlike other elections, where you have candidates lined up, each one with manifestos and kind of
campaigns and what have you.
Because the conclave is not like that at all. Because the conclave is an election in which every elector is a candidate. It could be any of those of us gathered there. That was in the 2020, the election of Pope Francis.
Okay.
I was in that conclave. Yeah. Incidentally, that conclave took place a few months after Cardinal Arinze turned 80. So he couldn't join us. He was not with us. But Okoje was with us at that conclave. Even though he was a bit physically challenged, but he came on his wheelchair. Yes. But this last one, I was across the 80 years, and I happily came back home and waited, prayed like the rest of the church for the Holy Spirit to guide the conclave.
You didn't know this Pope very well. But what challenges do you think his papacy may face? What challenges are popping up in the church and in society that will be part of the cross that he will bear?
One thing that kept coming out during that pre-conclave consistory, in different words, is that the conclave is not meant to elect a successor to Pope Francis, but rather to elect a successor to St. Peter the Apostle. And that the office that was going to be elected is a Patriarch office. That kind of the idea is coming out from he wants to show that every pope is himself. He has no obligation to
be someone else,
to repeat, to be like his predecessor, no matter how popular or otherwise the person may be, because every pope is himself. Is himself, and the pope, and being himself, he faces the challenges of the church with his own charisms, with his own gifts and talents, and in his own way. And we have seen that. We have seen Pope John Paul II be Pope in a way that we didn't see a Pope be before. But we saw Pope Benedict XVI was not in any way like Pope John Paul II, but he responded to the needs of the church during the brief years he was there. And then Francis came out of the blues and behaved in a way that, what I always say is that Pope Francis finally made it such that even me, I can be Pope. In other words, you can be yourself. He took certain steps to show that the Pope can be himself. He doesn't have to fall into any line. For example, the fact that he refused to stay in the Apostolic Palace and just stayed in the hostel where bishops always stay when we go to Rome. And he spent his 12 years there. Throughout the 12 years was a pope. He was going to the Apostolic Palace for his official meetings and the audiences and so on. But he always returned there for his meals and for sleep. He met a few people once in a while in that place. But that's just one out of many ways he was a pope in his own way. This pope too is an Augustinian. It's interestingly now these last two popes are religious. Pope Francis was a Jesuit, and this provost was an Augustinian, deep Augustinian, because he was a leader of the Augustinian order for 12 years. Because then we realized that he had lived in Rome for 12 years and had been familiar with the inner workings of the Holy See, which means when he became a pope, many of those things were not
very new to him.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we're going to talk more about the church, but your voice has always been an outstanding one when it comes to
is that so?
What happens in our country. And recently, in a number of speeches you made,
You have criticized our government, and let me be very specific. You urged our president recently to understand the true struggles of Nigerians and implement policies that improve their well-being. You also signposted the challenges of the elderly. In April 2025, you decried the neglect, poverty, and isolation faced by many elderly citizens who once served the nation, calling it, in your own words, a disgrace, and urging society not to forget them. Let's look at the presidency of Tinubu and the presidency and the leadership that we have had in our country. When I spoke to you about a decade ago, we still talked about the challenges of everyday Nigerians. And decades after, these challenges are still facing us. How would you want, to react to these developments?
The two issues you raise, the challenges of the ordinary Nigerians and the challenges specific to the people, elderly people, it's all the same thing. It's all about the same thing. The present administration for the past 2 years and above have been telling us that they have a clear vision for making Nigeria great. And this clear vision entails a series of policies which they are implementing, that these are policies that ought to have been implemented earlier on, but that previous rulers were slow to do the needful. Now we have a ruler who is not only visionary, but also bold and courageous. They admit that the results, the outcome of their policies has led to unpopular feelings from the people. And that I'm trying to listen to them, that a good government should not be wanting to carry out popular policies, but rather policies that will work for the good of the nation. I've been listening to this, but apart from they themselves who are turning out these policies and the people whom they have recruited to carry it out, the vast majority of Nigerians not seem to see it that way. They definitely don't agree that the government should be there to pursue policies that make life difficult for the people. No matter how beautiful your policy is, it should not make people's life miserable. Because the promise of a beautiful life later, when is this later life coming? And how are we sure it is coming? There are many Nigerians who do not share the optimism they have about the outcome. I was listening to the television yesterday when our president was in Ibadan. Exactly the same thing.
Talked about the pain of surgery.
That we have been said. He agrees that we have put us in pain for the past 2 years. We have only 2 years more. But that now we are at the end of the tunnel, and the good things are now coming. What are these good things that are now coming?
those who are economists cannot share this optimism. And that is why we believe that whatever policy a president or a regime may be having, the good of the people must be the center of attention. People must be the center of your attention. We are talking of people unable to feed their families. We are talking of unemployment rampant. We are talking of young people who have lost hope in the nation. Because this line you say you are taking, they cannot see it. They cannot see any light at the end of the tunnel, which is why many of our young boys and girls who can make it are leaving the nation for destinations that are only in their mind, but which, unfortunately, we know is not necessarily going to make things easy for them. When young people begin to run away from their nation, it's not a good sign now. Because young people should be able to see in the government sign of a better future. They are not seeing it. And so, I think, I remember making it very clear, if we are going to have a free and fair election, this regime must change its policies. Otherwise, you can't expect Nigerians to want you to continue beyond 2027. But I'm not seeing any reaction in that direction. The opposition parties that are revving towards the election, they are saying the same thing, that the policies we have now are in the wrong direction. I'm not sure I see clearly in them what the alternative they are proposing for Nigerians will be, except to say we will reduce your pains. How? We need to see it more
graphic details.
Yes, in more details. Yes. But maybe we have 1 year and a half now to see all that. I've been in this country now, and I'm now 81 years old, and I was already an adult when we became independent in 1960. I was in Patafoa Balewa Square when we raised up our flag for the first time that evening, 1st of October 1960. I was in Form 4 in college and in Benue State, and I was sent by my school to represent my school at the independence. We were full of confidence in our nation. That now we are going to be independent. We are going to be like the great nations. The great nations we knew then were England, Germany, America, France, those countries. We were hoping to become like them. We were not hoping to become like South Africa because we knew South Africa was under apartheid. But we believe that just give us 10 more years, maybe 20, we will be in the front line. That has not happened. 60 years ongoing. 60 years going. But I still have not lost confidence in the ability of our nation to be among the frontline nations of the world. I'm not, because I think the way the material is there. We can now see how many of our brains have actually left Nigeria because Nigeria has no room for them. And wherever they go, they are performing wonderfully. Now, while we thank God for that, we still ask, these brains should be here now. They should be building here instead of building other people's nations. Take anything. They were talking about my health. The number of Nigerian doctors that are curing people in other nations. While in Nigeria, the hospitals have no doctors. The ones they have are on strike. because they are not being treated well. It doesn't make sense now. It doesn't. And when they are sick, the people who are in charge of us, they are always going out. For how long? Isn't it a shame that the president of Nigeria should be going out for treatment? Can't even fix up a clinic in the estate house to take care of Mr. President. What does it take? The main thing it takes is a political will. There was probably all those who started the federal medical centers I think it was in every state or in every geopolitical zone. That was the idea. That at least if we cannot make every hospital good enough, let's have a few that we can rely on. And there's no reason why we shouldn't have been able to have it. They were built for that purpose. The National Hospital was built to be a center of excellence. Well, people go there now not to. The only thing left there are the structures, but even the equipment itself. And the doctors that used to be there, politicization has overtaken the place. It's a shame. So we have so many things that could be done differently. And when the present regime came, the things they are doing differently don't seem to be differently in the right direction. We don't expect to have things much better. I have people who are coming here to beg. They were the old people, the normal good beggars whom we know. But we're having a fresh set of beggars now. People who never begged before. And now,
and it's because of the situation and conditions of the country.
Yeah. Apart from those who had the jobs but don't have job anymore. They have lost their jobs. And it is terrible for a responsible gentleman. You have your family, looking after your wife and children, and suddenly you are unable.
And Your Eminence, the other thing that really worries Nigerians is when a government says, oh, we need to sacrifice, we need to, contribute. And then people say that the government is not leading by example. I was watching TV too a few days ago, and a young person was arguing that our president says we should, sacrifice. And he's buying a new jet, and he's globetrotting, and the ministers fly first class, and so many things going wrong. Another thing they talk about is corruption that is still endemic 2 years after we have a new government.
Not only endemic, but growing. We are no longer talking of stealing of millions. It's always trillions now that have been stolen. Billions and trillions. Which really has no reference to the reality of the people who are told to make do with a minimum wage of 70,000 naira a month that is not even being paid. Now my regular drugs for BP and sugar is costing no less than
50,000 every month. If I was on a
70,000 naira pension, how will I manage? And I'm told that many people who had been on those medications before, when it was costing about 20,000, 15,000 a month, they can no longer afford it. And we are not surprised that every now and again we hear this one has dropped dead, that one has dropped dead. Because they'll try and look for alternatives. They buy other cheaper drugs, which are not currently doing the job. Or they go for a boo, or other kinds of native remedies, which has its own limits. Well, we are not supposed to have a nation that will make us live forever, but at least let us live decently for a reasonable length of time in this world. And that is what we are still waiting for. As for the lifestyle of government, it's not only that they spent too much on themselves. Typical example is the so-called allowances that have been carved for themselves by the members of the National Assembly. Up to now, we don't have a clear picture of the exact amount of money each takes home every month, but they say it's nothing less than 10 million every month for each of them taking home. And none of them is complaining about that. And they know that the minimum wage is 70,000. What? Are we in the same country? The result is that those who should be taking of the ordinary Nigerian are not feeling the kind of pressure that is on them, which explains the quality of discussion you get in the National Assembly. They are not discussing things that concern the ordinary Nigerian. There are all kinds of fanciful projects that they are talking about, and the government sends all kinds of fanciful bills. That is, and they congratulate. We are congratulating ourselves every now and again with nice statistics that we say we have GDP has increased, that we have cleared all our debts, and blatant, is it untruth or lies? I don't know how to call them. The things that are being said that are not really true, but we are supposed to take it like that. You cannot run a nation. The nation cannot survive very much on that. Like I said, are we going to have a free and fair election? If we are going to have a free and fair election, then 2037 should give us opportunity to pass our judgment on how this government has treated us. And we need to have alternatives presented to us for us to move forward without killing and destroying ourselves.
I'm glad you brought this conversation here, because one of the challenges in Nigeria is how we recruit those that occupy public offices. And this is about the third time you've said this in this interview. I wish that we have a free and fair elections. What would be your suggestion for us to have a better process of recruiting those that lead our country?
Simple. That the body that should be organizing the election should be free and independent, as the name suggests. Now we have an INEC that is not independent, certainly, that has been, for as long as the INEC is constituted by government, and the government that is party to election, how do we expect to have a free and fair election? How do we expect to have a free and fair election? But we are hoping too that the judiciary will help to be fair and impartial. But we are finding that the judiciary is getting more and more hooked up by the executive. So it's no longer a free arm of the government that we're expecting. And we saw that in the last election. The effort they made to explain to us why the election we had was a wonderful one. And all the arguments, all the evidence that shows plainly the irregularities were swept away, were not accepted, were not acceptable. And we're supposed to, even those of us who are not lawyers, we're asking, for goodness sake, what is happening here? Now, I think, I don't know What we are hearing is that, according to our constitution, it is the National Assembly that should put forward suggestions to improve
the constitution,
the electoral laws.
Electoral laws, okay.
But that the present National Assembly as constituted is made up of people who are there through taking advantage of the loopholes in our constitution for elections. And they don't want to block those loopholes. They want the constitution to continue to be what it is now, so that you don't have to depend on the people's will to get into power, but rather continue with the system of political gerrymandering. Even the whole question of political parties has become a joke. And so we need to see how we can liberate the Independent National Electoral Commission from the control of government. We need to they need to open up the ground for participation in elections in terms of political parties and independent candidates. When we talk of independent candidates, my mind is not going to an independent presidential candidate. My mind goes to independent candidates at lower levels.
The legislature.
And especially local government.
Local government.
Yeah, when you open the gate for the independent candidate, I can easily see a local government where a good man comes up and the people say, it is you we want to be our local government chairman, and you vote for him without reference to any political party. We need that. We need that. Our fight will go up towards the level of governors and presidents. It is time will say. But the technicalities of elections, one gentleman was talking on television today, said, okay, it's important, we will say that we should make sure that by law, electoral results will be transmitted in real time. Then he said, you can say that if you like, but if the INEC is not independent, even the technology will not be independent.
Demine, some of the things you're suggesting will need a constitutional amendment.
That's what I'm saying.
And I am asking, we've been on this constitutional amendment by the legislature for decades, for so many years. A new legislature comes, they start the constitutional, they spend money, do this and do that.
They are on it now.
At the end of the tenure, nothing happens. Are you one of those who are saying there should be something like a constitutional conference, independent of the legislature as we have it now, the executive as we have it now, but a conference that will be all-encompassing for Nigerians to really say, this is how we want to be led?
The present rule in our constitution, which says this constitution can only be amended on the basis of the National Assembly, it is a decision that the Nigerian constitution has put there. But we do know that that's not the only way out. That's not the only way out. And we are also aware now that relying on that, we are not going to get us into, we are not be able to get a real change in our constitution, relying on the people who are presently in the National Assembly that are there on the basis of this warped constitution. It's a vicious circle. We are asking them to legislate themselves out of power.
And they're not interested in doing that.
Well, how should they be interested? In fact, the major element is that in Nigerian politics now is that you want to retain power by hook or by crook. To retain power, that is the important thing. Not even to govern. You can see that now that election is in 2027. The government that should be governing is busy already politicking.
Talking about 2027.
They are not talking about governance. They are talking about how we are governed. So, people go into politics to capture power.
So how do we...
That has to change.
How do we convoke this kind of conference?
How that will change, I don't. How that will change peacefully, I don't know. How that will change peacefully, I don't know. It is possible for it to change peacefully. The only way to change peacefully is if we have a government that decides to change things, and that is not as intent on holding power. We have been hearing severally a comparison being made between our present president and President Musa Yar'Adua. That when President Musa Yar'Adua was elected, he looked at the results. He won all right, but he says this is not a good election.
And there was something wrong.
There's something wrong with it. And he immediately set an independent group to look into the electoral process to change certain things. The so famous Waste Commission, which came out with some very important suggestions that have been put aside since then. Was that the mood of our present president after the long legal battle of the Supreme Court judgment? No. This is a Miloko. This is my turn. Has it become his turn? Only they know. Since when did Nigeria become what?
Turn by turn.
People take. Who are these people who are taking it now? Which turn? Whose turn is which turn? No? He still repeated the Miloko philosophy in Ibadan this week. Yeah, that is just, and that is enjoying it. They don't seem to see that this whole local philosophy cannot carry a nation forward. And after your turn, what happens? The next person can do whatever he likes. And unfortunately, Nigerians keep thinking that the only way to get equity is to zone political positions turn by turn. You are only playing into the hands of the politicians. They are the ones who are taking turns. The poor people are not taking any turns. The ordinary Yoruba man, I don't know whether he's very happy that his turn is his turn now, because he is not exempt from the pains that our turn is creating on the average Nigerian. I think when power and politics goes beyond personal positions and aggrandizement and becomes politics is for service of the people and governance, good governance, you have to find a way of changing that mentality. How? I don't know, really, honestly. We can preach it. We have been preaching it. And in any case, that is what our church says politics should be. Our church says politics is a noble game, a noble art, because it's not even meant for everybody. It is for those who are competent, who have received the gift of God to be good managers of public affairs, and they go into it not minding their own personal interest. Said it clearly in our documents, not minding their personal interest, but for the common good, all to the glory of God. Now, Nigerian politicians who enter politics with this attitude, they can't move. They are simply removed from the game. A few Nigerians who have gone into politics come back and said the thing doesn't work the way we think it should. In other words, things don't go according to the rules.
You know, when at some point in this interview I said that corruption in Nigeria is endemic, and you retorted, not only endemic, but growing.
Yes.
Does it worry you that
it worries me now?
After all these years of effort?
It worries me because with corruption, a few people will grow, will get plenty of money, they will buy buildings here in Asokoro, knock them down and build new ones. They will go to abroad and build new houses, but Nigeria will not move. Nigeria will not move. And there is a danger that it will continue like this, and sometimes we shall collapse. Like Amos was saying yesterday at Mass, in our readings about Amos. He will say they are enjoying themselves, they are eating well, and they are living in nice houses, lying down on divans, and they are anointing themselves with perfumes, and they don't care about what is happening to the house of Joseph. It will happen unless before it gets too late we wake up, because the country cannot continue to sustain a level of corruption that is not manageable. To reach a stage where it will be too much now. Even those who think they have made money under corruption, they will not be in a position to even enjoy the money that they have.
That brings me to...
So it is not even in their interest.
That brings me to something you've been talking about recently, the insecurity in the country. We are really pained, especially by the level of kidnapping, which has gone to our children. School children are kidnapped in schools. There's so much insecurity. And when you talked about the rich making all the money, how are they going to enjoy it in this kind of insecurity?
They go around with a battalion of soldiers and police. They can afford to take that to themselves. They don't care about the rest of us. So they think that they are safe because they can send their wife and children to... They don't even go by road anymore. They don't even go by Airpeace or the ordinary airline. Anybody is now chartering private jets to move their family from one place to the other. They can enjoy it, but for how long? For how long will that go? The insecurity is a pity, because there's no reason why we should be so insecure. They keep telling us that the terrorists are difficult to control. Our soldiers are not trained for that kind of engagements. They are trained to confront soldiers that are in uniform and dress and so on. But I mean, if our soldiers are not trained to deal with the problems that we have, then train them now. Change the curriculum of the Defense Academy so that they can do the work that needs
and have contemporary studies of things that are happening in the country.
Yes, you cannot tell me that the soldiers on whom we are spending billions every year are useless for what we need. I mean, it doesn't make sense now. If the soldiers cannot deal with them, who is going to deal with them? Is it the so-called JTF, Joint Task Force of poor volunteers who are carrying their gun guns and cutlasses and exposing their lives? It's again back to does the government have the will and the interest of the people as priority concern? If the interest of the people is not the priority of concern of government, then we're in trouble. No matter what policies you churn out, no matter what things you work out, what roads you build, look at Federal Capital Territory. Every now and again, a new road is built. It's being commissioned by Mr. Wike, and the hospitals are public hospitals in the FCT. They're almost gone now. And even the schools too. The FCT schools used to be good. Now, nobody's talking about that. Because insecurity is linked with corruption. And it all boils down to bad government. Bad government. And if you cannot change bad government by elections, how is it going to ever change? It means either it is changed by force or it collapses under its own weight. Whichever way is not the best way forward.
Your Eminence, we are rounding off. Time is never enough.
I'm already late.
When we are talking with you. But at some point in this interview, you said you're still hopeful, you still believe that Nigeria will get better. What fits this hope? What fits this?
Two things fits this hope. One is human, the other is divine. Divine because I'm a religious person. Human because I still see massive human resources in Nigeria, both among the young and among the adults. It will not take too long for Nigeria to make a turnaround if you have a good person and a good policy at the top. That's all you need to do. Because if that happens, even many of the diaspora will come back home to join in making the nation the great nation that we all want. The second point I said, which probably should be the first, is my trust in God, that He loves this nation. It is said that Nigeria is very religious, and when they say that, people say that more or less with like a kind of with a tongue in the cheek. But I say it seriously, that Nigerian religious says that Nigerians are always praying to God, and prayer to God is never useless. And that as Nigerians keep praying that God will save us from chaos, anarchy, and doom, it will happen. And how it will happen, maybe that's when we will see the hand of God. It can happen with a military coup, but it can also happen with a civilian ruler who suddenly turns things around. Decides to turn things around. We shall see.
I know you actually said it when you talked about your doctors telling you need to slow down. I know you have retired. I know you're no longer doing your 9 to 7 job. I mean, your 9 to 5 or 9 to midnight job. But you're still a very busy man. So, going forward, what occupies your time now? What do you do?
Occupies my time?
What takes your time?
What occupies myself? I always say what occupies myself. First, I sleep, I pray, and I eat, and then I spend some time reading and writing.
All those your things that were dear to your heart, running schools, making sure the young
I don't run any schools anymore, don't run any hospitals anymore, but I still get involved in discussions, meetings. I have a foundation for peace. I'm not the one running it, but I show interest. I have NGOs that I am running along with Sultan of Sokoto. We still once in a while call meetings. I try our best. I've been a member of this famous National Peace Committee, even though I've become more and more disillusioned about this peace committee. because I'm not so sure that it is actually making any impact. But you just try your best, whatever. So wherever you still have enough energy, I keep, because I believe there's a Nigeria can be redeemed. I do my own best. I know I don't have too much energy left, and all I can do is talk and assure people of my prayers for my nation.
Your last word.
Last word is like you just said it now, that we are not losing hope in Nigeria. Yes, I'm still hoping that Nigeria will be on a better path before I die. If it doesn't come on a better path, I will see it from paradise when I go.
Minister,
thank you very much
for this opportunity.
God bless you. Thank you for coming.
And that's our program. We've been talking with His Eminence Cardinal John Onayeko. I'm Vin Martin Obiora Ilo in Abuja, Nigeria. Thanks for watching, and let's do this again soon. Yes.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Hello.
Well, you probably didn't know that your brain makes up about 2% of your total body weight. However, this little tiny organ actually accounts or drives everything you do, from the way you speak, the way you think, and even how you express emotions. Well, today we are discussing unlocking the super brain. Can we train, heal, and improve our intelligence? Our guest is a former health commissioner, a physician, and a consultant neurologist. I'm going to introduce him in a bit. However, I want you to join the conversation. Go on over to our social media platforms on YouTube, on Facebook at Signaturetv Official. Go like, comment, share, and of course, subscribe. We want to hear your thoughts and know what you have in mind. Don't forget that we are live 247 on SLTV channel 265, and you can download the Signaturetv app from your Google Play Store. I'm your host, Chigichi Agorom. Don't go anywhere. Inside Health continues right after this break.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv.
And if you're just joining us, this is still Inside Health, a show on Signaturetv where we break down complex health conversations into bite-sized information meant to help you take charge of your health and your well-being. Today, we are discussing unlocking the super brain. Can we train, heal, and improve our intelligence? Well, you might want to stick around because our guest is Dr. Fintan Ikuchin. He's a former commissioner for health, ENUGU State, a consultant physician, a neurologist, and actually a fellow of the West African College of Physicians. Dr. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on the show.
Thank you, Chigi.
So, this is your second outing with Signaturetv.
Yes.
We're excited.
Well, thank you very much.
Absolutely. So, in my introduction, I had to research, obviously, and I got to find out that the brain is just about 2% of the entire body weight. Now, is this correct? And if it is, how is it so that the brain controls everything we do, regardless of the size? In a nutshell, what is the brain?
Thank you.
And, sorry to cut you short, our audience are not students, are not medical students. So we need you to break down the explanation into the basics so that the viewer can understand.
All right, Chigi, I'll do my best.
God's grace.
And you can rate me at the end. So,
I'm not even qualified.
So you said the brain is just 2%. You have to remove the word just.
Okay.
Because when someone of a smaller size can take control of something very unprecedented, it's surprising. So we rather say the brain is 2% of the body weight, and despite its small size, is able to yield such controls. So that's incredible. And when I decided to do neurology, I had someone tell me, if you don't do neurology, whatever else you're going to do in your life as a specialist doctor, you'll be using your brain to do that. You'll be using your brain to study the kidney, the liver, the bones, children's diseases, whatever. So I was like, so why not study about the master of others? But that was just at the beginning. Over the years of working as a neurologist, I've come to see that the brain is not even interested in a solo performance. And this concept has come up with what we now call the gut-brain axis. So your intestines, your stomach, is tightly integrated. So that's why when you say, I have a gut feeling, it's actually the brain giving you the feeling, but it's doing that in strong association with your gut. Then again, people say, find a place in your heart to forgive, or I'm heartbroken. So that tells you another organ, the heart this time, is so tightly linked. So what is the brain? The brain is an organ. It's an organ that is very delicate, made of 60% fat, and then to 40% below proteins and little carbohydrates. So it's a very fatty tissue. And it's like 90% admixed with water in a newborn baby. So you have this fatty tissue with a lot of water in the newborn baby. And then as adults grow older, in the elderly 70s, 80s, the water content shrinks to like 70%. So it's an organ, and it demands 20% of the cardiac output. So all the blood your heart pumps in a minute, 20% is dedicated to the brain. So that's when you start to see its role. So it's 2% by weight and 20% by demand of power, oxygen, nutrients, and all. So the demand it makes on the body, on the circulation, tells you its real capacity.
Wow.
So it controls everything you do consciously or subconsciously. So when you decide to do something, it's your brain taking a conscious decision. When you sleep, who breathes for you? It's still the brain making sure you're breathing. When you eat, do you orchestrate digestion? It does it by itself. So it has automatic subconscious functions, and it has conscious functions which it can execute. And that's where everybody's actually interested in. Nobody's interested in having his brain make sure he digests well or breathes well. So fortunately, we don't need to help him in that regard. But we all want to perform. So that's why we're talking about unlocking the super brain today.
Absolutely, absolutely. And there was something you said that was really very insightful. You did mention about the brain coordinating the physical aspect, but you also talked about the emotional or the psychological aspect when you mentioned find it in your heart to forgive. Can you just touch a little on how the brain actually affects the emotional and the psychological parts?
Yeah, so the brain has several functions, and we have today simplified it into what we call cognitive domain. So the brain does one general function, which is cognition, to be aware, to receive information, to process it, and take a decision. So that's cognition. People often mistake cognition for intelligence. It's not the same thing. Intelligence is a very vague concept, and it used to be one big definition before. Today it has been split. In fact, one of the definitions of intelligence is it's what you measure by intelligence tests.
Are those tests really?
Yes. Well, they have a role to play. That's why you have so many. Because there's always an issue with one, and then another comes. But in neurology, we're not interested in intelligence. The brain performs its functions, and intelligence is what the modern world is actually demanding for. Yeah, and when we talk about the domains which I mentioned, you now start to see different things the brain can do. And one of the domains that has been acknowledged globally today is emotional intelligence. So that's where you're heading to. So it's something that we all have, but to different degrees, and we all need to train. So many of the things we call common sense, it's part of emotional intelligence. Another thing about emotional intelligence is what has been called the theory of mind. So when you're able to put yourself in someone's shoes, that's the English expression. That's called
empathy.
Yes. So put yourself in someone's shoes. You see someone has experienced something very shocking. You don't go to the person smiling and laughing. You approach with a calm face because you feel what the person feels. So it's the brain that does this. It's called the theory of mind. So
I want us to, sorry. I am sorry. I had to cut you short. I apologize. Now, I want us to conceptualize what you've been saying. You've been saying a whole lot. Because while you were talking, and you said when you begin to empathize, that's what the brain helps you to do. But there are some people who don't understand empathy, probably psychopaths and sociopaths. But before we get to that, what exactly are we looking at? Because my eyes, they keep going to this piece of work here. So let's try and conceptualize what the brain is. And the domains and how they function using this particular piece of work I'm looking at.
Okay, so this is a three-dimensional model of the brain. It is having colors here describing different aspects of it.
Okay.
And you want me not to talk like if you're a medical student, so I won't go into that. Okay. One of the important things about the brain is that it's divided into two halves. So look at that.
Interesting.
A left and a right half. So what everybody needs to know is that the right half of your brain is in charge of the left half of your body. God made it that way. Never you ask why.
I wasn't going to.
Good. So the right half of it, so the left half right, so there's a swap. So when you move your right hand, it's your left brain in action. When you feel something on the left part of your body, it's your right brain reporting that sensation.
Interesting.
Okay, so the inner part of the brain is fantastic. It's something that makes human beings stand out from other animals. You see, the next largest brain in the animal kingdom is the chimpanzee. The chimpanzee has the next largest brain, and after the human brain. Yes. And the difference in size is quite significant. So there used to be a time people make jokes about the size of the brain. If you have a bigger brain, you're more intelligent. So the answer to that question is yes and no. The size of the human brain being bigger than the chimpanzee is surely why the humans are more sophisticated, intelligent, and all that. But when you talk about human being to human being comparison, it doesn't apply. People with a smallish brain, in quotes, are not in any way inferior to people with a bogus brain, in quotes. Okay, so that's for the structure of the brain.
So I'm looking at this 3D model, and I'm seeing different colors. I can see red, yellow, orange. Is there any way you can actually...
Okay, let's use this one.
Yes, great.
So generally, the frontal part of the brain is what makes a human being unique.
Okay.
If you look at the inside of the brain, we share so many parts here with lizards, crocodiles, reptiles, birds. Little or no difference. What makes us stand out is the outermost ring, which is called the cortex.
Down a little bit.
Yeah, the cortex is what stands out in the human being. So the cortex in man is so similar to the monkey. So what's the difference is the size of this frontal part. So this yellow part with the pink front, this is the most unique thing about the human brain that makes the human brain superior to the primates, the apes, the monkeys. Alright, so the other parts of the brain are quite similar amongst mammals. Even the dog, even dolphins have very sophisticated brains. But this frontal lobe area, called the frontal lobe, is where judgment, abstract thinking, logical thinking, planning, decision making is located. So memory is not here. Memory is on the portion, this portion protruding like this here. This is temporal lobe. So if people have injuries here, they have problems with memory. Yes. So Alzheimer's disease is one of the big diseases challenging humanity today, and you have a lot of shrinkage in this part of the brain.
Okay, we'll get back to that, but I'm itching to find out, to ask if a simple question. I'm not sure that the answer is that simple. Okay, scratch that. There's this particular word that came up while we were researching this particular topic, even came up while we were collating social media tweets around the same subject matter, and it's neuroplasticity.
Yeah.
What is neuroplasticity, and can we train the brain? There are some people that feel, oh, she was born intelligent, oh, he was born intelligent. But can someone who is on the average get to train his brain to become, super intelligent?
The answer is capital yes.
Great.
In fact, we're all born with super brains. It's what we do or don't do that inhibits it from unfolding its capacity. So when you see someone who is super chess, you see someone who can walk a tightrope.
Prodigies, people
so they don't have a different brain. We even hear that Einstein's brain is being studied today, but they've not come out over the years to say anything because there's nothing unique there. So everybody's brain has the same capacity, it has to do with training. So it can be trained, yes. So the domains we talk about, each domain can be trained. So there is a visual spatial domain, for example, with which the brain navigates, understands itself in three-dimensional world. So you go somewhere for the first time, and then one year later someone says, can you find your way? If you have a good visual spatial capacity, you will. If you have a poor one, you definitely can't. So that's just an example of one domain in the brain. So you can train it. So there are so many things you can do to train the brain. One of the biggest things about neuroplasticity, which is a proper word you mentioned, is that it's always applicable to everybody. Many years ago, neurology study was just in children. That the brain, what is neuroplasticity? It's the ability of the brain to reassign functions from one part to the other.
Wow.
So if there's an injury here,
could you explain it using this model?
Sure. So if something goes on the inside parts of the brain, especially on the outer ring, the ability of function that has been lost at point X to be relocated, outsourced exactly to another point is very high.
Wow.
Yes. So, for instance, everybody has 2 eyes, 2 ears. When you go for an eye check, you'll be shocked when the doctor tells you you're hardly seeing with your right eye. You never knew. Neuroplasticity made your left eye compensate excellently. You go for an ear hearing test and they tell you you're hardly hearing with your left ears, with your left ear. And you're like, what? I never noticed that. From the point you're told, you now find out it's true. But what happened before then?
Compensation.
So you see children, they are born, they grow up, start using their right hand. And then somewhere in early primary school, they switch to the left. Something disastrous has happened to the brain. But the brain, because of neuroplasticity, switches and starts training that left hand, and the person becomes a perfect left-handed person. So if you ask the mother, she'll tell you, hey, he was right-handed, and then we don't want to change to the left. At times, the injury is temporal. So they'll not tell you, he doesn't yesterday using his right hand. Today, he uses both excellently well. So that's neuroplasticity. It's very fluid. And it continues into adulthood. That's why we can continue to learn. You see people of 60, 70 years say, I want to go study law and be a lawyer. It happens all over the world.
And you see those people as, you know, what's the word now?
Above average.
Not just above, they are just a minute, you know, proportion of
you're fine. So it's just because a very
like an exception to the rule.
Yes, the exception to the rule because they agree to train themselves. So what happens in society today, which I see in my clinic all the time, is people retire and get tired. They stop using their brain and they lose it.
So it's like the muscles.
Yes. What we know about the muscles applies perfectly to the brain. So you go to the gym to build your muscles, you have to exercise your brain. So the things you do to enhance your brain functions, your cognitive domains, exercises, language, skills. So if you go now to say you want to learn how to weave a mat, your brain will thank you. If you go and say you want to learn Russian, Chinese, your brain is going to improve drastically. You unlock the superpowers. If you remain in your monotonous world, your brain continues to shrink because it cannot continue to demand on the body, give me more blood supply, give me oxygen. And the body says, what are you producing with all this? Nothing. We're cutting you short. Less power, less water for you. And that's how people start shrinking out.
Okay, so aside lifestyle, are there dietary supplements that can be used to boost or train the brains?
Yeah, that question often ends up in people recommending A, B, C, D and all that, and then people scramble to go get those things. I don't believe in that. Give the brain natural nutrients. It will give you what you want. Today is a world of processed food.
Yeah.
Yes. Carbohydrates, heavily processed.
Yeah.
Proteins, processed. Fats, processed. So the processed foods we eat lack the nutrition. Seriously, and that gives to the brain a very big challenge. You can't maintain a factory where you can't buy wires and metal and wood and sand the way you want it when you need it. So imagine a factory being given fake building materials or supplies of materials. The product is substandard. So there is a classification called NOVA.
Okay.
Which, if it's the only thing people take home, let them take that home. NOVA, N-O-V-A. It's a classification of food that comes from a very unique angle.
Okay.
Divides them into mild and non-processed foods, like when you make a salad and eat salad.
That's N.
That's non-processed,
Okay.
yes. No, it's not an acronym. NOVA is an acronym.
Oh, it's not.
Yes, sorry. So non-processed foods. Then you have minimally processed. Then you have moderately processed, and you have ultra processed. If you look at NOVA classification, you see that we human beings today all over the world are largely ingesting ultra processed. So the nutrients the brain needs are lacking. So when people develop dementia, it's part of that.
So
There's a lack of stimulation of the brain.
So what you're saying in essence is monotony kills the brain.
Yes. During my residency, I was in India, and the professor of radiology in the hospital I was had a brain scan, and everybody was quietly looking at it. And I looked and I was like, this guy's brain is shrunken. I thought when you are academically at the top there, your brain doesn't shrink. I didn't know then that it was monotony. He was a professor doing the same thing all the time.
All through the years.
So the monotony of a person selling tomatoes and the monotony of a person doing the same. So the brain doesn't even care. But the external world is like, oh, you're educated, you're a professor, oh, thumbs up. The brain shrinks. So there is no protection from dementia despite your academic prowess and career heights.
Interesting.
So everybody needs to exercise the brain by learning a new skill.
Before we go into brain healing, there's something I learned from you the last time we spoke. You said that cholesterol has been wrongly,
vilified.
Yeah, exactly. And that the main villain was trans fat.
Yes.
Could you break that down for us?
So
sorry, because you did say that the brain is more of fat.
Yes, 60%
of
the
fat.
dry weight of the brain is fat. So you can imagine if something is made of so much fat, it will need fat to maintain itself on a day-to-day basis. And it will need fat to repair if there should be injury like a stroke or traumatic injury to the brain. So the brain is made of fat and it runs on fat. And the fats in the brain are largely saturated fats with lots of cholesterol. 25% of the 60% of the content of the brain that is fat is cholesterol.
Interesting.
So all the cholesterol in your body is largely in the brain, and then of course the nerves go from the brain in the spinal cord and help you move your muscles and feel what is on your skin. So it's all cholesterol driven.
Well, they tell us cholesterol is bad.
That was the vilification that cholesterol unfortunately suffered. So today there's an awakening in the scientific world, and we call it the exoneration of cholesterol.
Interesting.
Yes, and it was a very gradual process because we shifted from total cholesterol. So I said, no, it's low density. Oh, sorry, no, it's the dense core. Oh, sorry, it's the LPA subunit. So that was how the exoneration came gradually. Today we know it's not a victim anyway. In fact, the United States Food and Drug Administration and the United States guidelines in 2015 already said it, that it's not a nutrient for concern for overconsumption. I quote them. So anybody can go check them out. So nobody needs to tell you to avoid eating cholesterol.
So what we're saying in essence is that we can go to the meat shop and buy meat that has fat in it, and it's no medical issue.
Yes, and your blood will thank you.
And your blood.
And your brain will thank you.
Beautiful. So now let's get to how the brain actually heals, right? There's so many things that can affect the brain, which of course you're very aware of, like strokes. You didn't mention strokes, maybe seizures and things, trauma. Can the brain heal? If the brain can outsource functions, can it heal itself? And at what level would it be said that the brain at this point has no ability to heal itself?
As an organ, it's made up of tissues, and tissues are made up of cells. So when a brain cell, called a neuron, dies, it's never going to regenerate, because during development in the embryo, it takes a unique position. So it's difficult to reintroduce a new cell in that position. For the fact that the brain has a very, very weak ability to reposition new cells in place of old cells, it compensates with neuroplasticity.
Okay.
Yeah, so when you want to discuss the brain healing, it's something you have to approach from a different angle. It's not like the liver. The liver is a master of healing. You cut out half of it, it grows back.
Regenerates.
Yeah, so because the cells don't have any unique arrangement, so it's easy to get new cells and just patch up and grow again. So the brain doesn't grow that way. So yes, the brain heals, but it heals in a limited way. But why are you bothered if it heals 100% or 50%? The important thing is that the function it has, it tries to reassign, and you're able to go ahead and do things the way you've always done them. So we call it occupational therapy. When patients have any brain injuries, we try to reintegrate them back into society. They go through occupational therapy. So we use the work you've been doing or you wish to do to guide you to recover. And what are we doing? We're just stimulating neuroplasticity. We're exercising the brain in a direction, and it's growing its capacity in that direction.
Okay, so let's switch gears and focus on other things you have on top of this very table. I can see a Rubik's Cube, I can see a quantitative reasoning textbook,
yes,
and then there's the memory flash, which I'm wondering what it does, and then there's a 3D of a human heart.
Yes, so I brought the model of the heart with me to show that the brain doesn't work in isolation. Like at the beginning, I mentioned that we talk of the heart-brain axis.
Yes.
So the heart has been found out to function like an antenna for the brain. The brain doesn't go out to feel the environment. It's the heart that does it. Someone walks into a room and you're uncomfortable suddenly. It happens to everybody. Someone walks into a room and you start talking and you love the person immediately.
Yeah.
And English says love at first sight.
Yeah.
How? It's the heart that feels.
Is it really the physical heart?
Yes, it is. There's an institute in the US that is called HeartMath Institute. They've dedicated 20 years of research to establish that it's the heart physically that communicates with other people's heart, and it does it in a very close connection with the brain.
Because we are told that it's a sixth sense, it's just this realm that...
It's the brain extending its ability to sense the world through the heart.
Wow.
So that's why I brought the model of the heart. So when someone is heartbroken, it's an emotional state which the brain is in charge of, but it's feeling it through the heart. So everybody thinks. So that's why I brought the model of the heart. So we can talk about the heart-brain axis. Okay. So here is a device. It's a toy actually. There's nothing big about it. It's used to assess short-term memory, and it's also used to train short-term memory. So
for people who lose their memory,
so
for
when
some
someone
reason,
says that I don't know where I placed my keys, if you get this and practice with it, you remember where you place your keys.
how does it work?
It's a very simple device. You put it on, and it gives you flashing lights, and these flashing lights challenge you to follow up where if it blinks at X, you press it there, and you keep going around with it, and it goes in 9 levels. So if you think you're very good at retaining memory, this device will show you where your limit is and even take you further.
Well, really.
So it's very simple.
So what sort of patients would you recommend this?
I use this to assess patients to create an objective outset of our journey. So if they say they have memory issues, I try and establish it here, and then we agree this is where you are today. So we start doing whatever, and in a month's time we can check back here and say this you've done well or you've not done well. And I can also recommend for patients who just come and tell me it seems I'm losing my ability to remember things. So it's just simply because you're not tasking the brain. So if you give the brain the nutrients it needs and the tasks that stimulate it, bring about variety, change, remove monotony, it will continue to deliver. So this is just a tool for that purpose. Then this is even a more superior tool. It's called a Rubik's Cube. It was invented by an architect to demonstrate three-dimensional designing for architecture students. And it has become a global phenomenon.
It is.
So
how does it translate to?
It tasks your muscles, your fingers. Look at it. Rotates north, south, east, west, all around like that. And these colors are very visual and stimulate the brain. So your attempt to build a green face, a red face, is what challenges the brain. You need to remember what you just did. You need to visualize where you're trying to head to. And at the same time, your fingers are working. So your muscles, your nerves, your eye, and your brain.
And they're all engaged.
They're all engaged. So,
even if you don't get to,
at least
gives you the
benefits.
Wow.
And it gives a very strong motivation, because when you succeed in doing one level, we call it the bottom row, you are so excited. You achieve the second row, you're thrilled. That rewarding process is another part of the brain too. It's called the reward center.
True.
So whenever the reward center is stimulated, it motivates the brain to go ahead. That's why education is supposed to go with some tips, some rewards. So you give someone a thumbs up, you say good job, you say so a test results comes and you clap for someone. So these are rewarding activities. It stimulates the brain.
Interesting.
So if you go to school and then all the teacher is doing is flogging and querying, you learn slower. Yes.
Great tip for teachers out there. Before we go to my doctor and I, which is actually another segment, I want you to speak to patients, because you've talked about patients with stroke, Alzheimer's, patients, usually kids with neurodevelopmental challenges. How would someone like you help a child with neurodevelopmental challenges?
All things that contribute to the health of the body as a whole also contribute to the brain. There is no way you can treat the brain in isolation. So when I see a diabetic, a cancer patient, I must participate in the holistic care, because the brain will never function optimally if the kidneys are down. So patients with kidney disease will have brain issues along the line. Yes, we call it renal encephalopathy. Patients with liver disease will have brain issues along the line. We call it hepatic encephalopathy. So it's just like that.
Okay. I don't want to let you go, but we'll have to go for a break. They're calling for a break. Don't forget, we're still talking about how you can train, heal, and improve on your intelligence. And Dr. Fintan Ikuchin is still here in the studio. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back with more insights after the break.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox. It's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome to my Doctor and I segment, where we gather tweets from online and we try to bust some myths, and the doctor in the studio is going to react to some of these social media posts. Don't forget, we are still here with Dr. Fintani Kochin, and we are trying to learn how we can train, heal, and improve on our intelligence. All right, so Adora Okonkwo from Lagos says, can neuroplasticity, I did tell you that we came across that word, can neuroplasticity be harnessed to improve intelligence in individuals with neurological disorders?
Yes.
So how can that happen?
Depending on what the challenge the individual is facing. So I talked about visual spatial. So using the hand to do things like even building sand castles. It's a very big training for a child who has poor motor skills. It's very clumsy with the hand. So even the Rubik's Cube, like I told you, it's a very good example. So things with the hand. There are so many toys. I just can't even start mentioning them. You use your fingers. So that would be what you need to do a neuro.
What about beading?
Yes, sure.
Things that people can easily access.
Yes, so it depends on what exactly. So where we might help the patient is to identify the weak domains and then guide you on the journey. So you do the rest yourself. So it's not just them. There are even games or apps on the phone. There's a very popular one called Elevate that has multiple domains it can train for you. Yes.
Okay.
So arithmetic is one. Abstract thinking, logical thinking, focus and concentration. You have children who just can't stay one place.
Yes, ADHD, yeah?
Yes, so it's not just something that you train with a device, but it's part of that too. So neuroplasticity works, yes, but we need to identify which domain is most affected and design a neuroplastic stimulation.
They'll keep putting signals on that particular area until it picks up.
You don't go do the wrong one and then you get frustrated.
All right, moving on. Femi from Abuja says, what role do neurologists play in developing brain training programs to improve cognitive function and intelligence? I feel these people are medical people.
Yeah, fine. So neurologists that don't want to work in the clinics work with those app developers, work in research. So they are the ones that come up with all this. So they always ask us for data. We give them data. This is the quantity of this we're seeing, this is that and that. So with the knowledge they have as neurologists and psychiatrists and psychologists, they can go work in that field. So I don't do that myself because I'm engaged in clinical work.
In clinical work. All right. Norma from Port Harcourt says, how can advanced imaging techniques like good and EEG be used to study brain function and develop personalized brain training programs?
It's already being done. These things are already being done. So how it can be done is already answered. It's already being done.
But how accessible are they?
We don't have the capacity to a large extent. We have EEGs in Nigeria, but I don't know of any center where we can run functional MRIs.
What's the difference between functional
MRIs? Are live MRIs where a patient does a specific activity and the response of the brain. So you do something pleasant and the activity in the reward center
and they monitor it.
Yes. You do something frightful and then the fear center activates. So that is what functional MRI is. So it's already existing. I'm not in that area, so I can't say more than that.
All right, Chamaka from ENUGU says, can brain training improve academic performance?
Lying on your bed, yes. You lie on your bed and the room has to be dark. We have a You lie on your bed and the room has to be dark. We have a concept we call nocturnal light pollution, NLP. It's a big problem today. People sleep with the TV on, the lights on, and all that. So while they're asking all these questions, they're missing the big deal. So you can't train your brain when you're insulting it with poor sleep. Even today, if you look at your phone settings and you go to the manual there, it tells you that the phone shouldn't be 5 millimeters. So anytime it's on your thigh in your pocket, you're receiving some undue dosage. If you touch it to your ears and make a call, you're receiving undue dosage. It's in the manual of the phone. I didn't say that. Then you plug in the wireless earbuds. They transmit.
Could you speak to earphones? Because I've screamed it, for so long. Nobody seems to be listening.
So let's talk about EMR, electromagnetic radiations, electromagnetic pollution is one big thing the brain is suffering. It's an insult on the brain. So you can't go ahead to be asking whether neuroplasticity works when your brain is under siege by EMR.
24 hours, someone is on earphones and AirPods.
The results are coming out. These technologies are very new. So 5 years, 10 years, we keep seeing more and more challenges.
Sure.
So we're seeing increase in seizures in young people. We know lack of sleep is contributing. We know nocturnal light pollution is contributing. And we are strongly suspecting EMR, electromagnetic radiations, are contributing. I can't say it authoritatively today. I've not done any research to say that. But if you're my brother or sister, I'll tell you stop it immediately.
Sure.
So why would I tell my patients the same? I care for them.
Sure.
So the earphones had wires originally. Then they stopped having wires. And now they don't even they communicate with each other. So you put one on the left and the right. The left talks to the right, right talks to the left, and both talk to your phone. So they are sending signals right through the middle of your brain. So do you want to be an experiment on what happens in 10 years with people that use it? Go ahead. You want to play safe, stop using it.
Absolutely. All right, moving on. Tunde from Abuja says, what are the benefits of cognitive training for older adults? And I would add this. What's the difference between dementia and Alzheimer's? Is there a difference?
Dementia is a very, very big family. There are so many things playing out there. HIV/AIDS patients develop dementia because the virus affects the brain.
The brain.
You see, so dementia is very huge. So Alzheimer's is a type of dementia. So in the family of dementia, Alzheimer's is just a member. But it's a big boy in the family because it's the number one. It's the most prevalent worldwide. So that's what's the difference. So his question, improving cognitive functions, yes. Like I said, when people retire, a lot of Igbos, I know as my patients, love their parents and they say, Papa, Mama, stop worrying yourself, I'll take care of you. And once they do that, the parents go down fast. In a year or two, you need to start putting food in their mouth for them.
True.
And the same children that love them and care for them in this way, they forget their names. So you walk in and they call the child the wrong name and the child is devastated and they bring him to hospital and say, why did you stop? He said, but he's old now. The brain is alive and needs to be stimulated. So if you retire from civil service or work, turn around 180 degrees and start something else immediately.
True. You know, you will even notice the trend amongst civil servants, retired civil servants. Once they retire, just in a few years.
So it's the basic thing we're discussing. They stop stimulating the brain. Even the monotony they were doing is no more. Even the monotony is removed. Talk of variety.
All right, Gift says, Gift is from Port Harcourt. Can neurofeedback training be used to improve cognitive function and intelligence? What is neurofeedback?
Neurofeedback involves technologies that look at one aspect of the neurologic capacity of a person. So, for example, if functional MRI is available and you do something and it reads this way immediately, it's a form of neurofeedback.
Okay,
but there are even simpler ones. There are devices you can plug to your ear here and connect it to a software on a computer, and then you tell the person, say this, say that, and it gives. So you heard of the lie detectors. It's the same thing. It's a neurofeedback. You ask questions. Were you at the scene of the crime? The person lies and says, I wasn't. And the neurofeedback says it's the other way around. Because he becomes anxious, he sweats. The neurofeedback fix the sweating on his skin. His heart rate goes up. You don't see it, but the neurofeedback fixes it. So that's neurofeedback for you. So it's used in a lot of training.
Okay, great. Bola Debayo, Lagos says, how can we measure the effectiveness of brain training programs?
Through neurofeedback. That's his answer. Okay. Neurofeedback gives you the effectiveness. And of course, your real world engagements, like these things I've demonstrated here, when you start practicing them, your real world day-to-day occupation and all that, you start seeing improvements. You see it yourself. Others start seeing it too.
Interesting. So you're saying an average student can go ahead to make straight A's if he or she starts training with some of these tools?
Yes, there are a lot of other things too. We talk about brain waves. There are certain sounds you can listen to, and it causes your brain waves to go into a frequency that is better for learning. So there are devices that do that. We call them frequency following response, brain training. There are so many of them. Some use light to cause the brain to take a frequency. Some use sound. So they're all there. So that's why we need to see a patient and we can say, this is what can help you. So there are a lot of things you can do.
But Dr. Finta, do you have like a course where someone can enroll in and say, oh, I want my IQ to grow from such level.
When
to
I
such
see
and such
patients
level.
with memory issues and I start advising them, the medical students become very alert. I see it every time in the clinic, and I keep laughing. So yes, I don't have a course, but maybe you can incentivize me and not incentivize, but you can encourage me to do that.
I will.
We are very busy in the clinics already,
I know.
It makes sense.
It does, absolutely. Maybe we'll chat about that some other time. All right, so Yetunde Adebayo, we are done with Yetunde, yeah? Okay, so Ezine Wachuku from ENUGU says, what are the best brain training apps for improving cognitive function and intelligence?
I will tell her to try Elevate.
You've actually mentioned Elevate.
Yes.
Okay.
It's free to a large extent, and it's very good. There are a lot of them out there, but many of them ask you to pay. So, but Elevate is very good and gives you a very large space to learn without making any commitment financially.
All right. Then Yetunde says, can brain training be used to prevent cognitive decline in individuals with a family history of dementia? Someone knows my father had dementia, my grandfather had dementia.
Yes.
Is that something they can do as intervention?
So
yes.
I say it all the time. No single problem is caused by one thing. So nobody goes down with dementia because of just one thing they did wrong. Okay?
Or just because of aging?
No. There is no age related. Remember back in the years, gray hair was associated with wisdom. So where has that gone? So I always tell people that think aging is the invitation card for dementia. It's not. Aging brings gray hair. Gray hair is a symbol of wisdom. Aging does bring wisdom and not dementia. So we need to reset our minds immediately. We are being brainwashed by what I don't know to start thinking that when you're older, you're gone. It's not true. So even if you go to the Bible, you start hearing that when Moses was this age, his eye wasn't failing.
At 120?
Yes. So please.
Well, we need a lot of brain resetting, awareness. All right. So let's go to myths for the day. You're going to be busting some myths. Number one, intelligence is fixed at birth and cannot be improved.
Doctors thought so 50, 100 years ago. But we fortunately found out it's not.
It's not true. You can actually improve on your intelligence.
At any stage. If you're intelligent, you can get more intelligence. And depending on what intelligence is, because it could be just what their schools call intelligence, or it could be emotional intelligence.
Yes.
Or any other skill you exhibit. Intelligence is your ability to solve a problem. So if someone is weaving a basket and there's a challenge here and he thinks of, let's do it this way, he's intelligent.
I think we need to revisit the way we, view intelligence.
The school curriculum has
that skewed us towards a particular judgment. Sure. And brain training programs are a waste of time and have no real benefits.
Sure, if you do the wrong one, like I told you now, we need to identify what you need to strengthen.
That's where a neurologist comes in.
Yeah, so if you go pick it by yourself because your neighbor said it's wonderful, you may get no benefits, and then you come up with this conclusion.
True. Okay, so you only use 10% of your brain, and unlocking the other 90% can lead to superhuman abilities. This person watches a lot of American movies, science fiction.
That's made this very popular. As a drug, it tells you if you take, you start using 100%.
I think I've watched that movie.
It's fantastic. I watched it too. But like I said, everybody has a super brain. So it's because you've not encouraged it in this way, or you've inhibited or challenged it in the other way. So that's what you have. But it's always possible to improve.
But then it's not something you trigger at the snap of a finger.
No.
It's something you build over time.
Yes.
So it's important we put it out there. Intelligence is solely determined by genetics, and there's nothing you can do to improve it.
Igbo culture. People tell this myth a lot. When a guy wants to marry, they say, let's go check the background of the family. Oh, they're very intelligent. Okay, so you can marry from there. Well, if you track the history of such marriages, you end up seeing that it doesn't really work that way.
True.
You see smart people in quotes having children that are less smart.
True.
You see uneducated people in quotes, because I don't believe in that, having children that are stars in the academic world. So what happened to genetics?
True, absolutely.
It doesn't play
out that way. All right, brain training is only for people with cognitive impairments or neurological disorders. We've seen that is not true. So moving on. You can unlock your super brain with a single technique or method, such as meditation or brain games. Now, the internet is awash with courses that will tell you meditate and do this, gimmicks. What do you have to say about that?
Well, fine. So they're all tools. You need to pick the right tool. I'm not even talking about supplements, which we call smart drugs or nootropics, N-O-O-tropics, nootropics. If you try checking them online, you'll be lost. So there are so many supplements that we know can help. but it has to be guided.
Sure.
So the same thing applies to what he's saying. So the guidance has to be there. If you pick the right tool, your brain will use it and you'll be happy.
All right, brain training is a quick fix that can be completed in a short amount of time.
What does quick fix mean? Yes. If you talk of 6 months as quick fix for a lifetime problem, yes, it's correct. If you talk of
it's
6
relative.
hours,
It's relative.
Yes.
Sure. Only certain types of brain training, such as cognitive training, are effective.
No, I don't agree with that. So if you learn how to use your fingers to do something unique, it's a brain training.
I think this is what the school system actually,
exactly. So there are training videos all the time about what's going on in China. The children come to school and spend so much time doing things. Yes, that is training of the brain in all dimensions. They are training judgment, visual, spatial, memory, language, attention, judgment.
They are hitting on all the senses.
So you start to see which one has more passion based on the family background and all that, and the child excels in that one.
I think Koreans are like that too.
Yes, more countries are adopting it. Nigeria needs to wake up. The private schools are doing a good thing. They are extending their tentacles into that realm.
Interesting. All right, you need to be young to benefit from brain training and cognitive development. You already, yes, debunked that. And finally, unlocking the super brain requires expensive or specialized equipment.
No, I have no way.
Now, we have not talked about this.
So I bring this up now. So this is a book used in primary schools. It's called quantitative training. So it has a book 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you look at the exercises done in them, these are wonderful brain training exercises. So if someone is so indigent and comes to my clinic, I won't start recommending some fancy things. I'll tell them, so please, even an old copy you already used, you can go back and look at it. So this is the bedrock of simple brain training. There are so many exercises in all these things, book 1 to book 6.
Okay. So there's this question that, before we go, because we've run out of time, what happens to the brain of a psychopath?
Structurally, nothing.
Okay.
Biochemically, the neurotransmitters are out of whack. So neurotransmitters are chemicals that communicate between one part of the brain and the other, one cell and the other. So that communication is not going the way it should. So the studies are unending about which neurotransmitter and all that. Well, you may wish to know that the drugs used by the psychiatrists are always affecting one neurotransmitter or the other, inhibiting this from being in excess, encouraging this to be higher. And then you now say, oh, this patient had mental, behavioral issues, started treatment and started getting better. So it's not a structural problem that you can see in the brain.
Okay, but is it treatable?
It's already been treatable. There are so many ways to go about it. You have clinical psychologists that assist the recovery without drugs. You have the psychiatrists that use even electroconvulsive therapies. You shock the brain back to its primitive state and it starts to reboot just like a computer. So there are drugs, there are non-drug therapies, even fasting during the Nazi, Russian, and all those World War periods. Concentration camps kept human beings under inhumane conditions, and one of them was fasting. And you know what happened? All the psychiatric patients that were incarcerated in those places started improving. So one of the biggest studies was in Minnesota. So they discovered that it was the deprivation of food. When you deprive the brain of food, it starts to secrete what we call brain-derived neurotropic factors.
But it has to be monitored, right?
Yes, of course. In those cases, some may have died from malnutrition. But the important thing is that so many psychiatric patients started improving with no treatment. They were just being neglected and starved. So that led to the discovery of those factors the brain secretes to protect itself from hard times. And when the brain experiences hard times and tries to protect itself, it rebuilds and repairs incredibly.
Wow.
So when religion, Christianity, and all that says you should fast, as a neurologist, I say thumbs up because the brain improves in the process.
Interesting. Wow. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Pinton. I wish I had you here for longer. I always say it all. Definitely. Thank you so much for your insight and deep perspective into this subject matter. And I'm sure you've learned a thing or two on how you can treat, heal, and improve on your intelligence. I'm Signaturetv. Don't forget, you can catch up on this conversation on social media, on YouTube or Facebook as Signaturetv Official. Well, I'm Signaturetv once again, and I'll leave you with some health tips. Until we meet again, it is goodbye and God bless.
plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately, sports, news and entertainment in your native language, all with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hi, my name is Daniel Chikro and I am a champion. So for me, being a champion means that I'm able to tell better stories. It means that I am now in a room with other people like me who have been telling these stories, because for you to be a champion, you have to already be telling the story.
Food is never just food. It is memory, it is culture, it is identity. And sometimes, without saying a word, it tells us who belongs where. For generations across Africa, cooking has often been framed as women's work, a responsibility, an expectation, and a role. But a new generation of storytellers are quietly changing that narrative. Amongst them is Daniel Ochuko. Daniel is not a politician, he's not a filmmaker, he's not standing on a stage delivering speeches about gender equality or equity. Instead, he's doing something far more subtle and perhaps more powerful. He's telling a different story through everyday life. Through recipes, food videos, lifestyle content, and moments shared with millions online, Daniel presents a version of masculinity that is comfortable in the kitchen, curious about culture, and free from limiting stereotypes.
I think of gender equitable storytelling, right, my mind immediately goes to the work that I do in food, right? So my mind immediately goes to the fact that I don't think a man should be, I don't think a man and a woman should come together and then this man tells the woman that, oh, this is your life, even when she wants to do other things, right? I don't think it's okay for my mom did not do that, by size. Like I saw other people's parents do that, where they're like, oh, because you're a boy, go sit down and watch your sisters cook, even when they don't want to cook. And a story that I always like to tell is, if my mom was born in this era, she would not enter the kitchen. I always tell that, and people think that I learned how to cook from my mom. I did not. She would tell you, this boy did his thing, right? So that's the way I think of gender equity. But storytelling, I just think of it in my own. I think that for me, when it comes to even outside of gender equity and just content in general, I don't want to. I'm not trying to put too much pressure on myself, but one thing I always wait for is feedback, and thankfully I always get feedback. So for instance, again, when I started making videos around gender equity, people would send me DMs. I'm like, I sent your video to my husband just now. I'm telling you, like, alpha, and this is what we are now. We are not having a conversation around what I have been saying since, but now because another man has said it, is more likely to take it seriously, right? So I have women who are like, oh, I force my children to watch your content because it's important that they see a man cook, and if they're always on their phone, you might as well be following them, because I don't want them to go and be a liability elsewhere. So that's the kind of thing that makes me know that, okay, this thing that you're doing actually is making something, like, no matter how small it is. But I also understand that sometimes you might not get this kind of feedback.
I was about to say,
I understand it totally, that sometimes you might not get kind of feedback, and for me, maybe I'm lazy, but I will not worry. I will just keep doing it. I will just keep doing it. I'm just like, what else am I going to do? I can't go come to you and be like, did this content help you or whatever? But mentally, I'm just like, Daniel, do not stress it. You know what is right. You've done what you think is right. So let the universe do its thing. This is what it is, and it's gender equitable story. I did not know that before now. I was just like, oh, I'm just cooking, which is again what you guys are doing. So for instance, if someone says to me that, oh, is cooking on Instagram or is cooking somewhere, I've seen his work before now, just like, oh, it's a random person, but now I'm going to take it as a very serious thing because it's a man in Nigeria doing that. Right, and then she said she's a financial analyst. I'm like, oh wow, if you're going to create content like that, most times we're going to see men doing it, most times. So you have to, when you're thinking of the content that you're creating, you also have to think of things like this and be like, oh, actually I'm representing something here more than this or that, more than the actual bit of content that you think you're creating. But yeah, so that's it.
His work challenges the outdated idea that cooking belongs to one gender. Instead, he shows that food belongs to everyone. What makes Daniel's storytelling unique is that it doesn't feel like a lecture. It feels instead like an invitation. An invitation for young men to see cooking as creativity rather than obligation. An invitation for young women to see domestic spaces as shared spaces. And an invitation for families to imagine more balanced partnerships at home.
So more importantly, at the time, I was the only man who was not a chef who was creating content. That's a big thing because statistics shows that men only become chefs because of the money that is in the chef business, right? And then women want to cook because it's a woman's thing, and then a man comes into the game and is cooking because he wants to cook. I don't know if you get what I mean. I was not a certified chef or anything. I still am not. I am just here showing you the thing that I love to do, because also society tells us that men cannot like cooking, right? Or men should not like cooking. And if you do, you need to suppress that side of you and go get some other interesting things to do so that it appeals to the society, right? And then again, Daniel comes into the game and Daniel's like, okay, well, me, I'm just going to do my own and all of you will be fine, right? So the thing about me taking that leap of faith is we now have other men who are creating content inspired by Daniel, right? So a lot of the people who you see, the men now who you see create content are inspired by me, and I didn't even say that like very lightly. I'm very proud of it. Like I feel it's one of those things where people are like, if I die now, I die. I don't want to die, please. If I die now, I die a very happy person, right? But that's also what one. So if we have 10 male food content creators and say 7 of them or 8 of them are inspired by Daniel Ochiko, that's one Daniel Ochiko. Now, how many people do we have here, and how many people can be inspired by your work and your story and the content that you create? That is why, again, we need to tell this kind of stories. So it's a lot of attention, right? But I also just imagine that like they cook, so they're like, oh, it's a normal, like you should be like, yeah, duh, what else are you going to do? So I can imagine that they women most likely have to put, actually not most likely, they will put in more effort to now make an impact. So it's easy for me to carry myself and be like, oh my god, like I'm a man that cooks and this, and then I go look for like a sponsor. They're more likely to carry it than if a woman comes into the thing, because like, madam, yeah, like that's what you're supposed to be doing, especially in a place like this. So I agree, and I like that's what happens. For me, initially, it was just the series was just, I need to show more men in the kitchen, because also I've been trying to tell gender equitable stories for as long as I've been creating content, and the series was, we see women all the time in the kitchen, whether they like it or not, we see them in the kitchen, but we don't see a lot of men in the kitchen, and this series was born out of that. So I had to start this thing where I'm like, I need you to start seeing your brothers, your fathers, your friends, your male friends in the kitchen. But coming here and being part of this project, and also having gone through all the courses and movies and films that we've seen, I think I won't say I am moved / pushed in a positive way to want to include women now, because even if I say to people, men need to be in the kitchen, men need to cook all the time, there are still women who love to cook. Cooking is a basic survival skill. Man, woman, nothing. It doesn't have anything to do with gender, and we need to see both of them, or both of us coming together. So both man, woman, we see both of us coming together in the kitchen and doing the work that is supposed to keep us alive, or that is supposed to be part of our everyday regular survival skill. So yeah, that's why I am doing this now. I need to show more women, because again, it needs to be balanced. I think that's the key word here. Balance. It needs to be balanced. I need to show men doing what they should be doing, and I need to also show women doing what they should be doing, because at the end of the day, we all eat food. So typically people associate my content with cleanliness, very refined, and I'm still going to do all of that. However, we don't want to push some people out of the, the line, which is, so you're speaking plenty English, you're doing plenty, but you're still in Nigeria, and you're still in Nigeria, living in Nigeria. So now in my head, I want to infuse a little bit of pidgin, not all the time, just so people can associate the thing you're doing. Because at the end of the day, I still make Nigeria. I try my best not to make things that are not Nigerian, and every time I do that, it doesn't go anywhere. Let me tell you, so I tell people all the time that if I post jollof rice today to Sunday, I'm guaranteed at least 50,000 views on each of those things. I am guaranteed. Like,
it's different type of jollof.
You don't think I have a jollof rice video that I post every 3 months. It doesn't matter. It will always do well. We're picking our story from the Mad Men, so we're just getting like a little bit of, the beginning part of our story from the Mad Men perspective, where she was in the office, informal setting, the bosses have like some sort of after-work relationship, but she doesn't have that because she's a woman, and then all of that. So back to our story, so now we're trying to make this thing a man thing. So you know how women, they're in a workspace, they have children, and then afterward they're like, let's go have dinner. She's like, I have to go take care of my child. This time it's a man going to do that, and it's important that we do that because we now need to be like, men who actually have like after work people, and then they have to take care of their family, they have to go cook or something, and that's what we're trying to do.
His journey itself reflects this shift. Daniel has spoken about growing up in a home where both his mother and father cooked, allowing him to develop a love for food without gender restrictions. That experience now echoes through every piece of content he creates. But Daniel's impact extends beyond his own platform. As a creator, he has collaborated with major brands including Canal Nigeria, alongside a diverse network of chefs, actors, influencers, and storytellers. These collaborations promote the idea that everyone has a place in the kitchen and that cooking can be joyful, accessible, and inclusive.
I came into the food space. I said to myself, so one of the things that would annoy the hell out of me is when somebody literally comes to me and says, oh my God, you cook well as a man. Why can't you just stop and say you cook well, point blank, period? Why do you have to add that as a man? Like, what does it do for you? Right, so my work, I just took it upon myself. I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm going to create content, but I have to be really, really good at this thing in a way where nobody's going to tell me that it's because I'm a man, that's why I'm doing it well. You just have to do it like, this is like, when you see it, you're like, this one finish work.
Or you could mention one thing, and it was, I think I've never heard that thing, I heard it before. He was talking about how filmmakers or storytellers will just write stories, and we just write, maybe you're writing it someone that is a doctor, and automatically in my head the doctor should be a man. Why am I going? And I didn't think of that as a filmmaker, as a feminist. I never thought of that. Why is he a man? I use the word businessman. So in my films, in my scripting, if I'm hiring a scriptwriter to write my script, I'm going to tell him, if I see things like businessman, it's business person. If I see things like chairman, CEO, so we need to start using basic words. I think from basic words, and like Ochiko said, you don't need to force it. You don't need to put it on everybody's face. Just do it. So things like that, scripting, the words, storytelling, reversing some characters. If it's not going to affect my story, and the man needs to be a nurturer for his kids or a nanny, why not? Why would I flip it? It's not a woman's thing, right? So I think I would definitely include those sorts of things that we don't even notice, that we do, that we don't even see. But I think by the time I start doing it, people can feel it.
Sometimes when we see men do certain things that I get shame behind it, I'm like, no, that's not going to happen on my platform. And I always tell people that I want a ministry with you here, which is what I want is what is going to go. And I want to show men to be emotionally intelligent. I want to show men, show care to their wives, siblings, anything, and not make it
becomes something that is supposed to be shameful. Because when you make something visible often enough, it starts to feel possible. In my videos, I cook, I share household roles, I talk about women, the decision makers, leaders, producers, chefs, because interestingly, we have so because the food industry is such a very interesting space. We have so many male chefs who are doing amazing, but when it comes to the female chefs, they draw behind. For me and life, I know a lot of female chefs and I want to put them there, and I want to talk about them openly, I want to celebrate them openly, which is what I do with my work and my platform. And that's what I believe gender equitable media should do. Not preach, but reflect. Not lecture, but normalize. It's important that we normalize things like this in Africa. It's important that we normalize things like this in Nigeria, because when we normalize things like this, we start to reach really great change. Success story on how my content has positively influenced someone. It was very recent, actually, like maybe a month ago or two. I made a video talking about boy moms, and I was very specific about boy moms because I feel like Nigeria/Africa, just mothers in general, have like a particular lens with which they take care of their boy child, and then a different lens with which they take care of their girl child. And in the comments, people were like, oh my god, this is what we do, oh this is what I don't do, this is what I don't do. And I remember someone coming to my DM to send me a message saying, oh, I really love the video that you posted, because I am one of those people who is very, for lack of a better word, in love with my boy child, and I essentially make him or insulate him from the things that I don't insulate the girl child from. But because of your video, I'm going to start doing better. And honestly, that made me so happy and so grateful that the work that I do resonates with a lot of people enough to actually make a change. So yeah, so you know how people were having the conversation about this. There was this trend about how going to the restaurant, like my African mother, something, and then they will go and then they will start fighting and whatnot. And people are like, do your mothers actually go outside to fight? Like, do your mothers actually go to restaurants and then they start to make noise? But that was like a big thing on TikTok. So you see these people, they tie their wrapper, like they wear the blouse, the gele, and all of these things, and then they get to the place, and then maybe they now bring out like Omorogo and someone like and start. I'm just like, wow, that is very interesting. So it's interesting that you say that, because people do have conversations like that. I think that what it is we are not just as bold as we should be when it's time to maybe not fight back, when it's time to question these things, right? So before I started being very open around saying the things that I think around, like, even anything outside of gender, but I'm going to use gender because that has always been in my head even before now, right? I'm like, are you sure you have the platform to say you don't want to be cancelled? Like, this is your life, you're a content creator, you don't have any other job, if they cancel you, that is the end. Like, I'm saying so far, it's in my close friends, and I'm having long threads, having long threads about the things that I think, and they're like, that should be on the main story, like not here. Like, there are only like 15 people. Yeah, like people would agree with you already. Exactly. So I'm talking to people that agree with me already. But interestingly, when I finally started having these conversations outside, like I remember the first time I made a proper video around what I think around gender equity, and the DMs I got, right? And then I'm like, oh, you guys really like me, but let's you guys are like, so I think that when we push past the initial fear, right, around wanting to say things that we think are right or just our ideas, you just find that people are like, there are a lot of people like you. What they're just they lie. No. But actually, that's how I see it. So, like in my head, or like at least on my own side, like of the what I just see is that people just need somebody to come and say the thing that they already think. They are not going to be the, would I say, messiah or whatever, the scapegoats. But I mean, it could be scapegoats. To be honest, it actually could be scapegoats there, because somebody can now see the thing I'm doing, like, this one so like woman, I beg, I know fee. Just like it's possible, but in my own case, doesn't a scapegoat thing. That just be like, oh, Daniel, thank you for talking about this. I grew up this way.
The lesson from Daniel's work is simple but profound. Stories do not live in movies and books. They live in kitchens, they live live in everyday choices, they live in the moments that shape what young people believe is possible. And when millions of Africans see a man cooking, creating, teaching, and thriving without apology, a new possibility emerges. A possibility where talent matters more than gender, where care is not assigned by tradition, and where everyone is free to participate fully in the life of their home, their community, and their future.
So I think that, everybody in every strata of life definitely has a responsibility to advocate for gender equality. Kind of content that you make, how do you portray men, how do you portray women? If we're seeking for change, we should not just be looking to the government. You should be saying, in your small corner of the world, how can I impact? Now, if you follow my content, you know that I'm always making sure that I portray women and men, how they should be portrayed, good and bad, you understand? A man can be a killer, a woman can be a killer, you understand? A man can be a breadwinner, a woman can be a breadwinner. So it's important that you portray people and that your stories are not just a single story, but full stories. Yeah.
Are they showing balance in our stories? Are women visible in positions of leadership? Are men allowed to be vulnerable or nurturing in our stories? Are we avoiding stereotypes that quiet giving for seeking equality? It was one of the most fulfilling things that I had done because I saw creators began to see their influence differently right there and then. I was seeing it, and not just as entertainment but as social change. I'm fortunate that my partnerships with brands are also aligned with these values. Working with brands like Not Nigeria, for which I'm an ambassador for, Power Oil, Golden Penny, I had the opportunity to shape campaigns that go beyond food into stories about care, community, and togetherness, which is why a lot of my campaigns feature me and my friends and my best friend. We're not just selling a product, we're reshaping culture, and that's the beauty of the creative economy. It allows purpose and profits to coexist together. Brands win, audiences connect, and society shifts quietly but powerfully. But the truth is, creators can't do it above. If you're going to entertain change at scale, we need the systems that fund, amplify, and regulate media to for us. That's where organizations like the World Bank, policy leaders, and creative networks come in. When you bring creators in the same room as economists, funders, media executives like we are today, you create a new kind of ecosystem, one that sees culture not as decoration, but as infrastructure. Because the stories people see every day are just as powerful as the policies written around them. As I continue to grow my platforms, my goal is to use my reach to help other creators understand the use of their influence. So move from how many views did I get? I always tell people it's quality content consistently. So we're moving from how many views did I get to how many conversations did I start, or what conversation did I start with this piece of content? Do I feel like my content on gender equitable storytelling is resonating with my audience? Absolutely yes. I think it's also resonating because I'm doing it in such a subtle way. I'm not forcing anybody. I am not trying to, for lack of a better word, push an agenda, and I'm also doing it through a medium that they already know, so which is food. All my messages are passed through food, and I'm reading through a medium that they already know and they already love. So this is just an addition, some sort of an extra or an added content pillar for me to the work that I already do. So yes, it resonates, and it resonates really, really well. So when I grew up in a family where like my dad was not worried about his child cooking, not one bit, but I also had extended family members that I'll go to their house and just like, bruh, if you don't sit down. So for instance, I just got back from a trip and I had to buy PS5 of that thing, the box, the player thing, and that was the first time I was touching it. Do you understand? And yeah, that's the journey. So like, I'm like, oh, this is very. So I took a pic, intentionally took it. I'm like, oh wow, this is the first time I'm actually touching a PS5 player. So when I even went to the store, I'm like, oh, this is what I am looking for. Right? When the person sends me, like, someone asks me to buy, so I'm like, oh, this is what I'm looking for. I don't know what it does. Like, this is what I'm looking for. But it just made me think about the fact that when I was younger, people would be like, oh, why do you want to cook? Why do you want to cook? Why do you want to? And I was and I was not a stubborn child, but this was the only thing I was stubborn about in my entire life. Like, I am literally like, when Nigerian parents pray for good children, that's like they pray for someone like me. You are not doing anything that is going to, like my mother would say, make them use left hand to point to this noble family. Like, that's how she says it, right? But when it comes to
things around what I think about cooking and what I think men should do, and like I am very, 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 very stubborn. So now suddenly the perfect child in my family is now my extended family is now the one that everybody's like, no talk good here. But again, we always need someone to be like, someone to hold on to, or something to hold on to around the things and the ideas that we have. So if that's helped.
Because changing society does not always begin with grand gestures. Sometimes it begins with a meal. And storytellers like Daniel Ochuko are helping Africa imagine a table where everyone has a seat. This is why Daniel Ochuko is our champion.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Abuja residents demand action as scavengers fuel criminal activities. 5 killed in fatal head-on collision in Lagos-Badagry Expressway. Tanzania commissions country's largest hydropower plant. Search for survivors after 16 killed. A Russian double-tap strike on Ukraine mall. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has ordered the immediate arrest of Prince George Buchi Wabweze over the alleged operation of a fake government agency within the premises of the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. The President also ordered the immediate suspension of 3 permanent secretaries following fresh findings by an independent corrupt practices and other related offences commission in its investigation into alleged fake government agencies and weaknesses in public service processes. The ICPC Chairman Musa Adamu Aliyu disclosed this while briefing journalists at the Presidential Villa Abuja. Aliyu said the commission had uncovered another alleged fake office operating within the OSGF premises, identified as a National Brands Development and Made in Nigeria Special Project Office. According to him, the office was allegedly a located space within the OSGF without presidential authorization. The ICPC chairman said the discovery was made during the Commission's broader investigation into the activities of alleged fake Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council and other procedural weaknesses in government. Aliyu said Wabweze were allegedly operated under several variations of his name, promoted the National Brands Development and Made in Nigeria Special Project Office. The 2027 presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, Peter Obi, has promised to build a production-driven economy, create productive jobs, and overhaul Nigeria's security architecture. Speaking at a press conference in Onitsha, Anambra State, stated that his movement would focus on national dialogue to rebuild the country and improve living standards for poor and the former. Anambra State Governor noted that while he and his political allies come from diverse backgrounds, they share a unified goal, including investing in Nigerians and ensuring responsible management of public resources. Obi challenged Nigerians to evaluate political leaders based on policy outcomes, asking if their lives had genuinely improved over the past 4 years regarding food affordability. Obi argued that Nigeria cannot import its way to prosperity, stressing that a population exceeding 200 million represents a massive domestic market
that must be transformed into productive human capital. He added that 3.6 million citizens remain internally displaced by insecurity, while millions of youth enter the labor market annually without finding opportunities. We pledge to the improvement of intelligence coordination, stronger border management, and greater deployment of technology. Presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress for the 2027 election, Atiku Abubakar, says that the sufferings encountered by Nigerians in the aftermath of the end of the fuel subsidy regime by President Bola Tinubu is not a sign that the policy succeeded. Atiku, in a statement by Senior Special Assistant on Public Communication, Frank Shaibu, dismissed the president's criticism of Atiku's promise to return fuel subsidy under a new model as an insolent sermon of a failed economic experimenter who mistakes Nigerians' capacity to endure suffering for evidence that his policies are working. The president, on assumption of office, had announced the end of a fuel subsidy regime. However, the former vice president, while faulting the manner the present administration approached the policy, promised to return a fuel subsidy under a new model if elected. Atiku, while defending his proposed fuel subsidy model, likened the president's reforms to economic arson followed by propaganda, stated that the administration that detonated simultaneous fuel price exchange rate and cost of living shocks across a fragile economy watched millions become poorer and now struts around Abuja demanding applause for the wreckage. Dangote Refinery backed MRS filling station and others parts of the FCT have increased the premium motor spirit PMS pump price. A market survey showed that MRS filling stations along Kuba Expressway, Lugbe Expressway and other locations in Abuja have increased their petrol price at 1,230 naira per litre, up from 1,210 naira. Other filling stations, including Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, Rain Oil, Empire Energy, and Nigerian Independent Petroleum Company, had their fuel prices adjusted to 1,250 naira per litre. This means that the Nigerian filling stations increased their petrol price by 20 naira per litre. Manager of MRS filling station, who spoke anonymously, attributed the directive to increase the fuel price came from the company's headquarters in Lagos. The development comes after filling stations across the country reduced petrol prices by at least 90 naira per litre, following an earlier reduction in the gantry price by the Dangote Refinery. Nigerian Federal Capital Territory have expressed concerns over the upsurge in the activities of scavengers who wander around neighborhoods at odd hours, posing security risk. In the FCT, there is a damning image associated with the nomenclature of waste scavengers, popularly known as Babambola. Many of them have reportedly used the title as a cover for all sorts of criminal activities. They rob and pilfer residents' property, vandalize and steal government assets, working in gangs, harass innocent citizens. According to reports, some of them go about as scavengers by day and then operate as armed robbers and pickpockets by night. Meanwhile, some residents of the FCT said the rising cases of kidnapping and other related crimes could be linked to scavengers who move around unperturbed. The residents are pleading with the authorities to intensify enforcement limits their activities and provide alternative means of domestic waste disposal. Security expert and managing partner at Next Year, Ndungu Okolo, said the menace of scavengers in Abuja has exposed residents to pilfering, burglary, illegal surveillance, knife attacks, and hooliganism. Advised the Federal Capital Territory Administration to enforce a ban on indiscriminate disposal of refuse and scavenging. The National Association of Nigerian Students, Southwest Zone D, has announced plans to hold the NAN Southwest Game Festival, a multi-sport event aimed at talent discovery, student unity, and youth development across the region. The statement issued by the Director of Sports, Oluwasegun Kuroye, said the festival is designed to bring Nigerian students in the Southwest together through sports and competition. According to the student body, the festival will provide a vibrant platform for students to showcase their sporting abilities, discover hidden talents, promote healthy living, encourage teamwork, and strengthen the bond among Nigerian students across institutions and states in the Southwest. Now, Southwest also listed 11 sporting categories for the event, including athletics, football, basketball, volleyball, table tennis, badminton, boxing, and chess. In also martial arts, fitness, and wellness activities in traditional and indigenous sports. The association said it seeks support from corporate organizations, government agencies, financial institutions, sports brands, media organizations, philanthropists, and individuals to partner with the initiative. Student body noted partnership and sponsorship opportunities are available and would offer brand visibility, event branding, media publicity, product activation, and strategic engagement. The Federal Executive Council has approved the acquisition and deployment of 2 new high-throughput communication satellites, NICOMSAT-2A and NICOMSAT-2B, to expand broadband coverage and strengthen critical communication services in Nigeria. The development moves the acquisition and development process into its next phase, with NICOMSAT's leading implementation under the supervision of the Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy. According to the agency in a statement on Saturday, satellites will complement terrestrial broadband networks by providing wider coverage in areas where conventional infrastructure may be difficult or costly to deploy. NICOMSAT said the deployment is to extend connectivity and increase Nigeria's capacity to deliver satellite-enabled services. The additional satellite capacity is also expected to support digital services in education, healthcare, agriculture, financial services, broadcasting, enterprise, and government, while improving the resilience of communications infrastructure. Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of NICOMSAT, Jane Nkechi, said that it is significant milestone for NICOMSAT and for Nigeria, and commend Bola Tinubu for leadership and support that have enabled them to reach this stage. 5 men have been killed in a fatal road crash along the Lagos-Badagry Expressway in Lagos. The incident occurred in the early hours of Saturday, with the vehicles identified as a Toyota Camry and an Iveco truck near Mowo bus stop in a sawmill area. According to the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, Olufemi Signaturetv Lasema received a distress call about the crash, saying the agency, who arrived at the scene, confirmed that the 2 vehicles had been involved in a fatal head-on collision. He added that emergency responders recovered the bodies of the victims and handed them over to officials of the Federal Road Safety Corps for further action. Preliminary findings suggest that excessive speed and reckless driving may have caused the crash. To prevent further disruption to traffic, Lasema deployed 2 tow trucks to remove the damaged vehicles from the expressway. A major fire outbreak has gutted the popular Spa Mall in Calabar, the Cross River State capital, on Saturday morning. Multiple eyewitnesses' videos circulating across social media show the fire spreading through parts of the shop complex, with panic onlookers watching helplessly. A witness said that the fire was moving from one shop to another. Shop owners expressed concerns over goods worth millions of naira. Emergency responders, including the firefighters and police personnel, later arrived at the scene. While the police worked to control the crowd, firefighters battled to contain the inferno. However, the cause of the fire remains unknown, as authorities are yet to confirm any casualties or the extent of financial losses. Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke has urged political leaders across the state to work together to move the state forward following the 2026 governorship election. Governor Adeleke made a call while reacting to the peace appeal by the All Progressives Congress governorship candidate Bola Oyebamiji, for his recent visits to President Bola Tinubu in Abuja. The governor described the appeal as a welcome development after weeks of intense political activities and tension surrounding the election. The statement issued by spokesperson Olawale Rashidi Adeleke said the people of Osun deserve peace and stability after the election season. The governor also called on members and supporters of all political parties to exercise restraint and avoid actions capable of undermining peace across the state. Adeleke said his administration had consistently opposed the violence for political purposes, despite pressures experienced during the campaign and election. He also reiterated his commitment to maintaining peace and encourage political cooperation after the election. Still to come, Tanzania commissions country's largest hydropower plant. And Hull City shocked Manchester United 2-0 in Premier League opener. Stay with us.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Its largest hydropower plant, a project expected to more than double the country's electricity generation capacity and support power exports. President Samia Suluhu Hassan, who inaugurated the plant, said it had helped eliminate a power generation shortfall that in the past has led to frequent and economically crippling blackouts. Built on the Rufiji River, the project cost about 7 trillion Tanzanian shillings. Energy Minister Deogratis Njejembe said the plant has raised Tanzania's total power generation capacity to 4,646 megawatt against a peak demand about 2,371 megawatt. He added that Tanzania was already in discussions to export electricity to several countries, including Kenya and Zambia. Construction of the plant began in 2019 but faced opposition from conservation groups, which raised concerns about its potential impact on wildlife and habitats downstream. Government has demanded they defended the project, and it talked about the growth and strengthening Tanzanian energy growth. Trade talks between the United States and Canada have collapsed, raising fears of a fresh escalation in the trade dispute between the two neighboring countries. The breakdown came after Canada rejected what Washington described as the final terms of a deal aimed at preventing new tariff Canadian imports. U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer accused Canada of abandoning the negotiating process after the two sides had made substantial progress towards an agreement that would have given Canadian exports preferential access to the American market. Greer said Ottawa introduced new demands and reversed some commitments reached during the negotiations, upsetting what he described as a carefully negotiated balance. Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney rejected that account, saying the last-minute conditions came from Washington and were unacceptable to his government. Carney said the American demands were unfair, uneconomic, and called into question the reliability of any deal. He acknowledged that the negotiations had produced significant progress, but said the outcome still fell short of what Canada considered necessary to protect its interests. The immediate dispute centers on the scale and scope of the proposed American tariffs, with U.S. officials indicating that Canadian exports in sectors including automobiles, steel, aluminium, and lumber remained major points of disagreement. United States has faulted polling and surveys in the selections process of the next United Nations Secretary General, warning against usurping the Security Council's power. Washington said even though the council plays a key role in recommending who becomes the UN chief, recent events suggest the council's working methods are not being respected. The council's briefing, Ambassador Jennifer Lucette accused President of the General Assembly Annabel Baerbock of irresponsible actions which could undermine the process. Lucette, alternative representative for Special Political Affairs, said the PGA sent 2 letters to the council insinuating that it acted improperly, invoking transparency, fairness, and inclusion. The diplomat maintained that the council has long respected the selection process as spelled out in the resolution on the revitalization work of the General Assembly. The ambassador called the polling unfair, untransparent, and unprecedented, saying most people who voted have no official role in the selection process of a Secretary General. He said Resolution 79327 does not permit polls or surveys, accusing Baerbock of continuing a trend of UN leadership, fancying themselves as diplomatic superstars rather than chief administrative officers. The senator further pointed to Baerbock's second letter, which asked the Security Council not to consider candidates that did not participate in the General Assembly dialogue. Pope Leo XIV is visiting San Marino and Italy as part of a series of brief pastoral trips this summer. Pontiff is expected to meet local authorities and hold a prayer service in San Marino before traveling to the Italian seaside city of Rimini. In Rimini, Pope Leo would address an annual gathering of influential Catholic group, Communion and Liberation. He will also visit an exhibition on St. Augustine, meet people with disabilities and sick members of the faith, and later preside over an open-air mass. The Pope will be the first pontiff to attend the Rimini meeting since Pope John Paul II. Rescue workers in Ukraine are searching for survivors of a Russian drone strike on a shopping center in Kiev killed at least 16 people and injured 130 others. President Volodymyr Zelensky said that the shopping center was hit in 2 waves, with a second strike targeting emergency workers who arrived at the scene. Regional military head Olensa Hassan said 23 children were among those injured, while 29 people were in serious condition. Ukrainian president condemned the attack as cynical and despicable. As rescue efforts continued, local authorities in Kiev said 1 person had been killed after a fire broke out in a warehouse following an alert for ballistic missile. In sports, Manchester United have suffered a shocking defeat at the opening day of a new Premier League season, losing 2-0 to newly promoted Hull City at the MKM Stadium. Hull City, returning to the Premier League after nearly 9 years away, produced a stunning performance to silence the Red Devils and send their supporters into celebration. The Tigers took the lead in the 16th minute through Nigerian defender Semi Ajayi, who reacted quickest after a corner to fire Hull City ahead. Manchester United struggled to respond despite enjoying plenty of possession. The problems became even worse before half-time when Noble Mendy doubled Hull City's advantage with another goal from a set piece. At 2-0 down, United needed a major response in the second half, but Hull remained disciplined and organized at the back. Manchester United introduced Marcus Rashford, making his Premier League return after more than a year, but the forward could not inspire a comeback. The result marks a nightmare beginning to the campaign for manager Michael Carrick, while Hull City have announced their return to the Premier League in spectacular fashion. And that's the global news. I am Barry Kumo Ado, thanking you very much for watching.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
The Lord is good, and his mercy endureth forever. All the time. Today, we will get into the word. Father, Lord, our heavenly God, we humble ourselves once again in your presence to illuminate your word to your people. Not by our power, not by our might, but by your glory and favor that you have bestowed upon us. Let your word go forth, unquenched, in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you for being here. I count it all joy when we're in the presence of the Lord. Today is a favorite subject that we have been dealing with as GWC, God Breaks Worship Center. Our mission has always been to illuminate the Word of God, to illuminate the power of the second commandment. The second commandment, which says, love your neighbor as you love yourself. Two commandments. Love God with all your heart, with all your might, and love your neighbor as you love yourself. It happened that the second commandments are always taken very lightly. That is why our mission is to make it, to illuminate it to the body of Christ. The power embedded into the second commandment. When we talk about giving, we are at the same time illuminating the power of second commandment. But giving is about doing something for someone. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. How do we come to know about this giving, and why do we continue to emphasize on it? It's because This is only where God has challenged us. God has challenged us in the second commandment. We have dived into this many times, but I cannot fail to come back to it because of the importance of it. Because that you rise or fall or succeed in this life depends on your understanding and application of the power of second commandment. I will repeat. Your success and failure depends on your understanding and application of this power of second commandment. There are two different ways of giving. Two different ways of giving. One, you can give through service, serving another man, another person. Giving through service. The second, giving through our resources. What do we have? Our possession. What we have acquired. Both of them are very, very important in the life of Christian. And the reason I emphasize this is because this is the area where we fail as the body of Christ. Everything belongs to our God, but you have to play rules so that you can get the benefit that is in him. In both aspects of giving, your attitude, which while you give, is very important. One must have the attitude of cheerfulness when you give. Attitude of cheerfulness. I said giving when you serve. Many of us serve in the ministry here, or in the choir, in the band. The attitude that you display when you serve is very, very important, because that is what God sees. The attitude that you display, very, very important. I repeat. Why? Because it is the decision that you are making. No one is making you to do that. People go to learn skill from people, and they serve for many years, and the owner of the business, after the service, we send them off. And each time he sends them off, he knows the one that diligently rendered the service. Some will pretend that they are giving the service, but they are really not. They're just there to keep the time going. So the attitude you have while you are giving is what you have to be very, very careful that you maintain the attitude that God wants you to have. Attitude of giving it all, serving with all your heart. Anything, no matter wherever you are working, in the secular world or in the ministry, that you're giving it all, the best you can, because you are doing it not only for yourself, but you are doing it for God. Even though you are serving a man, your attitude is what God sees while you are doing those services. Almighty God gave us this second commandment. It says, love your neighbor as you love yourself. This is because love is demonstrated in action. How can you love someone while you cannot demonstrate it? We talked about the Good Samaritan. Everybody remembered it. That God, the person was asking God, what is my neighbor? After God told him the second commandment, he asked him, who is my neighbor? Who is this my neighbor you are talking about? And he gave him a picture of people, priests, who will pass by and did not help that person. And the person that came and helped. And he counted it that this is person. Is that your neighbor I am talking about? Every day we walk around in our life, we must be conscious of godly presence wherever we go. If we are Christians, it is like your DNA. Everywhere you go, you must have the presence of God with you. There is no if or but about it, unless you're just faking it. Our topic today is developing the mindset of kingdom giving. Developing the mindset of kingdom giving. It is giving that you do because this is the way God has made you to be. And this is what God wants from you. And you illuminate it. You show it to your neighbor with no reservation. Why are we emphasizing on this? It's because when we walk into this place, we come to the presence of God. And we want God to be with us when we go out of here. So that, do you know everything belongs to him? Everything you have seen in this world belongs to him. And as a child of his, you should live with no lack. You should live with no lack. And understanding the power that rested into the second commandment is the one that will take you up. I'm talking about being conscious of it every day, because when we walk out of here, we face the world, and it is easy to forget what you're supposed to do. Go with me to Matthew 25, starting from verse 14. Matthew 25, starting from verse 14. Follow me as we dive into this. Starting from verse 14. For the kingdom of heaven is like a man traveling to a far country, who called his own servant and delivered his goods to them. And to one he gave talents. He gave 5 talents. To another he gave 2 talents. And to another 1. To each according to his ability. And immediately he went to his journey. There are 2 things I wanted to point out to you. He started telling you the kingdom of God is like this. The kingdom of God is like this. Anywhere you see parable. When I was growing up, parable is like, I don't know what it is. I couldn't understand what it is. The parable, maybe God was talking something that nobody understands. But I come to understand that parable is God telling you how his kingdom here on earth works. How his kingdom here on earth works. He said the kingdom of God is like this. So if you want to partake in the kingdom of God, you have to listen whenever Bible is telling you. He said this man gave talent to 3 people. Gave the other one 5, gave the other one 3, and gave the other one 1. And he went away. Then he who had received these 5 talents went and traded with them and made another 5 talents. And likewise, he who had received 2 gained 2 more also. But he who had received 1 went and dug in the ground and hid his Lord's money. Service. Did you see the attitude of the 3? Don't forget, he said he gave them according to their ability. So this person that received 1, God is omnipotent. He knows the heart of man. So he knows that this man is crafty. He never helped himself. He talks about people who are succeeding to make himself feel good. Have you met some people like that? Who are always ready to criticize other people to make themselves feel good, and they're nowhere to be found in anything. There are many. He dug his own, and what happened? After a long time, the Lord of those servants came and settled account with them. So he who had received 5 talents came and brought 5 other talents, saying, Lord, you delivered to me 5 talents, and look, I have gained 5 more talents beside them. His Lord said to him, well done, good and faithful servant. What is God going to say about you? On your job, on what you do every day? You go there just to pass time because the owner of the business is not watching, or what? What is your attitude on your giving? Yes, you are getting paid, but there are beyond you getting paid. It's the God that you serve that you have to reverence every moment of your life, wherever you go. So this guy, I believe everybody knows the story. He dug his own, and when the master came back, I'm going to jump into 26 because everybody knows this story, I believe. 26 says, then he who received 1, the guy, 1 talent, came and said, Lord, I know you to be a hard man, reaping where you did not sow, and gathering where you have not scattered seed. And I was afraid, and went and dug your talent in the ground. Look, there you have what is yours. But the Lord answered and said, you are wicked and lazy servant. The other one, good and faithful servant. This one, call him wicked, because he is so wicked that If you go look where he was, I am not the one to go and do anything that's going to yield you more profit. That is why he did not do anything. I am not the one to go and yield you more profit. I know you're already rich. Why do you want me to go work for, so you can be richer? And he shot socket. Don't forget, this is the word of God. This is the word of God. He said the kingdom of God is like this. Then he gave this. He called him wicked. Because not only that he did not put the money into, just put it in the bank so that it can yield small interest. He doesn't want to do that because he doesn't want the man to increase. And the lazy servant, you know that I reap where I do not sow. You know that. And gather where I did not scatter. You know that. So you ought to have deposited my money in the bank, and at my coming I will have received back my own interest. So take the talent from him and give it to the person who have done. This is what God does every day. If you don't know, I'm telling you, this is what he does every day. What talent has God given to you that you are sitting on hoping that miracle will dump from somebody or somebody else will come and make it happen for you? The one is given to you, you don't use it, he will take it and give to somebody else. Kingdom of God is like this. For everyone who has more will be given, and he will have abundant. But from who does not have, because that is what he's trying to show here, there is a reason why you don't have. There is a reason why you don't have. And this is what we want to deal with, so you can start having. If you are sitting envying anybody for his progress, that is why you don't have. If you are someone that look for a stumbling block of another, that is why you don't have. If you are someone who always talk about people, bite people at the back, that is why you don't have. All this should not be mentioned in the body of Christ. He is telling us this. This is how my kingdom works. Do we understand it? You wicked and lazy servant. See, he was condemned. That's another thing. This man was condemned for doing nothing. He did not do anything bad. And for us, it is just fine. You gave it to me, I gave it back to you. Hey, I don't have anything against you, you don't have anything against me. But that's not what God is saying. He said this man did not do any evil to this person. Only that he did not act. He did not use what has given to him, what God has bestowed to him, what talent God has bestowed, what revelation and insight that God has given to you, tell you to do something, you're waiting when you become a billionaire before you marry, or have a house and have vehicle before you marry, but you are 100% fit as a human being, have a career, you're going to work and coming back every day, you should be ready to marry. When you become two, come together and become one, two people coming to become one, you see how God multiplies your life. So you waiting, when God said it is not good for man to be alone, man was naked with nothing. Was nothing. But he brought a woman to him. Why? Because a man needs a woman to complement, to make growth. So if you are sitting and waiting when the breakthrough, while you are a full-fledged man with a career, go and get married. And God will come and be with you. Now, again, look how quick the lazy man was judging the man who brought out his money and gave 3 people to trade. And he's judging him. I know you. You are a man that does not talking non. And you know, he will gather some group of people, and this is what you're going to tell them. This man, he gave me some money, and he want me to go trade for him so he can be richer. Guess what? I just buried it. Whenever you want it, I'm going to give it to him. God is just laughing at that person. I'm saying this so you don't have that kind of spirit, because you will never get. That person will continue to rise. You'll be watching him rising every day because he's doing the godly things. He is sharing his resources, getting other people to go and trade so that they can get up. You do not have, but you are quick to criticize those that are doing fine. Try to stay away from people like that too. They will bring you down. Bad company corrupts people. Stay with people who have something to do, not people who gossip. This is called the sin of omission. Just because you didn't do what you're supposed to do, because God has empowered you to do just that, but convince yourself not to do them. Look, this man did not even squander away the principle. This man did not even squander away the principle, which some of us will do. Some of us will do. They will take it, squander the principle, change their phone number so that you don't reach them. Say, it's not my portion in Jesus' name. How many people have I bought vehicle and given to? I can't count. The aim is to lift the person up, but the attitude keep them poor forever. I have no doubt about it, because the money given to them doesn't lift me. I'm going to be more and more. You understand? It is them. They short circuit themselves. That was this Diana. Somebody say, I want to drive Diana, Keke or Diana. So it's okay, Google price it. He said they're coupling it somewhere. I said, yes. I said, write the proposal. Then he wrote the proposal. Tell me how much you're going to be bringing every month. The couple paid for close to 5 million. That was the last time I've heard from him, I've seen him. And many. The thing, it grieves my heart because it's not about me. It's about them. Because you come 5